All right, hello everyone. Welcome back to the channel. We're going to be digging into a new book finally for the reading. It is Pigs in the Parlor, A Practical Guide to Deliverance by Frank and Ida May Hammond. I thought that since we are starting this, I should play a song of Psalm 91, good place to get started, and then I'll get into the reading. So let's dig into that, okay?
He who dwells in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. I will say of the Lord, He is my refuge and my fortress, my God, in Him I will trust. He who dwells in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. I will say of the Lord, He is my refuge and my fortress, my God, in Him I will trust. Surely He shall deliver you from the snare of the fowler and from the perilous pestilence. He shall cover you with His feathers, and under His wings you shall take refuge. He who dwells in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. I will say of the Lord, He is my refuge and my fortress, my God, in Him I will trust. His truth shall be your shield and buckler. You shall not be afraid of the terror by night, nor the arrow that flies by day, nor the pestilence that walks in darkness, nor the destruction that lays waste at noonday. He who dwells in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. I will say of the Lord, He is my refuge and my fortress, my God, in Him I will trust. My God, in Him I will trust. 1,000 may fall at your side, and 10,000 at your right hand, but it shall not come near you. Only with your eyes shall you look and see the reward of the wicked, because you have made the Lord, who is my refuge, even the Most High, your dwelling place. No evil shall befall you, nor shall any plague come near your dwelling, for He shall give His angels charge over you to keep you in all your ways. In their hands they shall bear you up, lest you dash your foot against a stone. You shall tread upon the lion and the cobra, the young lion and the serpent you shall trample underfoot. Because he has set his love upon me, therefore I will deliver him. I will set him on high, because he has known my name. He shall call upon me, and I will answer him. I will be with him in trouble. I will deliver him and honor him. With long life I will satisfy him and show him my salvation. He who dwells in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. I will say of the Lord, He is my refuge and my fortress, my God. In Him I will trust. My God, in Him I will trust. My God, in Him I will trust.
All right. Well, I'm about to see, let's see who's in the chat so far. We've got Gregatron. Shout out to Gregatron. Shout out to Cecil, Jamie Russell, Santino, Wildheart Resurrected 2. Ooh, Matthew. Did I say hi to Santino? Shout out to Santino. Chasin, Texas. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Okay, so yeah, Psalm 91, guys. I posted a link to that song if you want to save it. Psalm 91 is a very powerful prayer you can do if you're ever feeling overwhelmed by anything supernatural in nature. You can always turn to Psalm 91, speak it out loud, read it out loud. It was something I did even when I was, I don't know, in the weeds, as it were. There's a very strong power that song gives us when we read it, and to play it, I like to play it regularly just to lighten the mood. Okay, so I want to make sure I have the stream up just for moderation purposes. So I've got a poll going. Be sure to vote in the poll. We've got half and half right now, 50-50 on whether people need deliverance from demons. Okay, so yeah, you like my nails? Thanks, Matthew. Not trying to show them off. Just I'll get shown off as I speak. Okay. Was there anything else I want to say? Got a goal set. If I hit the goal, I'll open up the live stream later on after I'm done reading for tonight. If not, I'll close it down. But yeah, this is Pigs in the Parlor. And shout out to C-Sal for recommending this book. Shout out to Chase's Food. Okay. Chapter 1, Pigs in the Parlor. Demon spirits can invade and indwell human bodies. It is their objective to do so. By indwelling a person, they obtain a greater advantage in controlling that person than when they are working from the outside. When demons indwell a person, he or she is said to have evil spirits, to be with evil spirits, or to be possessed with demons. See Mark 9:17, Luke 4:33, Mark 1:23 and 5:2, Matthew 4:24. The word translated possessed by the King James Version is the Greek word demonizomai. Many Greek authorities say this is not an accurate translation. It should be translated demonized or have demons. Much misunderstanding has resulted from the use of the word possessed. This word suggests total ownership. In this sense, a Christian could never be demon possessed. He could not be owned by demons because he is owned by Christ. Oh, shout out to Santino for the $5 donation, getting us close to that goal, and Jamie Russell. Hey guys, 3 more teal super chats and I will open it up. All right. But let us continue. Thank you guys. Much appreciated. Okay. For as much as ye know that ye were not redeemed with corruptible things as silver and gold, but with the precious blood of Christ. 1 Peter 1:18-19. What? Know ye not that your body is the temple of the Holy Ghost, which is in you, which ye have of God, and ye are not your own? For ye are bought with a price. Therefore glorify God in your body and in your spirit, which are God's. 1 Corinthians 6:19-20. The Christian should always consider indwelling demons as unnecessary and undesirable trespassers. A trespasser is one who unlawfully and stealthily encroaches upon the territory of another. Trespassers can continue their unlawful practices until they are confronted and challenged on the basis of one's legal rights. Jesus has purchased the believer with his own blood and has made him a steward over his own life. The devil has no legal right to him. However, it is up to him to defend his rights. No demon can remain when the Christian seriously desires him to go. Resist the devil, and he will flee from you. James 4:7. Demons consider the body of the person indwelt to be their house. When the unclean spirit is gone out of a man, he walketh through dry places, seeking rest, and findeth none. Then he saith, I will return to my house from whence I came out. Matthew 12:43-44. It is not uncommon for demons to speak through a person who is being delivered. I have often heard evil spirits declare, this is my house. They are referring to the person's body and are seeking to deceive the person and the deliverance minister into thinking that they have a right to that body. No demon can back up such a claim. All demons are liars and deceivers. Demons have no title to bodies redeemed by the blood of the Lord Jesus Christ. When demons are being commanded out of a person, they will sometimes contend, I have been here a long time, as though tenure of occupancy gives them title to a person's body. The Christian must be assured that no demon has a legal right to indwell his body. 25 times in the New Testament, demons are called unclean spirits. The word unclean is the same word used to designate certain creatures which the Israelites were not to eat. The pig was one of these unclean creatures. According to Old Testament law, they were not to be eaten or even touched. The New Testament lifts this prohibition by showing that these creatures were spiritual types. God disarmed the principalities and powers that were ranged against us and made a bold display and public example of them, and triumphing over them in him and in it. Therefore, let no one sit in judgment on you in matters of food and drink, or with regard to a feast day, or a new moon, or a Sabbath. Such things are only the shadow of things that are to come, and they have only a symbolic value. But the reality, the substance, the solid fact of what is foreshadowed, the body of it, belongs to Christ. This is the Amplified version. Does anybody read the Amplified version? There's a pastor at my church that likes it, but I really don't. I don't need it all explained to me like that. It's really irritating. Why did God make pigs if they're evil? Oh, wild heart. I don't think that pigs are evil. Pigs are unclean to eat. But whatever. I don't want to get into whether you should eat pig or not. That's really up to you. I think pigs are sweet creatures sometimes, but whatever. Okay. As a spiritual type, the pig is to the natural realm what the demon spirit is to the spiritual realm. Just as the Israelite zealously protected himself from contact with pigs, the Christian is to guard himself from contact with evil spirits. What would you do if a herd of filthy pigs came into your parlor and began to make themselves at home? Would you invite such a thing? Would you pay no attention to them in the hope they would soon leave of their own accord? Would you try to clean up their mess as fast as they made it? You would do none of these things. You would drive them out as quickly and unceremoniously as possible. And this is to be our attitude toward demon spirits. As soon as they are discovered, they are to be driven out. That is the second time today someone has accused me of doing heroin. I have never done heroin in my life. Like, really? What the heck? What is going on? I have never, ever, ever, I will not touch this stuff. Jeez. Okay, where was I? All four Gospels record the event of Jesus cleansing the temple. This is an unusual picture of our Lord. He was filled with righteous indignation at what he found in the temple. It was no time for mere words. It was a time for action. He began personally and determinedly to purge the temple of every defiling thing. This is an illustration of the cleansing of our bodies, which are temples of the Holy Spirit, from all that is unclean. Demon spirits provide nothing good. They only defile. They have no more place in us than the cattle, birds, and money changers had in the earthly temple. We can act in the same authority with which Jesus cleansed the temple and rid ourselves of defiling evil spirits. Jesus did not make pretty speeches or debate with those who defiled the temple. He drove them out. There we go. As unreasonable as it may seem, some Christians are not as ready to get rid of indwelling demons as one might assume. Some are embarrassed to admit the need for deliverance. The embarrassment should never result from having them, but in failure to act promptly in getting them out. Others have walked in agreement with certain spirits for so long that they do not want to change. Not all Christians really want to live in purity. Such are as those who have made friends with pigs. But even the prodigal son came to himself while among the swine and decided that he would separate himself and return to his father. Let us pray that all of God's children who cohabit with spiritual swine will see that there is a better life. A research scientist in biochemistry told me of an experiment in which he was engaged. It was his objective to isolate and identify the factors which are responsible for hog pen odors. By determining the reason why hogs smell as they do, it would then be possible to find an antidote. Thus, hogs could be made more compatible with human society. It is not our objective to make demon spirits compatible. We are not looking for ways to make demons easier to live with, but how to get rid of them. We do not want pigs in our parlors. Indeed, Matthew. Especially that schmack-scene stuff. Yeah, I know. I don't feel, poor pigs. Really, Chase, that's an interesting fact. The average lifespan of a heroin addict is 20 years once they start. Jeez. Shout out to Gregatron, the good woman. Cheers. Thank you. Okay, let us continue. Let us continue. All right, chapter 2, our spiritual enemies. Demons are spiritual enemies, and it is the responsibility of each Christian to deal with them directly in spiritual warfare. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Ephesians 6:10 through 12. What do you all think? What? We're not at 3. No, we're only at 2, guys. It's got to be teal or more. Got to be teal or higher, or the goal won't reach. The good sister. Okay. Y'all, okay, I need to stop. Oh, really, Badger Snake? That's too bad. I'm sorry to hear that. I've been getting a ton of them too, but you know what? It's just, it is what it is. Okay. All right. For though we walk in the flesh, we do not war after the flesh. For the weapons of our warfare are not carnal, but mighty through God to the pulling down of strongholds. 2 Corinthians 10:3 through 4. The scripture employs the analogy of wrestling in reference to our warfare with Satan and his hosts. Wrestling is an accurate and pointed description. It speaks of close quarter fighting, of personally grappling with the powers of darkness. Most of us would prefer to use a giant cannon and blast away at these enemies from miles away, but this is not possible. The battle is very personal and close. The enemy is a spiritual one. The weapons are spiritual. Wrestling also suggests pressure tactics. This tells us that Satan's tactic is to put pressure on us. He does this in the areas of our thought life, emotions, decision-making, and our physical bodies. Believers often feel pressured by the enemy in one way or another. When one is ignorant of Satan's devices, he may turn to relief to various sources. But God's remedy for victory over demonic pressures is spiritual warfare. The Bible shows us how the Christian can put pressure upon the demons and defeat them. He must then learn the practical ways in which this is done. He must throw away his ineffective fleshly weapons and take up mighty spiritual weapons. The believer must know both his own weaponry and how to employ it, and the tactics of the enemy and how to defeat him. All right, Wildheart, have a nice stream. Although I think you should stay here and listen because you might be served by it. Pray for your protection, of course. You're safe here, Badger Snake. Okay, what do I think so far? I mean, obviously, this is something I appreciate about Jesse Lee Peterson so much because one of the things he says is all thoughts are all lies all the time about anything. And I think it's such a powerful thing to doubt our own thoughts because we are, I think, in this culture, really groomed and taught to rely very heavily on our inner monologue. And when we begin to doubt that and to like recognize that it's not us, it's just something that's happening in us or to us, and we don't identify with it, we kind of start to step more in alignment with our true selves. So I really appreciate this, or I really appreciate that practice, specifically the doubting the thoughts, the not trusting the thoughts. Title of the book is the title of the video, if you're curious. But anyway, hey, thank you, Cecil. Oh, shout out to Jamie Russell and Cecil. Jamie Russell sent another teal. He wants me to open up that panel tonight, I suppose. Okay, well, we'll see where we get. And then shout out to lovely Cecil. And thank you for recommending this amazing book. I'm so glad to be doing it. Thank you. Oh, and Jamie has sent another one. All right, 4 or 5. All right, guys, one more to do. Who is this Jamie fella? Who is he? He's something else. I can hear him in the background snacking tonight. He came and I made him some dinner, but I had this stream set up, so we're doing that. But maybe we'll be able to open it up and then we can all visit together. Yeah, I concur. I concur with that sentiment, definitely. And once you start to, I wouldn't say possessed, I don't know, but like definitely influenced or indwelt. Oh, hi, Jamie. Okay, where are we at with the poll? Okay. He's donating to himself. Is he? Are you donating? You're donating to me, right? Not to yourself?
Yeah.
You don't want that back, do you?
No.
Okay. It's for me.
Are you on like?
I just felt, okay, let's see. What else do I want to comment about? The battle being one that we grapple with, like wrestling. You know, it's not, it's very easy, I think, for people to think that if they just remove themselves from certain things, if they avoid certain things, that they don't have to fight evil, or like if they avoid evil or evil people or what they perceive to be evil people, that they don't have to do spiritual battle. And so, but it's not, it's happening in every one of us every day. So I do like that messaging. Okay, let us continue. Ephesians chapter 6, verse 12 tells us 4 important things about our spiritual enemy. First, we are told that we are fighting against principalities. The Greek word for principalities is archos. I've never studied Greek, so excuse my pronunciation if there are any people who have.
Archons.
No, it says archos, not archons. This word is used to describe things in a series, such as leaders, rulers, and magistrates. Thus, a series of leaders or rulers would describe their rank and organization. So the word principalities tells us that the satanic kingdom is highly organized. Perhaps Satan's forces are much the same in organization as the Army of the United States, which has the president as commander-in-chief, followed by generals, colonels, majors, captains, lieutenants, on down to the private. Satan is the head of his kingdom and has under him a rank of ruling spirits ultimately subject unto himself. The English word principality is defined as the territory or jurisdiction of a prince or the country that gives title to a prince. Thus, we see that these ruling spirits are assigned over areas such as nations and cities. This is borne out by the account in Daniel chapter 10. Daniel was seeking a word from God through prayer and fasting. After 3 weeks, an angel appeared. The angel explained that he had been delayed in getting to Daniel with God's message by an encounter with the prince of the kingdom of Persia. He does not refer to an earthly prince, for no mere man could withstand a heavenly messenger. He is speaking of a demon prince. From this, it is clear that there are ruling demon spirits placed by Satan over nations and cities in order to carry out his evil purposes. Problems that persist and plague churches and homes can well indicate that special evil agents have been assigned to cause trouble in these areas as well. Thus, we discover that our spiritual warfare embraces much more than our individual lives. We are fighting for the welfare of our homes, communities, and nation. The enemy is thoroughly organized. His moves are made with evil designs. So this makes me think about my own community and actually looking at the spiritual warfare people are under more closely. Because it is true, like different areas will face different forms, I think, of spiritual attack. And so maybe for all of us, it could be a good assignment. And I'd love to hear in the chat if you want to talk about your own community, what sort of demons you see people struggling with, what sort of conflicts you see coming up in your community time and time again. It would help us to maybe kind of, I don't know, it would help me at least to see that. And I can maybe give a few of my own just in my community. Definitely drug addiction is huge. A spirit of drug addiction. There's a spirit of pride that is very strong in this community. I see people really struggle with that. The other thing about that is, I don't know how do I describe this? People are very, I don't know how to put this. They are, I want to say they're intolerant. There's an intolerance that exists. But it's funny because I would say it is a tolerant place in some ways, but there's also this spirit of intolerance where people are very quick to cut people off and disregard people over very slight differences of opinion. So maybe there's like an intellectual, people are being attacked on an intellectual sort of framework. It's also like homosexuality is rampant here as well. So that's another way I think people are like being spiritually attacked. I'm trying to think of others. Can anybody in the chat give examples for your own community? I'm sure many of you are struggling with similar things. I don't even know. I mean, there's like definitely the occult is big here. So demons that, get people interested in witchcraft and that kind of thing. There's so many people that are very open about practicing witchcraft. It's very much accepted and normalized. There's many places openly selling and just being a cult like. I don't know. I'm trying to think what else, what other spirits or what other ways, because I'm trying to get an understanding of like how my community is being attacked. And if you can look at your community and look how is the devil attacking us, then we can know how to pray for it as well. There's also like a false empathy that exists where I think people here are very empathetic, enabling spirit, maybe a spirit of enabling. Because definitely this is an area where the people being degrading themselves, people being drug addicted, people being idleness. Idleness is another one, big time. Oh, yeah, here we go. Yeah, I mean, we can talk about that. Spirits of like fornication, lust, prostitution. Yoda calls it the mama spirit. Yeah, I mean, that is the enabling, definitely. Although, I mean, we call it mama spirit, but no decent mother enables. What's this? They walked out of their house, looked in the window, and saw no one lives there. Ooh. Did I miss something? You're at work. 7 deadly demons in Portland. I mean, I've said more than 7, but if you want to name any, and don't talk about where I live. What about where you live? What kind of demons are your neighbors grappling with? How are people in your community being attacked? You know, what the race thing is big here too. Like this is the widest city in the country. We still have that record, but like the race thing here is very huge. Like that's another sticking point. So there's a lot of like weird demonic activity where race is manipulated here. Do you like them? I think, yeah, I mean, for me, I concur. Most of my problems, most of the stuff I got involved with, that was the root sin. And for a lot of this stuff, I mean, yeah, pride is big. Pride is the big thing. Well, it's city, urban environment. Okay, so guys, in terms of the thumbnails, I've been playing with an AI generator the past few days. I've got probably hundreds saved. So welcome. They're going to be a part of the channel from now on. I'm finding it fun. So I hope you like them. They're fun to come up with ideas of. I definitely made a bunch for this series. I hope I'll get to use all of them, but we'll see. Yeah. Yeah, it is from Meta AI. That's right. Oh man, I got attacked by a feminist today. I thought I might do a video about it, like a small recording, just read her message to me, or I could just do it on this stream. But yeah, I posted one of them. Zenny, you saw that Cardi B AI meme I did of myself? I got a really nasty message from an old feminist acquaintance. She like just saw that photo, it triggered her, and she like sent me this like nasty, like I don't want to say nasty, but like really shamey message. I was like, okay, girl, okay. Like I haven't talked to her in years and years and years. And she like sends me this like message that's like triggered, you know. So I was like, okay, girl, go off. It's just so amazing to me, like even to this day, these women are so entitled. Yeah. No. I mean, it cracked me up. It cracked me up. Okay, I especially because like when I did the like facial kind of recognition thing software where they record your face to put you into these AI scenarios. Like my hair was parted in such a way that like my gray streak was really prominent. Like some of it was coming on this side and on this side, so like it made my hair look even grayer. I'm actually enjoying that in some of these because I'm like looking at the photos it produces and I'm seeing like, okay, how's my hair going to look as it goes grayer and grayer? So I'm kind of like seeing what that might look like. But anyway, okay, there we go. Is Pinocchio's helicopter here? Okay. All right, let me continue reading. Okay, second, we are told that our warfare is against powers. The Greek word translated powers is exousios. This word is accurately translated as authorities. This word tells us that the demons who are placed over various areas or territories are given authority to carry out whatever orders have been assigned. The Christian soldier need not be dismayed or discouraged to learn that those whom he faces have been given authority, for the believer has even greater authority. He is vested with the authority in the name of Jesus. And these signs shall follow them that believe. In my name shall they cast out devils. Mark 16:17. This verse tells us that the believer has greater authority than the authority of demons. Demons are forced to yield to the authority of the name of Jesus. The scripture reveals that demons not only have authority, but they have power. In Luke chapter 10, verse 19, we read of the power of the enemy. The word for power in the Greek is dunamis. Our English words dynamo and dynamite come from this word. Yet this fact will not daunt the Christian warrior, for he has the promise of God's word that he can have greater power than that of the enemy. But ye shall receive power, and after that the Holy Ghost is come upon you. Acts 1:8. You struggle with negative thoughts? Well, that's the way the devil is attacking you, because that's not coming from you. Just remember that. And like when you hear it, say, "Get behind me, Satan." Or however you want to do it, or pray. But recognize that devil. The power of the believer comes to him with the baptism in the Holy Spirit. Jesus knows that his followers need both authority and power to deal with the enemy. When he sent the 12 out in ministry, he sent them fully equipped. Then he called his 12 disciples together and gave them power and authority over all devils and to cure diseases. Luke 9:1. A little later in his ministry, Jesus sent the 70 disciples out 2 by 2, and when they returned, they reported that they successfully dealt with the demon powers in the mighty name of Jesus. And the 70 returned again with joy, saying, Lord, even the devils are subject unto us through thy name. And he said unto them, I beheld Satan as lightning fall from heaven. Behold, I give unto you power to tread on serpents and scorpions, and over all the power of the enemy, and nothing shall by any means hurt you. Luke 10, 17 through 19. The commission that Jesus has given to his church provides the same authority and power. In Mark chapter 16 and verse 17, we are told that believers are to cast out devils in the name of Jesus. The promise was not limited to the apostles or first century disciples, but it is for all believers of all times. The commission that Jesus has given to his church provides the same authority and power. In Mark chapter 16 and verse 17, we are told that believers are to cast out devils in the name of Jesus. The promise was not limited to the apostles or first century disciples, but is for all believers of all times. Amen. I concur with C-Sal. I just read your comment. Resist the devil and he will flee. Yeah, Chase, it sounds like Chase, you're being spiritually attacked. I've been praying for you, honestly, what I'm hearing. Like the devil is trying to trap you. You need to understand that you're under spiritual battle and like, I don't know, Chase. You got to block these people. You got to tell them to back off. You got to tell them to leave you alone. Yeah, chase Jesus. Amen. But I would call on the people in the chat who I've been talking to Chase for a couple of years now. I consider him a brother. Like if you all would pray for him when you do your prayers, remember him right now. And anybody else that you see, this is a community. We should be praying for one another, lifting one another up. And if you ever need prayer or are struggling with anything, please let us know, or please let somebody know so that they can pray for you. Chase says, I don't like sitting alone. See, I don't know, like, what is it about sitting alone that you can't handle? It sounds like this is the way the devil is attacking you, So if you're alone, he's going to attack you. And so it sounds like he knows that because you're afraid of being alone, or you don't like sitting alone, you don't like to deal with that he can just send people around and you'll be tempted by company. I don't want to analyze it too much, but this is just what I'm seeing from my position. And I don't know. Honestly, you mentioned your sister and her husband wanting to have you come work for them. I don't know. Usually there's a lot of other people speaking when you come on. The guys always want to minister to you and stuff, but I can't really get a word in. But I'm just going to say from my position, from my perspective, even though she's a BITCH, it sounds like maybe getting out of your environment would be good for you. I mean, you don't have to, you go somewhere else, you don't have to stay there, but sometimes, I don't know. It's not as if you go somewhere else, you don't have to face the same devils, but getting some distance from the way things are can put things in perspective. Anyway,
That's enough out of me. I don't want to give any more advice. And you shouldn't take a woman's advice anyway, right? I don't know. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think you should, like, if a woman is wise, it's okay to seek her counsel. But you got to obviously always make decisions for yourself. No, it's not good. Also, to tell a woman your problems, whatever. All right, guys, let's continue. Get off of the panel. It's my show. What do you mean get off of? I'm not getting off of the panel. I'm sick of you men on my show trying to dominate all the time. This is a ladies' channel. If you don't want to listen to a lady, if you don't want a lady up on the panel, go watch some boys talking about whatever you guys talk about. Cars and women's and whatever. The commission, as stated in Matthew chapter 28, verses 18 through 20, opens with the declaration, all power is given unto me in heaven and in earth. Go ye therefore. We today have the same authority and power for ministry that was given to the church initially. It would be sheer folly to go against demon spirits without this power and authority. The authority comes through salvation. The power comes through the baptism in the Holy Spirit. The power given the believer through the mighty baptism in the Holy Spirit is evidenced through the operation of the gifts of the Spirit. The gifts of the Spirit, such as supernatural words of knowledge and discerning of spirits, are indispensable in spiritual warfare. I think I have this gift, like discernment of spirits. I think that discernment of spirits, like, comes obviously from just my lifetime experience. And I have had a number of times where I've just recognized, it's not like constant, but like I've had these things revealed themselves to me. I don't know. I can think of a time where there's been a number of times where I met individuals that were clearly messengers. They were not human. And then I've also had experiences where, like, I've recognized a person had some kind of spirit in them. So I don't know. Or just gone into spaces or seen things and that kind of thing. So I'm glad, I guess, to hear that discernment of spirits is and can be indispensable in spiritual warfare. It makes me like think about how I need to be praying and living in my community, like, and what I need to, it really does kind of make me, and I'm loving just reading this and kind of putting it together, that I have a calling here in some way to, I don't think it was by accident that I went through everything I went through, that I was placed in the church I was placed in. Like, I was being led through that whole process. Like, it wasn't, obviously God wanted me to fight the spiritual battle, you know? And for all of us, for all of you watching, like, how can you look at your own life and put that together? Like, what is God calling you to do? What spiritual battle are you being asked to fight in your community? Oh, hey. Yeah, oh, that's amazing. Yeah, congratulations to Pinocchio's helicopter. It's been amazing hearing the Coon Train Boogie on the JLP show. It's real and it fits really well. Like, I'm so glad they liked it. And hey, okay, hold up. Need to stop and give some recognition here. Shout out to You Cannot Z Me, who has sent a teal super sticker, which means, guys, when I'm done reading this chapter, I will open up the panel. So give him his props. You Cannot Z Me. You're the one, but shout out to everybody else who donated and made this possible. No, they've been hating on the chat forever. Wait, you're the one. You're the one. You Cannot See Me. You made it possible. Oh, did they? I didn't hear it. Shout out. Well, cool. You're getting your other songs out there too. Okay, let me continue. This power and the authority of Jesus' name are given that the believer might overcome demon powers. And that's true. Like, we sometimes forget the power of the name of Jesus. I call on that name a lot. People will be like, don't take the Lord's name in vain. And I'm like, I'm not. No. I wasn't. I was going to go to bed. Y'all are going to keep me up. Okay. The policeman is an example of authority and power. He gets up in the morning, and before he goes to duty, he puts on his uniform and his badge. Everyone recognizes his authority when they see his uniform and badge. But there are some lawless persons who will not respect this authority. So the policeman straps his billy club on one hip and his revolver on the other. Now he has the power to back up his authority. In like manner, the Christian is foolish to go out against demon forces without both his authority and power. We are not to wait for God to come to our rescue. It is not a time to pray that God will provide power and authority. He has already provided for our salvation and our baptism in the Holy Spirit. He is therefore waiting for us to recognize that he has already made the necessary provisions and that we are to engage in spiritual warfare and become the militant church prophesied. And I say also unto thee that thou art Peter, and upon this rock I will build my church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against it. Matthew 16:18. Hey, shout out to Pope Leo XIV, sitting now on Peter's throne in Rome. Third, we learn that we wrestle against the rulers of the darkness of this world. The word in Greek for world rulers, oh gosh, more Greek, guys. What? Chase, why are you telling me all this? Chase, I was blissfully unaware about this stuff. Hey, that money, easy come, easy go, okay? You sound like, you know what you sound like? You sound like a prostitute right now. I knew this woman years ago who was like engaged in, I've known many women who've done some forms of sex work, but she was engaged in stuff and she was telling me about how she made money. And it was like, the way she thought about money was insane to me because I've never done these kind of little things to make a quick buck. It's dishonest. If you make money dishonestly, you're just screwing yourself. And you get addicted to making money that way. And then what you end up doing is like, you can't live a normal life. You can't like be steady, you know? It's not God's way. God will sometimes give you an inheritance of some kind, or he'll bring provision to you as needed. It's funny how things will align, but like that kind of stuff, like you got to think about like it, like, yeah, that money, easy come, easy go. That's true. They do. They do. They do. A lot of them do. I mean, if you're thinking in a purely materialist way, I suppose. But I mean, hey, shout out to Badger Snake's hot tub. If you have a hot tub, go over to the Badger Snake channel, because he says he's going to be doing hot tub streaming. And you have to have a hot tub to join. Amen, brother. Amen. The devil is like coming for you. Tell that devil, hell no. What the hell? Why are these people trying to pull you into their mess? Trying to pull you into their hell? Hang out with us, Chase. Hang out here at the Terry Strange channel. I don't know. I don't have a hot tub. Maybe one day. Jason and Rick Ross song right now. I wouldn't ask a whore what restaurant she wants to go to. Oh, dang. You wouldn't? I thought you were a gentleman. It's called an escort, Matthew. Okay, let's see. Third, we learn that we wrestle against the rulers of the darkness of this world. The word in Greek for world rulers, okay, is cosmokratoros. That's where they got me. It was when I had to take a break. I was like, okay, I need to take a break before reading that. The word can be translated lords of the world or princes of this age. This designation of the enemy emphasizes his intention to control. Satan is referred to in Scripture as the god of this world. When Adam fell through sin, Satan gained dominion over the world. Jesus did not deny the devil's claim made during the wilderness temptations. Again, the devil taketh him up into an exceeding high mountain, and showeth him all the kingdoms of the world and the glory of them, and said unto him, all these things will I give thee, if thou wilt fall down and worship me. Matthew 4:8-9. It is imperative that we recognize Satan to be a defeated foe. He is stripped of his power and his kingdom. We have every right to treat him as a trespasser. Amen. No, and I mean, people, you have to understand, out of the an abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks, okay? People who say stuff like that have no love. They're just exposing themselves when they talk like that. No love. Everything to them is transactional. That's what they're saying. And maybe they're saying it because they don't want to engage in that, which is their prerogative. You don't have to be married if you don't want to be. You are free. But marriage is good. It is godly. It is a high calling. And I believe in it. So I'm not going to let those people say that kind of stuff to me. I'm not buying it. Arthur Morgan was once chastised by some women for turning down their advances, and they said to him that what he said was no way to talk to a lady. He said, I didn't realize I was talking to a lady. You say, really, Black? No. It's funny. It's a funny quip, but really, it doesn't matter who somebody else is. Who are you? Whether a woman is a lady or not shouldn't determine whether you're a gentleman or not, you know? Just like whether a man is a gentleman or not does not determine whether or not I'm a lady, you know? Anyway, food for thought. I mean, and also, how do you treat the least of these? As a woman who is a prostitute, like from your high position in this world, you deign to look down on her. But like our Lord and Savior went and, you know, worked with those women and brought them out of their hell, you know? And you don't bring people out of their hell by giving them more hell. So I don't know, something to think about. But then again, I mean, telling a woman the truth that she doesn't act like a lady could be real love too, you know? It's you know, check your heart. Gizmo shouting out the ladies. Any ladies in chat? That's right, Chase. It's bad. It's bad. Now I've known some people that were doing stuff like that. Like I don't know what they were involved in exactly. I didn't want to know. I told them I knew enough about what they did that I kept it not my business, you know? And yeah, it's a rough life, you know, and just watching them, the way they thought, the way they made decisions, you know, I mean, I don't know. It's, you can't trust anyone when you're in that kind of life, you know? It's very hard. I mean, to, you know, it's, I don't know. Oh, okay. I did change my profile picture. I am working on getting a new banner. I'm trying to see if I can get AI to do that, but it's kind of difficult because the sizing of the banners is rough, but I might use a different program since I've already gotten into Meta AI. I might see about doing something else, but I'm working on it. We're going to spiffify the channel. Okay, let me continue reading. We're almost through the chapter. Yeah. Not that you can trust, you know, many people in life, but when you're in that world, I mean, like nobody's your friend really, you know? Okay, let's see. Suppose you own a piece of wooded property. You put up signs around that property saying no trespassing. This signifies that you own the property and have a legal right to keep others off of it. A hunter comes by. He disregards your notices posted around the property and trespasses. When you find him there, you can make him leave. He has no right to stay. It is important that we understand that demon spirits have no legal rights to the Christian. They may trespass, but when we are ready to take the initiative and give them notice, they must leave. Jesus explained his ability to cast out demons in these words. But if I, with the finger of God, cast out devils, no doubt the kingdom of God is come upon you. When a strong man armed keepeth his palace, his goods are in peace. But when a stronger than he shall come upon him and overcome him, he taketh from him all his armor wherein he trusted, and divideth the spoils. Luke 11:20-22. Oh my goodness. Hello, Golden Roll TV, now in the chat, and Argalunas. Good to see you guys. Welcome. Oh, what a nice comment. Oh, I can't be ugly if I tried. Sabrina, we've been wondering about you. Somebody had asked about you. I believe it was Tomas. He doesn't come in too often, but the last time he came in, he'd asked about you, and I said I hadn't seen you. I hope you're well. I have prayed for you a number of times. I hope you're doing well. Hell yeah, Sabrina's a mod. Sabrina's a long time Terry Strange viewer. Okay. We need to make Chase a mod too, don't we? Yeah. Let's give Chase a little wrench. He's not safe out there without his wrench. Welcome to the fold, Chase. Anybody else naked out there? Well, we'll see. Okay. Willed it well. Jesus declared that the strong man's armor was taken away from him. This means that Satan is made completely defenseless. The expression all his armor is the Greek word panoplia. This word panoplia, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that well, is used one other time in the New Testament. In Ephesians 6:11, the Christian is exhorted to take unto himself the whole armor of God. Thus, the Christian is not vulnerable at any point, while the devil is vulnerable at every point. Satan is still seeking to rule the world, and we must agree that he has made considerable progress. Why? Because the church has not risen up in the power and authority given it. However, a large segment of the body of Christ today is coming into a knowledge of the enemy and of its own spiritual weaponry and strength, and is taking the offensive against Satan and his hosts. The more Christians who enter into the warfare, the more Satan will suffer loss. Fourth, Scripture says that we wrestle against spiritual wickedness in high places. The key to this phase is the word wickedness. The word suggests that which is highly injurious or destructive in character. These evil powers have only one objective: wickedness. They may appear as angels of light, and by their deceptiveness draw many into their nets of destruction. Jesus exposed their wicked purposes in these words: "The thief cometh not, but for to steal and to kill and to destroy." John 10:10. You know, and now I'm thinking about some years ago when the laws were, when we voted to decriminalize the possession of narcotics in Oregon, and the devastating outfall from that. The way it just contributed so badly to things in this state, to things just getting so bad. So I'm kind of thinking about that. That just popped into my mind as an example, and it was all masquerading under this false pretense of light. You know, oh, this is going to be good. You know, people won't be treated as criminals. They'll be treated as addicts. Well, sorry, the two are often the same thing. They go hand in hand. You know what? Responsible addicts don't tend to like get drawn into that world. I'm just saying, like, there are plenty of people out in the world that are on something, that are going to work every day, that are doing what they need to do. So, like, sometimes those people get busted with drugs, sure. But a lot of time they don't. The functional addicts aren't the problem. Oh, goodness gracious me. Can you not talk about women so so personally? So personally. This is funny. The jig is up. That's funny. That is funny. Oh my gosh. That is true. That is true. It does serve certain purposes, political purposes, to, you know, keep a large number of people totally like destroyed. Spiritual wickedness in high places. They're wicked. Dang. Well, I'm sorry, I'm just catching up with the chat and finding out about the lovely woman that Chase is courting at this time. I know. What's wrong with the whites? Again, but how other it's just because somebody's not a gentleman doesn't mean I'm not going to be a lady. I chose it to be funny. Just like Yoda. Oh my god. Okay. These four expressions from Ephesians 6:12 have given us a very vivid picture of Satan's kingdom. It is highly organized to carry out its purposes. Demon powers are set in array and given authority by Satan to control the entire world and plague it with pernicious evil. There is no advantage to us in ignoring Satan's forces and methods. This only permits Satan to work undetected and unchallenged. To fail to become actively involved in spiritual warfare is to suggest that we do not care what becomes of ourselves, our loved ones, our community, our nation, and our world. Most Christians have not become engaged in spiritual battle because they have never been taught the importance of it or the way to go about it. Pardon me. Today, Satan is flaunting his power through spiritism, occultism, false religions, and cults as never before in all human history. The church is being forced to re-examine its own resources. God is raising up a mighty army today that is going forth with spiritual weapons. The results are impressive. Through the ministry of deliverance, thousands of God's people are being set free from the torments of demon spirits. And that was chapter 2. Well, sometimes we talk about it. Yeah, sometimes we've talked about it, but maybe it'd be cool to do a stream just about AI in general. I'll kind of see what I think. I wouldn't be opposed to do that. Oh, I have thought about getting that. That is one I've thought about getting, but I don't know. It was recommended to me before I like actually watched. I'd never seen her speak or heard her speak, and maybe it's just like what I've seen, but I didn't really care for what I've seen. I need to, think about it. Grok is on X, right? Maybe I should come back to X now. It's no longer Twitter. I deleted Twitter like years ago, but maybe it would be good to get back on there just to use those resources, because I had a friend here in real life recommend Grok to me and was showing me what he was doing with it. So I said, in real life, what is it, 2010? This is real life. Yeah, mean. Yeah, I didn't like it. I mean, yeah, they speak a lot of truth, definitely both of them. I don't like Andrew either. I don't like what I've seen of him. I don't like Christians talking that way. Like, I know that we're not perfect. We all have things that we struggle with. I'm not either, but I don't know. I hate whatever, I guess. Whatever is just like, it's something to me. Okay, I'm going to end the poll. Pretty close, 34 votes, which is crazy. 52% of the chat says they do not need deliverance from demons, but 47% do. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to start a new poll. For the fellas. This isn't really related, but I saw the topic come up, so I'm curious. This one's just for the guys. We'll do one for the girls. They definitely are not the Brady Bunch. I mean, I don't think Christians need to be the Brady Bunch, but I don't know. I don't think it's not even a good look. There's something that feels wrong when I see Christians if you feel more comfortable voting on this one, then yeah, I mean, Sabrina. But I think I don't know. I feel like a woman would be more inclined to date a single mom. I don't know. Maybe you should just answer in the chat, right? I definitely don't think so. I honestly don't think so. I think past a certain age, that stuff really doesn't matter. I don't know. Maybe I'm Polish. Maybe it does. I think maybe it can be really naive. I think maybe the people are kind of like being very naive. I don't think it's always like the most loving thing to do. You have to really think about that kind of thing. Well, I've got a guest joining. Oh, dang, he black. What if she didn't tell you and you got married and you had a kid and then you found out she had one? Are you going to like ask her before you get married, make her sign something? Hey, Wildheart.
Hey, Tara. I'll be honest, I've just ended my own stream, so I've just
so you can come over here.
Yeah, just to annoy you. I ended my own. You should feel like privileged or honoured. I ended my own stream just to come over and annoy you. Do you know what I mean?
I am pretty honored, yeah.
Yeah, it makes you special.
Oh, thanks, Wildheart.
Oh, you're welcome. Well,
I love popping into your streams when I can too.
Just to annoy me.
There's some interesting characters there.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm one of them.
Yeah, you are the best troll on the internet, on the interwebs.
Oh, jeez.
kick him out.
All right. What said anything yet? I've only just got
You
it.
got some haters in the chat. He said, "Don't bring up our fate."
Oh, that we said not to bring up that. No, right. I'm going to bring up your faith because you told me not to. I don't believe your
Oh.
faith. No, I'm not talking to you, Sarah. The guy in the chat. Because
I
you
know.
told me not to bring up your faith. If your faith is correct, nothing I can say can make it incorrect.
I
The
really
truth-
agree with that, Sabrina.
Yeah, the truth has nothing to fear from investigation. If your faith is true, if what you believe is true, nothing I can say will change that.
That's
So
true.
why get obsessed about it? Yeah, if you're right,
Well,
then
it's
you.
not that. It feels like sometimes we're going in circles when we could just have a more pleasant conversation.
Yeah, I'll try. Right, I'll try and
It's
record.
like,
Yeah,
you know,
But to
if
be
we don't agree about that, let's move on to something we do like, or something maybe
But-
more that isn't going to be like so draining.
Yeah, no, we can do that. But to be fair, I've only just got it. I've barely said anything. I've already got 2 derogatory comments from the side chat.
Yeah, I know you popular, Wild Heart.
Not my
You're
fault.
popular. I don't see them coming up to talk to me.
Yeah, you got a problem with me? Talk to me. And I'll kick the living fuck out of you.
So let's get to this.
Metaphorically, I mean, in conversation. Metaphorically, kick the living shit out of you. Yeah. Not you, Sarah. I mean, people.
I know. I'm trying to get to this comment by Sabrina about step parents abusing their stepchildren. I agree, and you like. I don't know. I don't think if you have kids that you should be very careful. Like if you're a single parent, be really careful. And
Sorry. She says people shouldn't do it unless they actually love the children. The statistics on how often step parents abuse their children are disturbing. People shouldn't do it unless they actually love it. Is she saying that people shouldn't abuse their children unless they actually love them?
No. She's saying that people shouldn't get involved with somebody that has children unless they actually love the children. I agree.
I'm not sure about that one, to be honest.
I agree. I mean, you can't. I mean, the children are
Yeah.
going to.
I mean, they could love their children too much. You know what I mean? Which would be abuse. You know what I mean? I don't want to say anything wrong.
Oh dang, Badger Snake, that's harsh.
I never done a single one. She already showed one. Yeah, she's obviously bad. Yeah, she can't.
Dang.
She can't judge people's character.
I don't think it's always that simple. I think people can change it up on you randomly. Like I don't know, men are like or I don't know. I know people
I agree with that.
years, and then out of nowhere somebody starts using drugs and like going off the rails. What do you do in that situation? I don't know.
Yeah, she could make a bad choice once and make a good choice the
Or
second
maybe
time.
she made a good choice and then like life happened.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. She
And
could
the
have made
best thing to do was to like get out of that situation.
She might have made a good choice, and then the man changed. Like he started taking drugs.
Or vice versa. I know it happens to men too. Like the woman they had kids with goes insane, or they didn't know, like, or starts sleeping around, or like doing drugs, or like getting involved in all kinds of mess. And they have no control over that, and it wasn't the person that they, something happened.
Or worshipping Satan, or worshipping Buddha, the wrong God. They could go completely off the rails and worship the wrong God. Then it's not their fault.
You think so, Chase? Yeah, I do think there's something to be said if, like, I don't know. I think it's usually best, though, if both people have kids.
Just leave them.
Like, I think with people who have kids, you're just going to be, or people who are in a similar situation are going to be a better match than somebody who doesn't have any. What's up?
Can you put up Chase in Texas's comment? She was Mexican too.
Let's see.
She was Mexican too.
Yeah, I know. That does happen to people, Sabrina, and it is really hard. Okay, hold up. I'm trying to catch up.
Yeah. It would be nice to be with one
Dang,
day.
they're hating on you hard.
Yeah, it's fine. I don't mind. Yeah.
Dang, Chase, 4 in the last 2 years.
If
That's a
you did,
lot. He's like, it's only that many. That's a lot.
I
That's
think
2 a year. That's crazy.
you have a bit. You might be experiencing this.
It is true. He does flirt a lot. He flirts
Yeah.
with everybody.
Oh, hi, Jess. Nice to meet you. I'm David, by the way. Sorry, I'm not homosexual. Yeah, there was a comment then.
Oh, hey, Brojos. He says, you will always be number 2 to a single mom. Don't do it. Hi, all. Only if she cooks. I would only under strict circumstances. Yeah, but you also have kids,
Oh, yes.
right? So, like, he has kids. I think it's more fair for somebody who has kids to be open to somebody who has kids. But then it's
Yeah.
still hard, though. It's still
But to
hard.
be fair, yeah, but she would also be able to make sandwiches at the very least. You know what I mean? Kids are
Yeah.
more. If she can't make
Whether
sandwiches,
yeah, that's
Yeah.
true. Widow, what is the situation? Was it a widow? Like, how old are the kids? That's right,
yeah.
He Black. Amen. He Black said women's rights. He Black
We
said
all get
feminism.
in the chat. Yeah, you do. You've been quite a lot. Yeah, you do tolerate it. Yeah.
Out of wedlock birth rate is not high enough. Oh my god.
And I don't mind if anyone in the side chat disagrees with anything I've said.
She was Mexican too.
I disagree. I don't care.
Wild Heart. Oh man. Wild Heart and Chase need to have a show together.
Who is Chase in Texas? Does he go by another name?
Chase. He's come on before. You might have been on panel with him before.
Oh, he's a loudmouth. I can't say loudmouth American because every American is a loudmouth American.
You're picking on Sabrina. Oh, okay. He's flirting with Sabrina. Okay.
That's
It makes sense now.
I thought I was in there. I thought I had a chance.
That's true. That is true.
Oh, that's a loss. That's what's concerning. Actually, that's a result of more baggage. How are you defining baggage?
Oh, dang.
Are you talking about like the size of the vagina or how much it's been distorted?
Whoa.
Oh, sorry, I might have misunderstood.
Baggage. I think they meant emotional baggage.
Oh, all right, sorry, I got that wrong.
Not some sort of physical issue
Yeah.
with the person, although that can happen in life.
Yeah, I mean, if she's a husband.
Are you asking what do you think of the wetbacks? Yeah, what do you think of them, Wildheart?
What are wetbacks?
Do you have those in England?
I don't know what wetbacks are. No. I don't think any of them. I don't know.
It's a racial slur for Mexicans.
What do you think of the? So what do I think of them? Yeah, I think they're fine. Yeah, I don't have a problem with them.
Of course I would, Yoda, but I'm not putting that comment up. Actually, I don't know that I would fist fight. I would just shoot him with my big American gun.
Sorry, can I just say badger snake? Wilder thinks baggage means large labia or something. No, I said large vagina, not large labia. No, get it right. You're going to accuse me of something. Yeah, I thought it meant if she's had a husband, he's obviously like a lot. A vagina might be larger than usual.
Look,
We're talking about labia. I never mentioned labia.
I don't know. It's gonna focus, but I'm the one with the ring, guys. I have won Jamie's hand in marriage, not Wild Hearts.
Some people just
mine. Gonna ruin Jason Wild Heart. Oh, how funny.
Well, that's for sure a version.
Oh no, you've
No, I've had sex with lots of prostitutes.
Hey.
No, I have. Honestly, like
I'm still trying to catch up with the chat. I'm like, what are you responding to?
Someone said Wild Heart for sure is a virgin. I'm not. I've had sex with loads of prostitutes. I've had sex a lot. I have. I'm not being disingenuous.
Okay.
No, I've had sex a lot. It cost me a lot of money, but you know what I mean?
Oh God.
Although it's been a while, so I think my virginity might be going back. But apart from that, yeah, I'm not a virgin.
Yeah, they really think it does. It's insane. It's amazing.
So can I
That's
read it out?
yeah.
Just sorry, can you put that last one up so I can read it and pass it out myself?
Wait, which last one? The one I just had up?
Yeah.
Okay, hold up. Let me find it. I don't remember what I had up exactly.
In the
Oh
communes.
yeah, I think we all need to seriously unpack the idea of women raising children in isolated communes that are completely separated from men. This would obviously produce the most noble humans possible.
Why noble? I don't get the connection between.
He Black is a feminist. He's gone feminist on us.
Yeah,
He thinks
I don't get
that
the
men are a bad influence on children.
Yeah, I'm not understanding the connection between having no men about and them being more noble.
Oh, a cigar. Dang.
Oh, nice. Actually, no, I don't like cigars. They're kind of pointless because when you smoke, you take it back and it fills your lungs with,
Oh
carcinogens.
man, Cell is ticked. I know.
No.
I know, girl. I know.
Cigars, you're not even supposed to blow it into your lungs. You just put it in your mouth and then blow the smoke out. It's pointless. I don't like cigars.
Oh.
They're
Well,
expensive.
none of you all are coming up. Why is nobody else coming up to talk about this subject?
Yeah, come on.
Like you're like, oh, Wildheart's ruining it. I'm like, he's the first one who came up. Nobody else has come up. We're, if somebody wants to talk about this stuff, I'm open.
Plus that comment makes no sense. Can you just put it up again, please?
No.
Detailing.
She said atheist taking over. Don't hashtag that.
No. Wildheart detailing. No, can you please put it up?
Sorry, I'm trying to respond to the chat.
I know, but I want to make a point.
Wildheart, pull the chat up for yourself.
Wildheart detailing what could have been a huge spiritual blessing of a stream. If I'm just detailing the stream, that doesn't mean that I'm disagreeing or taking over. Do you know what I mean? Even the comment doesn't make any sense. I don't know. Oh, she's the Mexican American, isn't she? I was going to say, I don't know that she's American, but based on the comments and how stupid it is, I'm guessing she's American.
Why are you talking about being American?
I'll never join a panel where Wildheart is on. I'm not evil. I'm a good person. I'm a good bloke.
Wildheart, you were just saying that you sleep with prostitutes.
Yeah. It doesn't make me a bad person. It doesn't.
Where do we have to draw the line?
Right, why does it make me a bad person? No, let's be serious. I'm going to stop messing about. Why does sleeping with a prostitute make me a bad person?
I'm not trying to judge that, but I'm saying what I think is there's so much corruption that goes into prostitution itself, and it's not a good thing for a woman to be involved in.
No, but in the UK, the laws are different.
It doesn't matter what the laws are.
I'm saying prostitution is legal. Like pimps and stuff surrounding prostitution is illegal. But actually a woman, selling her body for sex is legal. There's no pimps involved or anything like that. She's not being forced. She chooses to do it. That is legal in the UK.
Well, there were all those
doing something that is perfectly legal. Why is it immoral?
There were all those stories in the news years ago about the grooming gangs that were
nothing to do with that.
So that just because there's legal prostitution in an area doesn't mean that there isn't illegal prostitution happening.
Yeah, but I didn't do the illegal one. I did the legal one. So what's wrong with that?
I still think whether it's legal or not has nothing to do with the morality of it. There's plenty of immoral things that are legal.
Yeah, I agree.
Let's move on.
Yes, let's move on. I want to get an honest answer off a Christian for once in my life. Why is it immoral? Give me a reason.
I mean, there's a number of reasons.
Go on.
Well, that's
Give me the best one.
Hola.
Hello.
You came up. You were talking hard, but
So I was like, you
Oh.
know what? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong, and maybe I'm jumping to conclusions. And the demon possessed atheist is not gonna derail an amazing conversation. So thank
I'm
you
just
for reading
asking
that book,
questions.
Terry. That was
I'm
amazing.
just asking. Oh, another American. Yeah, I'm not gonna be
you
able
hear
to
me?
finish the sentence.
Hello.
hello, Badger Snake.
Oh, I
Hola.
Badger. That is me.
She ran away. I scared off.
I think she's just frustrated because she's, but I mean,
Because she
like,
called me evil, and I'm not. I'm clearly not evil, and she called me evil. How am I the bad guy? I wouldn't call her evil. I don't even know who she is.
it doesn't.
Why not?
I'd really rather
Why not use your resources to build something? A household, attract an actual wife instead of paying a prostitute to sleep with you.
Oh, can we? Yeah. Oh, Brojo wants to.
Apart from that, that's not the problem. Why is it wrong to sleep with prostitutes? I want a moral reason why it is wrong, apart from God said and it's in the Bible.
It's not just about
Terry. So
when I've already answered this. It's not about what's in the Bible.
Right?
Prostitution itself is really detrimental to the people involved in it. That in and of itself is a reason not to do it.
I enjoyed it, and the prostitute, she wasn't forced. She wanted money.
I don't
It's
care
like
whether
it's like a gardener.
people aren't forced to rail
Terry-
coke or booth drugs.
It's like
and
it's like
still
employing.
immoral.
It's like employing a gardener. I had the money. I enjoyed the gardener cleaning my garden. He wanted to do
How can
it for
you
money
compare sex to gardening?
because you're paying for a service.
So-
They are willing.
That's
They're
something
freely
that should
willing to
happen
do it.
within a committed relationship.
I don't
though.
even. I don't.
Why
It's
though?
not a
My
commodity.
opinion about this isn't even about what's in the freaking Bible. I just want to say that I find
just-
it.
Not only
wrong.
that, but this show came with a program. Terry was reading a book on demon possession, and we cannot have that conversation because the atheist in the panel is like a first grader while we're trying to have a conversation at a university level, and then he asks questions like, why can't I have a prostitute? And then we have to go back to square one to the first grader and be like, no, Tammy, you can't have a you see what I'm saying? That's what I mean when I meant derailing. It's like people are here and they enjoyed the book, and people are dealing with demons in their lives, but
No.
everything is derailed and everything needs to stop because the atheist
Yeah.
is asking why he can't hire a prostitute.
Yeah. Sorry, Terry. I've clearly derailed your show. Cecil is clearly more intelligent than me. I'll mute. I apologise. Now it's been pointed out to me. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Cecil. Yeah, go ahead.
They're kind of related, no? Hi, everybody.
With
It is
demons and
related. It is
prostitutes, I would say yeah.
There you
It
go.
is related.
But that's not what he's asking.
every
He's not
woman-
asking if it's related. He's saying, somebody tell me why buying prostitutes is wrong. Like that
Let me just
first
say,
of all, that
every woman I've known in that world is demon possessed.
of course.
100%.
I don't. I've never. I know a couple of them. I've never met one that's happy.
How do you
Can
know
I
when
just
one is demon possessed?
Can I just say that I haven't actually had a response to my question? Why is
You've
prostitution?
had
Oh,
multiple-
whatever, dude. Whatever. No matter what
Can I
people say, you're
address
not
this
going to be
guy
happy with the
directly?
answer. No matter what people say, you're not going to be happy with the answer. I've seen you for months now. It's pointless to talk to you. It's going to go in one ear and out the other.
That's what I always get. People say, "I've told you this before."
Okay.
They just change
Because they
subject. They never answer the question. Right, why is prostitution wrong?
Well,
Morally?
Wildheart, this is
Again,
my
not a
take.
question.
Wildheart, hold on. This is my secular take on why prostitution is a bad thing. Okay, are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say you have an isolated incident of prostitution.
Yeah.
And you look at that as an isolated case.
Yeah.
In that contrast, the assumption is that everybody else isn't engaging in prostitution. It's just this one person. But if you look at that incident at scale and you see what it does to society and how it completely erodes away the social cohesion, the incentive structures, the fabric of social and economic relationships, the bonds of trust and camaraderie that naturally occur in a society that's predicated on a family.
Yeah.
At scale, prostitution is arguably one of the worst things on the planet, especially considering the animus that builds in women who become prostitutes.
That's
So you're
true.
saying that in an isolated case, one woman prostituting herself is detriment to the entire humanity, entire
Yeah.
society. One woman prostituting herself.
Yes.
Well, I'm saying in one isolated case, yes, it's detrimental. What I'm saying is in one isolated case, it's detrimental. You might not see the immediacy of the impacts, but if you look at it at scale, where, I think, what is it, like 10% of Generation Z women are now on OnlyFans, and you have an increasing number of women who are getting abortions, and how that's destroying the fabric of American society when it comes to, viable partners for wives and I mean, just even in dealing with women, everything is so fractured because the dialogue has effectively collapsed. You're creating
social cohesion.
Yeah, you're creating a culture of hostility where everything has to come to a head of conflict as opposed to one of unity. And if you're going to continue to try to operate within the confines of a society that is fractured, all you're going to get are all you're going to really get is just a confluence of like crime, argumentation, hostilities, fights.
They do that for alcohol, casino gambling, cigarettes, sugar.
But
I agree. Those things, I mean, like.
All right, you've been talking for 10 minutes. Can I respond, please?
Well, it hasn't been 10 minutes.
All you're saying is what you believe. I want you to give the reasons why you believe it. You believe it causes harm to society. Can you give me like stats or actual facts rather than just what you believe?
Well, this is not a matter of what I believe. This is basic deductive reasoning.
Oh, where'd he go?
I'm not. He's in timeout. I need a moment. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that.
You don't want to debate.
Like, he's given enough reasons. We're not going to go, oh, I need to give you these statistics. The statistics are appalling. Okay. Anybody is interested, look it up. Like, like the fact that Wildheart can go do his own research about that. I'm like, a person giving what He Black is saying is a totally valid statement. It doesn't need to be backed up. Why does he need to bring all that? Like, come on.
Can I make a statement?
Are you done, He Black? Or would you like
I'm good.
Something else? Okay, then yeah.
I'm not going to argue whether prostitution itself is right or wrong, but I would argue what for persons' liberties and freedom to choose what they want to do, what they eat, drink, take into their body, and what two consenting adults choose to do. I don't think should be anyone's.
How far do we take that?
As far as you want. I mean, as long as they're not going to, kill each other.
Well, I mean, they are.
Yeah, they are. Even if it's just spiritually.
Well, I don't know what that means, but
Who is Columbo Z here? Anybody know that person?
I don't know.
Columbo's here?
so I mean, we
you-
can make. I'm
Get
sorry.
on cam if you want to come up. Sorry, I'm having too many people being disrespectful. So go on. Were you talking, Badger?
I'm just saying because we can make similar arguments for alcohol, say, or cigarettes, and the harm they done, or casino gambling and money problems that have broken down families. We can make these same kind of arguments, but what are we going to do? Are we going to, go against people's choices and what they want to do?
I think in the case of like, I don't know.
Hmm.
Yeah, I do think prostitution should be illegal.
Pure libertarianism does not work. Sorry,
But
just
why?
doesn't. There has
No,
to be
sorry.
There has to be moral guidelines in a society,
Who's going
or
to
it all
decide what
falls
those
apart.
guidelines are?
And Terry, that's fine, but you're just saying what you believe. You're not giving reasons. It's the same as the other guy.
I've given
There's
my
more of
reasons.
it. Prove it.
Dude,
Prove it.
how many-
Show me.
Prostitution is detrimental.
What do you qualify as
Why?
What do you
Why?
qualify?
Not good for society. The individuals involved on the micro and macro level is bad news.
Tell me how hookers help
I don't
society.
I don't want that going on in my community. And if it is going on, like, I want
But
it to
all you're saying is, I think prostitution is wrong. It's bad for society. If I say prostitution isn't wrong and it's not bad for society, then we have to give reasons.
I don't have to
All
give.
you're saying is what you believe.
We
I
don't
can
have
say
to give a reason.
Wild
You don't
heart.
have
Thing
reason.
is, you're not willing to hear reason and rationality.
Yeah, you're just gonna say
Everything
prove it.
that you hear that refutes your position, you will consider to be an opinion.
Blessed are you, Terry.
Did I not offer any reason or rationality?
Yeah, you did.
No,
Yeah,
I heard
you
everything.
said
Well,
so.
I mean, Brojo, you just kind of appealed to the whole libertarian ideal. It's
Well,
like, if
kind
you're
of.
not hurting anyone, it's a victimless crime. Like,
Well,
it's that kind of stuff.
Well, you say there has to be guardrails. I want to know who decides the guardrails, because in this country, this is a constitutional republic, and usually the representation of the people. So if the people voted for, in this country, to have prostitution decriminalized, would you be against that?
Well,
Exactly.
Yeah.
Brojo brought something. Sorry,
Absolutely. I think porn should be illegalized. I mean, and I think that we've gone far enough with all this absolute self-worship and over self-satisfying and just constantly chasing dopamine instead of actually building things and being
Again, you want to take
responsible.
choices away. You want to take choices away.
That's what Nicholson says in his book.
Brojo, can I
Sorry,
make
Rob.
a? No, it's not you.
Okay,
I'm
Wild
saying,
Heart,
Brojo,
then He Black. Okay, Wild Heart, then He Black.
I just want to say a sentence. I never seem to be able to do
Go on,
that.
it's your turn.
She called on you.
I'm saying
You're
Brojo
called on.
made a good.
I'm learning from Jamie. He's teaching me how to moderate, guys.
Shout out, Jamie.
Right, if I
That's
can make it. Brojo made a good
Blessed
point.
are you, Jamie.
You're just winding me up now, man.
Wild Heart, it's your turn. Go.
Right, Brojo made a good point about bodily autonomy. Should a woman, if she chooses, be able to sell her body, for sex to a man in exchange for money? Why is that morally wrong? It's her body. No one else is involved. She's not doing anything wrong. It's legal in this country. Why is it immoral if she chooses to do that with her body? Give me a reason. Don't just say it's immoral because I think it's immoral. Give me a reason why it's immoral.
To her as an individual.
How is it corrupting her?
There's a number of reasons. One reason I'll give is just that it gets a person addicted to making money in a very
No, it doesn't.
irresponsible, irregulated way.
Hey man, let her finish.
A lot of prostitutes get addicted to making money in a very fast way, a lot of money really quickly, and they get into this cycle where they cannot maintain a proper schedule.
because it's a method of working that to the individual corrupts them because they are getting money in this way that's very quick, and they get addicted to making money very quick like that, and it makes them unable to earn money in a different way
But
over time.
Filled in the vein, she'll vanish.
Sorry, can I respond? That's not
No,
a reason.
because it's He Black's turn.
But you were responding to me.
It is He Black's turn. I interrupted him.
Yep.
So it's his turn.
Right. So what I was going to say is, what's this guy's name? You Cannot Z Me. He made a great point. Neil Postman actually wrote a book called Amusing Ourselves to Death, which took a look at, technology, the sexual revolution.
Oh, that was me that was saying all that.
Right. Oh, okay. Bad. Yeah. Got it.
Yeah.
So he took a look at all of these different things and how technology augmented that, and how more and more society was becoming pleasure obsessed, dopamine obsessed, in a very self-detrimental way, a very destructive way. And when you look at how
like the ancient Roman Empire, and how did that go?
Yeah, well, I mean, where is Rome now? I guess it's the Vatican, but
it's in Rome.
The point is,
Terry, come on. You know what I'm saying? These people are fucking stupid. Where is Rome? It's in Rome. It's in Italy. You think?
Hello. The Roman Empire.
You don't like to be.
Where is Rome now? It's in fucking Rome.
Hello. The Roman Empire.
Continue, Wildheart. I will kick you. Like really.
Yeah. Wildheart, it went right over your head, bro. So just let them talk.
No,
you can do what you want, but if someone says, "Where is Rome now?" It's in fucking Italy.
What are we in middle school? Like, grow up, Wildheart. If you want to have a conversation, you're gonna have to elevate your consciousness to the level of intellect.
All right, go on. Okay.
All right. So my point is, this always leads to a precipitous drop in a nation's efficacy, in an empire's efficacy. And we're essentially running towards that cliff where millions and millions of babies are aborted, especially in the Black community. It's a huge issue. And this is all part and parcel of the sexual lasciviousness that you see stemming from an increased focus on like prostitution, sexual immorality, the mass marketing of sex, etc.
Get pregnant. They insist you wear a condom.
And when sex just becomes a commodity, I just gotta say, when sex just becomes a commodity, then the aborted children are just a byproduct of that commodity.
Absolutely. And the thing is, it's like the conquistadors, when they came to the Americas originally, they were talking about the savagery of the Aztecs and Incans and all these people who are doing these ritualistic sacrifices of human life and even the youth in some cases. And when you look at what America has turned into now with like Planned Parenthood and access to abortion, the Aztecs and Incans couldn't even imagine the level of ritualistic human sacrifice that we euphemize and how that has such an impact on the point where
they treat it like it's a sacrament.
Exactly. It's like the most atrocious thing you can do is now just considered healthcare.
Yeah.
If that isn't a commentary on the moral decay of a nation, I don't know what is.
And that's where unchecked libertarianism lands you.
Return
it's
to
just
me.
Like whoever wants to push it. Yep.
Did you want to say something, C?
Just return to me and I'll heal your land.
Right.
So in your world, who will set up these guardrails for society?
I mean, it's really down to the human heart. We're having a spiritual battle here, and we have to win hearts and minds over to what is good and right.
Okay. I like what is good.
I mean, it's
right.
ultimately, these things are always going to occur, but it's like if people's hearts are right, then they won't be occurring as much. more people will know the difference between good and evil and will choose good.
And it's worth also noting that when you have a society that has become so corrupted that the laws that are being discussed are meant to encourage more sin, more crime, and effectively make permissible, otherwise unpermissible things. Now
Would you prefer a theocracy?
A theocracy?
Yeah. Would you prefer a theocracy? Would you prefer to live in a theocracy?
When you
I
say
think that
theocracy, which God are we referring to?
Well, make your choice.
Well, I mean, when you look at the founders, the founding
It
fathers.
is pinned, Cecil.
I'm asking you, would you live in a theocracy? Because apparently the guardrails that this system apparently is not working for you.
Well, it's not just for me; it's not working for America in
yeah,
general.
Well,
yeah.
that's not for you to determine. See, this is the issue. I'm all for good, what is good and right,
Right.
but I'm not for taking away people's choices, and I'm not for taking away the consequences either of those choices.
Okay.
And that's part of the problem too. There's a lack of accountability.
Right. That's my
So,
point. That's why the laws
okay.
need to be oriented in such a way that they penalize sinful
But
behavior.
But if you
Well, not
believe
just
this
sinful
country in some
behavior.
way, if you believe this country is founded on Christianity, I mean, we're a far cry from that. I don't think that's
I
even the
agree.
case. All right,
It's
I don't
not
think that's
just
the case.
Christianity, though,
But
Brojo.
I think what it was founded on is freedom of choice. And if you believe in those things,
No,
freedom of
actually.
religion,
No,
right?
you're
Because you
you're
can't have
you're
one specific
No.
religion. Because
Number
you're
one,
what you're
putting
advocating,
why can't
okay,
individualism
hold on,
we
above
said for
family
you
bonds.
to
finish
determine,
my
blah blah?
thought?
Why can't
Because
we determine? Why
feedback
can't the
Let him
seems to
Christians
go
determine? And as a
and
matter
I
of
can't
fact, I
finish
would
my thought.
Hey, I'm gonna.
No, I'm
I just
listening,
want to try to
Brojo.
moderate here because I'm trying to manage people.
I'm
Just
listening
so
to Brojo.
yeah, Brojo turn, and then I guess C Sal, and then He Black. If you want to respond, but let Brojo finish his point because like we do talk over each other, and it's hard to like play back and hear anyone. So I'd like
Thank you.
it to just be a little bit better moderated that way. So I'm gonna make an effort to do that. So please, if you hear me like butting in, I'm just trying to moderate. That's all. So Brojo, I'm sorry if you've been taken off point, but if you want to finish your point, go ahead, and then C Sal and then P Black.
Thank you. I'll try without going off on a tangent. But if you believe in the system we have here, and that is the freedom of right, Your freedom to speak your mind, your opinion, freedom to even practice a religion that you want, which I think is going to be a problem if you want certain guardrails in, because not every religion, agree with one another on certain things. That aside, I believe in liberty, freedom of choice, and I do want what is good and right. But you can't take people's choices away what they want to do. I mean, how far do you take this now? Do you take alcohol away because of its negative effects? Do you take other things away from what is a negative effect? I don't know.
Well, no, don't take alcohol away. Alcohol itself already comes with a variety of different stipulations in order to make sure that people aren't abusing alcohol. If you get hit with the DUI, there are consequences for that. If you're caught, drunk over the limit in public, there's consequences for that. So people have the ability to go and indulge in whatever they want, but if they take it too far and transgress against the law, that's where the consequences lie. So my point is not in removing people's choices, it's making sure that when people go overboard, when they act antithetical to what is right, that's where the consequences should come in.
So you would be for
Which
regulated prostitution?
regulated prostitution. I
Right,
mean,
right.
That's the problem, He Black. These evil people don't see what is right and what is wrong. They think that murdering a baby in the womb at 9 months is okay. They think that drug addicts dying on the streets in Portland and Seattle is fine because we can't take away their rights to die with a needle in their arm in the middle of the street on a Saturday morning. So that doesn't work. What works is strong Christian men getting voted into leadership in city councils and state congress and presidential races to guide the country, yes, by biblical standards. That's the only thing that has worked that's why the United States has been such a powerful nation, and that's the only thing that works. And I find it
And
So you're
flabbergasting.
intact
against the First
families.
Amendment.
And
And
intact
I find it
families too.
Yeah, and I find it flabbergasting that people keep libertarians and evil people keep saying we can't take the choice away. Meanwhile, all these babies are getting slaughtered, and they're like, "You can't take the There's nothing you can say to make them
So you're
understand.
against the
If they don't
First
see the
Amendment.
evil, they won't.
So you're against the First Amendment. You don't believe
I
in the
don't know
First
what's
Amendment, right?
Yeah, I could be against the First Amendment. I don't know.
The freedom of religion, the expression of religion.
I,
Because
I didn't, I didn't get that.
you want a Christian nation
A
run
Christian
by
nation, yeah,
Christians,
for sure. Yeah,
run
I
by
don't shy
Christians,
away from that. Yeah, I don't shy away
run
from
by
I
that.
think
A
that you
Christians.
Christian nation would be amazing.
prioritize individualism above all, though, Brojo.
There has to be a balance.
No, there does not have to be a balance. Your balance thing has brought evil and murder into the world.
It has. You don't think Christianity and religion hasn't done the same?
Brojo,
I mean, the
did you
Catholics
ask
did
it
some stuff at
has?
some point.
You asked it has?
I mean, according to your own book, God wiped out the whole world except for 8 people. That's not evil?
No,
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 it
that's
was
not
right.
evil.
That was
Because
what
he
was
was
right.
drowning all the evil people.
Babies are innocent. Babies are innocent in the womb, bro.
Okay.
Why are
Did
we talking
babies
about
die in the
abortion now?
do you believe in a global flood, CSAL?
Cecil, um,
CSAL? Do you believe in a global flood?
Terry, the only reason why I brought abortion is to make a point that these people, they don't see the evil. It's impossible for
Ah,
them to see
so,
the
so
evil.
Well,
evil is dying,
okay.
right?
I,
Massive killing
I,
is evil, right? Genocide is evil, isn't it? Would you say
No,
genocide is evil?
no, no,
Oh my
not when
gosh,
you
he's doing
genocide
the
an evil
same thing
people.
Wild Heart does.
Oh, oh, hmm?
That's
Excuse
the
me?
thing Wild Heart always
Wildheart still doesn't get it. He still can't compute the difference between Rome, the physical place, and Roman Empire. You still don't get it, dude.
But he calls us low IQ.
I think he has some brain, issues, guys. He's had so yeah, he may be, but just
I just
understand
cannot.
that when you're dealing with him and understand that he kind of doesn't, he's just not gonna get things.
I think that very often society goes in this hyper libertarian direction where it's all about individualism and self expression and freedom and all of this. And that usually runs a society off the cliff. And sometimes you have to reset and pull back and get away from that. It doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that's how it's going to be forever. But society very often needs to reset itself and go back to traditionalism. Because if it just goes to progressivism all the time, it destroys the society. It happens every single time.
And the reason why it happens that way is because
And the other extreme on the other side is just as bad.
Brojo.
Yeah, I
Well, the
think
extreme on the other side has a cohesive
Oh,
society
fascism,
with intact
communism,
families. A
state-run
cohesive
communism, or a
Well,
a
church-run system.
cohesive society with intact
Right.
families, you mean?
he black, then Brojo, then Badger Snake. Okay.
Well, what I was going to say is that the reason why you reach this point of hyper individualism and libertarianism is because when a nation starts off impoverished and they have to work their way up to building wealth, to building comfort, and to building society in such a way that they're able to enjoy leisure, once they reach that pinnacle, the generations that follow oftentimes take for granted and forget the level of wisdom, the level of like duty, the responsibility that comes with having a society like that. And what they end up doing is effectively living off the fat of that society as opposed to adding to it and appreciating the years of toil and effort that went into building it. And so they abandon most of the foundational principles in favor of the hedonism of the moment. And in the hedonism of the moment, they say, well, there should be no limit to the things that I can experience, because now I'm standing on this platform that I didn't build, and I want to enjoy every possible pleasure there is to enjoy, which effectively then destroys the society, because nobody's actually taking consideration for the future or looking to maintain the moment or build upon the past. Everything is meant to be indulged in by this generation, who then forsake their birthright and their blessing.
I love you. Okay, it was Brojo, then Badger Snake, and then we can let Hillary's talk if you have anything to add.
Oh, Hillary's email's here. Oh, what's up, Hillary's?
Hello.
Well, he's definitely gonna do a better job than I can, but I will say this. No, you keep accusing me of some kind of extreme libertarianism. You didn't even ask me what my views are. Okay, what I have expressed is my belief in the Constitution, and as far as I can see, everyone here so far is American. I think we all believe in the Constitution, but what I'm hearing out of your mouths doesn't sound like you believe in a person having these kind of freedoms, especially religious freedoms. You guys want to choose to have a Christian nation, all right, which goes totally against the Constitution and the founding fathers' ideas. Okay?
Not if you check the state
I'm going
constitution.
to be interrupted now, right? I'm going to be interrupted. So,
yeah, it'll be your turn in a second, Jess.
Yeah, I'm about the Constitution. I don't know about you guys. I'm about those rights and for people to exercise those rights. All right. Now I understand. Yeah, anything that goes too far is usually not good in either direction. But I think somewhere in the middle is usually the answer, and I think we can find common ground and find solutions. I'm done.
Okay, Jess, did you have anything you wanted to say about that or respond to?
Yeah, I mean, I'm more so just speaking to, it's an overall thing, and it's not just a matter of like how laws are made and what constitutions say. It's also the, I guess for lack of better word, propaganda of what society should be. So what the propaganda of what society should be is intact families, cohesive families, strong communities, all of these things, not all of this individualism, not all of this chasing just what feels good and what we feel like doing. Because I would love to just do whatever I want with the money I make, but guess what? I got to pay my mortgage. Guess what? I got to make sure my kids can go to school. I've got to put food on the table. So like, I can't just do whatever I want. There are checks and balances and things that need to be handled so that I can have a cohesive household. And all I'm saying is we should expect the same from society, to be cohesive and to not do things that destroy our society, like saying prostitution's fine, this is fine, like abortion's fine. Like it's not fine. Like it's not good for society, and we have to kind of come back and start making changes and push for social changes so that things are better.
Okay, Hillary's
Shout out to
email.
Dog Snatch, by the way.
What?
I said shout out to Dog Snatch in the chat.
Oh yeah, Doll Snatch.
Are you talking about me, He Black?
No.
No, Doll Snatch. I put her comment up. She was being funny. She's like, lol, these chronically online dudes talking about family, and then she said, "Move out of America if you don't like freedom, bro."
Exactly.
I want to say Rome is actually in the United States too. There are a lot of.
I posted it. It's in Georgia.
Yeah, it's all over the place actually.
I thought you were referring to the Catholic Church.
Well, I mean, we know where that is, but Wild Heart, keep going.
Rome's everywhere.
Yeah, it is everywhere.
To this day.
I was listening, but I couldn't join.
Blessed are you, Trump supporters.
Oh, yeah, I voted for Donald Trump. Anybody else? Do you want to say who you voted for?
Trump, both times. Both times for the general, although the first time I didn't for the primary.
Blessed are you.
Let's see if I can post this for you.
I don't know.
But people made different arguments. Number one, somebody was saying about libertarianism, and I agree that there are a few problems if it's the only thing that's used. But somebody used the argument that abortion is libertarian or something like that. I don't think that the victim there, the baby, is consenting. So no,
Oh, no, it
libertarianism
definitely violates the non-aggression principle for sure. But
Exactly.
I know a lot of libertarians that support abortion for some reason.
Yeah, because they're screwed in the head, but they don't
Well,
understand their own argument.
I think their main thing is that they're just really against the state apparatus being used to police the population. So they think that basically, if people want security, we have to pay for it privately out of our own pocket. Like, we can't pay the government to do it for us.
Well, that's the way it's always been. The police have never been about protecting the individual. It's always been about their protecting from the individual.
Right.
Yeah.
But how much do we want to invest monetarily into this idea of America, and then what do we get out of it in return?
Exactly. We're getting very little. They're forcing us to buy stuff that we don't want and then punishing us.
Yep. I just wanted to say I dropped some notes from different state constitutions that do cite Christianity as the founding principle for their constitutions, and a lot of these state constitutions existed before the one we have.
Yep. I mean, that's the number one thing that people have to understand. The vast majority of settlers in America at the time that the Constitution was written were Christian. So when the Constitution was written, it was done with these people in mind. And when you read the original writings of the founders, they all talk about this explicitly. Whether they were deist or actually Christian is specific to the person, but the general notion of the nation that they were creating, as Thomas Paine says, is one that was founded upon European Christianity. And so
I can't believe you called Thomas Paine.
I think
well,
it was
I'm just
more
saying he was one of the
European Enlightenment thinking more than Christianity specifically. But
And like
yeah,
I
the
don't even
Constitution
like what all these say, because some of them say you have to be Protestant.
Yeah, the Constitution doesn't prohibit individual states from having a state religion. They just say
Yeah.
the country can't. And so, like, if Massachusetts wanted to be Catholic, they could. If some other one wanted to be, Church of England, I guess technically they could.
Yeah, they probably could.
Sabrina, pull up. Sabrina,
look at
In the
Utah.
Treaty of Tripoli, where Adam says that this is not a Christian nation, he explicitly says that.
It's a mostly Christian nation, bro.
If you're talking about what people believe or what they say they are, yeah.
It's literally, just read the private chat like it's there. These constitutions existed before the federal constitution.
Can I just make a point? They exist in certain states. When the constitution, I suppose, applies to every state. What you pointed out in the private chat was specific states.
Yeah,
So
well, part of
We're a nation of states.
Yeah,
The United States. Right,
I know,
Terry?
what I'm saying is you pointed out 4 states where they have constitutions. The states individually have constitutions. How many states is in America? Is it 50? 54?
Oh my God.
You don't even know what the Roman Empire is. Now you're trying to talk about what states are.
I'm pointing out that 4 of the states in America had constitutions that said that all the, you know what I mean?
That preceded the federal constitution, yes.
Well, it preceded the federal constitution.
Yeah, so we're a Christian nation.
That kind of invalidates your point, though. Because
Does the federal constitution take precedent over the
Yes.
states?
Yes,
Exactly.
it succeeds. And did those 4 states ratify the First Amendment?
Yeah.
If they did, then that kind of nullifies their state whatever.
Thank you, Hillary.
Of that.
Thank you.
Well, I think that's kind of pointless regardless. I mean, what we're talking about, and like I said, it's about a change of heart of the people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And good arguments change their hearts, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Hopefully showing them the truth. Well,
If
In
you
a
live in
perfect
a
world.
society though where people, know what is good and what is wrong for the most part, you're gonna be better off.
Yeah, in a perfect world, good arguments would change people's opinion.
saying right and
But
wrong.
we're founded in Christian principles. I mean, you can't argue against that.
I'm sorry, I had to laugh when someone brings up Thomas Paine because
Right.
Thomas Paine's Age of Reason was instrumental in my deconversion. He was a big critic of the Bible.
Yeah. Who
Well,
was that one?
Mike
Jefferson's
was the
Bible.
biggest, but
Was
when
it
you
Jefferson who could say all the
I
supernatural?
don't
common
have
sense
it.
Yeah,
argument,
Jefferson.
I don't.
he defers to the Christian
Whatever.
population in America because he knew that if anything significant were to happen in America by way of revolution, it would have to be through the Christians. That's the point I was making. I wasn't appealing to his ideas and his enlightenment sensibilities. I was more so talking about his deferring to the Christians.
Because they were the majority. So might makes right is basically what I'm saying.
Yeah, duh, wild heart, duh.
Might makes
That's why our country is great.
because might makes right.
No, might has always
Oh,
made right.
Lord.
Functionally, it
That's
does.
the world's.
Well, yeah, there's different
what
ethical
people tend
systems
with.
we're all talking about. Might
So
does make right
when you
functionally.
understand that the world is under a spiritual battle and we're not fighting against flesh and blood, but we're actually fighting good versus evil, you'll understand why you need to have a people that agree about what is good and what is evil.
So might makes right is moral in your view. Might makes right.
No, I didn't say
Functionalism,
it's
it
not
does.
about morality. It exists
No, it
beyond
is.
morality.
It is about an ethical system, and under functionalism, yes, might does make right. Functionalism and constitutionalism.
Mind blown.
Well, I'll grant you that it is practical. It works, but I'm just saying it's not moral.
Yes.
Might makes right. Yeah, it does work.
I think it's again, it's
It's
beyond
not moral.
morality. It just is what is. It's like questioning something that can't be changed.
Then we don't need God. If it's beyond morality, then we don't need God.
No, that isn't true.
We don't need
need
God.
God even more
Morals.
because we
If-
need people's hearts to be right so they don't abuse their might.
If God is beyond it, sorry, if something is beyond morality, then we don't need to get our morals from God.
There's certain things that we have to accept, that we live with limitations in this world.
Yeah.
So in those limitations, how do we live best?
So there's something that is beyond
Right,
morality. So there's
If
something
you
that
can't get around the fact that might is always going to rule over weakness, like you're going to have a hard time.
yeah, I will have a hard time. It doesn't make it moral or immoral. The
So,
fact that
well,
it works doesn't make it moral.
morality.
If you ever dictate of a country, the fact that you give out laws, whether they're moral or not, I mean, they work because you have the power to enforce them, but it doesn't mean that they're moral. Because
So,
God has
dude-
the right to make the rules doesn't make them moral. Do you know
So
what I
you're trying to lecture us about moral. Oh my gosh, morality.
No, I'm giving my opinion and I'm asking for feedback. If you can make a cogent argument that I agree with, I will change my mind. I'm not saying
Okay,
that.
but you're lecturing on morality as the dude who hires prostitutes.
What's wrong with prostitution? We never got to that. I've still not heard why prostitution is wrong. I've still not heard a reason why prostitution is wrong.
How can we
Prostitution is
even
not
be,
wrong.
how can we even
What
be
happens after prostitution?
yeah
Whoa, based.
how can we even be speaking on the same level when there's such a fundamental difference there with what you think is right and wrong?
No, I'm saying you're saying prostitution is immoral, I'm saying I'm not sure. Convince me. Give me reasons why prostitution is immoral.
What comes from embracing prostitution is wrong.
Why?
But prostitution is not wrong.
Wow, this is piss poor.
Somebody earlier said that prostitution makes sex a commodity. No, it's a service, just like a lawyer or a doctor. How
Give
is
me
it
a
different?
Give me a
You
reason
don't
why.
need sex.
Remember that
Wrong.
being
You don't need
You
sex.
don't? Are you
No.
Sorry,
sure?
You
sorry,
don't need sex.
sorry. I know I'm
You don't
annoying.
need to spend a
Can I
law
say?
either then.
Can I say something? I know I'm annoying. I asked for a reason why prostitution is wrong, and his answer was because
We've
prostitution.
literally been talking about it for 2 hours.
I know, and I'm
You
not
don't
having
need
that.
sex.
His reason why
serious?
prostitution is wrong. Let me finish. His reason why prostitution is wrong is because prostitution is wrong. That's not a fucking
Well
reason.
said. I agree 100%.
Prostitution is wrong because then dudes like you can get with girls without improving themselves.
Absolutely.
Oh.
That's why.
Call a spade a spade.
Sorry,
You guys keep going and making it personal.
It has to.
I'm just saying.
Sorry,
It's a point.
So it's immoral to do something that doesn't improve yourself. So if I raise my hand, that doesn't really improve myself. Is raising my hand immoral? You fucking idiot.
Here we go.
Yeah, you don't even know what the Roman Empire is.
No, I know what the Roman Empire is.
You're calling me an idiot.
He said, "Where is Rome now?"
You don't
Never walked
understand
Empire.
how
He
destructive
said, "Where is
like
Rome?" He said, "Where is Rome now?" Rome
And
is
you
a
decided
city
to
and it's
take
in
that
Italy. It's a
absolutely
stupid
literally.
fucking question. He's clearly a fucking
We were referring to
look,
the
you don't
Roman.
even care about like Wildheart, you do not care about like trying to be upstanding or improving yourself or having self-control. So why should we have to lecture you or prove anything to you?
You don't have to, but if you say that you want to, then you're held to that standard.
Yeah, if you make claims, then I'm
This
going
is
to
why
ask
the
you.
Enlightenment sucks, by the way.
If I could finish a sentence,
And darkenment.
if you make claims, then I'm going to ask you for evidence that your claims are true. I'm not lecturing you. I'm not telling you anything.
Please prove to me why hiring prostitutes is okay.
I'm not saying it's okay. I'm saying demonstrate that
Okay.
it's.
Okay.
I'm saying you're making a claim that it's immoral. I'm asking you to demonstrate that claim.
Why don't you tell me how hiring prostitutes is moral?
I'm not saying that it's moral.
You just
make
want
the
me.
argument
You
either
just
way.
want me to make the other point for you, but you can't tell me why it is moral.
What Wildheart is saying
Okay,
is if you're making a claim, he wants you to back it up. He's not making a claim that it either is or isn't. He's simply skeptical and doubting your claim.
Yeah.
Yes.
So he's saying you have the affirmative burden of proof.
Yeah, thank you.
Imagine walking down the side of the road in your local village, down the street from your house.
Yeah.
On the side of the road there is a shop. In the window are women, like pretty much wearing like black leather.
We don't have to go into.
You get the picture, right?
I'm getting excited.
That's a
You're
bit.
making me
Keep
excited.
going with your visual.
Is it me?
What was
Is
your
that
point?
something that
Who allowed the storefront there?
Doesn't
comes
matter.
from?
Doesn't matter
from
whether
God?
the word is mother or not. It comes from God. The storefront comes. Oh, for fuck's sake! The storefront comes from
You
God.
say it comes from God.
The storefront came from God?
Latina, nobody can hear you.
I would like to hear why.
Why the storefront comes from God? That was your claim. No one else said.
That was, yeah, you reminded me. Yeah, God approves of prostitution because he instantiates everything. Nothing happens without God's approval. So we might not know why he approves of it, but clearly he does. Maybe to teach us a lesson so we'll learn from it.
Jesus was a big fan of prostitutes. He only went them all the time.
Yep.
He was a big fan. Yeah. Yeah. He liked prostitutes. What's wrong with prostitutes?
He didn't pay them for sex.
Didn't a
Uh,
prostitute do something good?
He actually got them out of that life.
How do you know that he never paid a prostitute for sex?
Oh my
Because
goodness.
he was so
Don't even-
charismatic, he could just
don't
talk
even,
about
man.
it.
Yeah, he didn't have to pay. Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah. Yeah. So
What makes something immoral, Badger? What makes something immoral?
Yeah, and we haven't even gotten into what morality actually is. It's basically
Right.
just statements. I like this. I don't like that.
That's a good point. Yeah. What is morality?
What do
What
you think
makes
is
something?
good or bad?
Yeah. What makes something moral or immoral?
Y'all would be far better off arguing for ethics and then saying what form of ethical school you're wanting to go through.
Mm.
But they believe that morality comes from God, so they're just going to say it's moral because God says it's moral, which doesn't make it moral. It's just God's opinion that, you know.
Not everyone can see Brojo's chat, but Will pointed out temple prostitutes have been considered holy. And I know people will say, well, oh, but they were worshiping the wrong God.
I will, and that's a great point, by the way. Yeah.
But I mean, that actually makes sense. Like they could make sure they were clean, they inspected them. I mean, if you're gonna do it, then that probably would be a good way to do it.
And in the Bible, wasn't Jesus found with a 10-year-old boy, naked?
The naked youth, yes.
Yeah.
The naked youth.
You know what I mean? People in glass houses shouldn't, stone homosexuals to death. Is all I'm saying.
So we need to know where's this moral standard coming from, and are they whoever's presenting this moral standing, are they upholding to that moral standing as well to make
Good
it
point.
you know?
Is the giver of objective morality a hypocrite? That's an excellent point.
But there can be a giver of objective morality because objective means outside of any mind. If it's God's mind, then it's subjective by definition. If
Yes,
it comes from God's mind, it is subjective. It's
you are
subjective.
correct. You are correct.
Yeah.
Because actions speak louder than words.
Yeah.
So we know from the Bible it's morally good. In fact, you're blessed if you dash the head of the infants against the rocks. Wiping out all of humanity, but a few people. That's definitely and definitely attack and genocide your neighbors, except for the young girls. Go ahead and keep them for yourself.
Oh
and
yeah.
and God and Jesus is going to want 32 of them, or at least according to that population count. That was his share.
Genocide's fine because God did it. Genocide's fine because God commanded it. Okay. I don't want your moral system, to be honest. If God exists and that's his moral system, I don't want it. I don't want anything to do with it. I think genocide is always wrong, and anyone who doesn't, I disagree with strongly. Your God doesn't.
Reading both chats is hilarious. Oh, tar baby, that's rough.
Do you understand where we're coming from, Badger? Silence.
Yeah, the Christians are very quiet all of a sudden. That's what.
Okay. No, maybe I think that's good.
I'm not complaining.
It's a good thing.
Yeah, I'm not complaining. It's strange, but yeah. If they don't want to speak, I can't force them to. And I wouldn't want to.
Not an atheist, Badger.
Yes, tar baby, but I am laughing. I'm rolling on the ground with your comments.
Yeah, Bojo is not an atheist, and Hills is not an atheist. I think
No.
I'm the atheist here. And I've been backstage for most of it, so you know what I mean. You can't call it an atheist, Christian backstage. I'm the only atheist here, and I've been backstage for most of the show. So, yeah. Like that one.
I'm just gonna let you keep talking so you can keep sounding stupid.
That's fine. Do you want to answer any of our questions?
Fine, go for it, man.
Do you want to answer any of our questions or points?
Well, for sounding stupid, please correct me because I want to be corrected.
Me too. If I'm wrong, I want to know why I'm wrong. Badger, why am I wrong?
Don't you? Don't you value truth?
Sorry, I can hear crickets. I'm sure I can hear. Is a cricket? It might be outside, Mate. I'm sure I can hear cricket. Ooh, yeah.
I think this is the first
Preach
time a
wisdom
bunch of
as your
Christians gonna
sister.
hang up. Oh, I guess not.
And understanding as your kinwoman.
You stopped yeah, in the middle of making up. Gone, sir.
I think they're all actually listening to the same Holy Spirit right now.
Yeah, what I think is happening is that we made good points that they can't refute, so they're all being silent because they've got no answer to them. That's what I think is happening. I could be
You're
wrong.
just going to go in the same circles, man. That's really just not worth the effort at this point.
I think that William is at work, so he can't join, but he would love for people to address some of his points that he's making in the side chat. So all of us here can see them in StreamYard. Yahweh's
Which one?
pro-abortion. That he mass aborted a whole bunch of people during the flood. He God aborted David and Bathsheba's child in utero. What else?
God impregnated the 12 to 14-year-old.
Hillary's emails. Are you a Christian?
It depends on your version, but I would say I'm
I mean, you got a picture of Jesus, like
yeah.
here.
I venerate Jesus. I try to live my life according to his principles. But
Okay.
if I'm gonna have to go through some sort of a test, then I might fail.
Mm-hmm.
But I can argue both sides of it. I'm just saying. And I think that that's just it. I think the Christian side is good enough; it can argue on its own way. Doesn't have to make stuff up or twist arguments.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can just kind of look at the difference between communities and understand what actually works.
Well, see, now
And
you're
you look
arguing
at
consequentialism. Is that what you want to?
sure.
Okay.
Oh yeah, like let's look at the divorce rate. I think 50%
I
in the secular world and 50% in the church.
okay. You know, I would love to see that if that was weighted by people who actually go to church and are practicing Christians and don't just identify as Christians.
And that all depends on which Christian you ask.
Uh-huh. But if there was actually some burden of proof when it comes to that, obviously you can't know someone's heart or whatever. But if there was some burden of proof of some bare minimum effort to be a Christian, I'm pretty sure that those numbers would skew a little more.
What does a real Christian look like?
Real quick, yo, Chase, Terry's not at her desk right now. She's probably doing something else. Chase is in the comments, by the way. Go ahead.
Didn't Jesus teach us that God dwells inside of each of us and not in a building of stone? So why should you go to a physical building to prove that you're a Christian? Whereas
I'm talking about what does it
mean?
mean to practice Christianity?
According to the gospel, live your life based on Christ's principles. Love your neighbor as yourself. Don't be like the rich man, going in front of the crowd saying, "Oh, look how much I've given." Whereas the widow's mite, that was more valuable than all the money that the rich guy gave. So I think Jesus was pretty close to what he wants.
Sure.
And it says in James that true religion is taking care of the widows and orphans.
Yep. Amen.
So do you think those people who are taking care of the widows and orphans, those people who live righteously, who love God, who are really walking the walk of being a Christian, do you think they're more likely or less likely to get divorced? I'm not talking about demographics of Christians when it comes to what you check, when you fill out some profile about yourself, what you identify as, when you fill out some census. I'm talking about actual practicing people who live the life. Are they more or less likely to get divorced than people who are, I don't know, a little more secular?
So can I answer that question? I attempt to. It might be true that religious people, especially Christians, might have less divorces, but that's because the religion tells them that the divorce is wrong, and if you get divorced, you're going to hell. Do you know what I mean? That's
Well, that's really not an
I
argument.
don't go
it
to
is.
hell for getting
If
divorced.
it is true that they less Christians get divorced, that's the reason. It's because the religion tells them not to get divorced. It's obvious.
Yeah,
It could just be that they're trying to do the right thing and stick to a commitment. And they've already shown that they can stick to a commitment because they've had a maybe almost lifelong practice of being a Christian.
But the divorce rate is probably only lower because they're part of a religion that says you should not get divorced.
So
okay,
what's that?
that's not.
Consequentialism? Isn't that what you were talking about earlier? Emails?
I'm
Yeah,
saying
That's the same argument.
But there are a lot of abusive relationships in the religious circles because they use that book to control
Yeah,
women.
yeah.
We know about Stockholm syndrome. Women will not leave their husband because they think
Only
they're
in an
supposed to be there.
egalitarian
See,
society can
see, you
anyone be
don't want to
free
hear
and
the
happy.
objection. See, you just want to talk over me. I'm offering an objection, and now you just want to talk over me because I think it is a legit objection.
Yeah,
It's
I know.
egalitarianism.
If you have two people who are following all everything you're saying biblically, right? They're going to be faithful to one another and respect. Yeah, they're going to have a respectful marriage, but that doesn't mean that can't happen in any other religion. All right, but the stats are there. If most of the U.S. is going to say they're Christian, and half of them are getting divorced, well, I don't know how much.
Yeah, we should be looking at the Muslims and the Hindus if we're going by divorce rates. I mean, they're very rare.
Plus, how many Christians are in a marriage that they don't want to be in because they're being threatened with hell because they're Christians?
But that's the second argument. You should be arguing.
Yeah, that's a dumb argument, man. I'm not going to go to hell if I get divorced. That's not why I stay with my wife.
Okay, but that's not what his argument is. His argument is that they're staying in because they feel threatened. And I would say that among Jehovah's Witnesses and others, I really don't know if divorce would be higher or lower because they're forced to be, not have sex or celibate until they get married. So they tend to get married very young to somebody that they don't really care about just so they can get their rocks off. And then they hate their life after that. They realize what a big mistake. So I think Jehovah's Witnesses might have a higher divorce rate.
I'm sure Catholics.
You don't think that?
Sorry, I'm sure Catholics as well. So that if you get divorced, it's a sin and you will burn in hell. I might be wrong, but I think Catholics believe that as well. And Catholics
you can get a civil divorce, just not a religious divorce. And if you remarry, then that's the sin. It's not the divorce itself.
I wasn't sure about that. That's right.
So I hear that narrative a lot. People say, "Oh, the people get married really young in religious communities, and then they regret it." Do they regret it because we live in a society that's self-worshiping and always about feeling good, and you see all these other people apparently feeling good, and then you feel like you're missing out? I mean, couldn't there be something to that?
Okay,
because if you didn't think you were missing out, you might actually be happy in that relationship.
So if you live in America, you can't say that you live in a society that is over. Most people in America are Christians. You live in a majority Christian society. You can't say that they're bad Christians because they live in a mostly Christian society.
There's a lot of people that say they're Christians and aren't, though.
I didn't
like
say
that they don't.
That's
Yeah, I didn't say all religious, people. I said Jehovah's Witnesses in particular, because I don't think Catholics rush to get married. I think there's plenty of Baptists they don't either, but Jehovah's Witnesses specifically, I think, would probably. And it's not because of the narcissism and the hedonism. It's because they get into abusive relationships. They realize this guy is a horrible husband by any measure, especially a biblical measure. And there are so many other brothers in the kingdom that I could have gotten married to. I chose very poorly, and now I'm stuck with this guy.
Badger, I bet you believe that you're a real Christian. What does that look like?
I mean, I would hope I am. I can't say I am.
Okay, so out of 30 million Americans, how many would you say, on a percentage wise, are real Christians?
Dude, I can't make that judgment. I'm just saying I know enough people that have just they're just kind of in the culture and it's not heartfelt to them. It's just like what everyone's doing. And there are people that do that. That's all I'm saying. And they're Christians, but they're not like actively pursuing humility, trying to be better. Like they're just kind of like, this is what we're doing. We're breezing through. This is what it is. And I've known a lot of people like that in my faith.
But isn't that the Northern Scotsman?
They're everywhere.
If you ask one Christian who's a true Christian, they'll say everyone who agrees with me. If you ask a different Christian who's a true Christian, they'll say everyone who that's the Northern Scotsman quality.
Yeah, but I guess I would say, like, the thing is like, in my opinion, being an Orthodox Christian, like, there's a lot of secularized Christianity in the West. There's a lot of there's a lot of like feminism embedded into some churches. There's just a lot of like progressive nonsense just pushed into the church, and that's not what the church is supposed to be. And that's going to affect the marriage rates and divorce rates being similar to like society at large, because
What's up?
they're not being different from
Trying to edit
the
that.
rest.
Trying to breeze this picture.
What do you believe women's role should be in society, Badger?
What do you mean?
What should be their role? Should they just stay at home?
He looks like Mark Maron from that angle.
Should they be able to go to school? Should they have equal rights to men?
I think personally that we really. Hey.
Hi, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I know. I'm sorry. I had to step away. There's somebody named D. Thomas trying to get in. Does anybody know that person?
Nope.
Doubting Thomas. Yes.
Doubting Thomas. Does he come on?
Okay.
He's not being impersonated.
No, I don't know that. Check his channel. I think.
Don't think so.
Oh, we better not see a wiener.
I know. I got a wiener came on the other night. D. Thomas.
This would be a big old hammer pops up on the screen.
Did they hear his voice?
Terry, mate yourself. Terry, mate yourself. Terry, mate
Who is
yourself.
D. Thomas?
Oh, Terry, mate
What's
yourself.
going on?
Is that
Terry,
Jamie?
mate, I'm trying to help. Terry, mate yourself full screen. Then if he's a porn bomber. No one will
he's
see it.
good.
You want to
He
see
heard
more
it.
of me?
What if his name is Don Thomas?
What's up,
Oops.
Jamie?
Here I am. P Black said, "Sup, JB."
Sup?
No, make yourself full screen so they can't see us. So if D. Thomas is a porn bomber, then
No.
Is he
Oh,
really?
I see what you mean. It'll be
Hold
fine.
on, shut up. Doubting Thomas is good. I heard his voice. He's good.
But I don't know his Doubting Thomas.
What is his
Oh,
name?
right.
Don
Okay.
Thomas.
No, you've heard his voice.
He's only flashed his wang twice. Don't worry about it.
No, Bojo, sorry if you've heard his voice.
He's a hot tub.
I think he Black wanted to ask me some questions.
Okay, I'm sorry for interrupting. When I was away, I had some thoughts though that I wanted to share, kind of things that came to me. So
It's your
whoever
turn.
finish your point,
your show.
get in on there.
Nah,
Or
you-
I had a
Go
point,
ahead.
but it took
It's
you
your
so
show.
long to get me on.
Can I
Harry,
see
go
you?
ahead.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go. You're right. It's my show,
Absolutely.
isn't it?
Just go with it.
Yeah,
y'all been talking without me here. Okay. So I was thinking about how we figure out.
I have a
the
question
difference
for
between
Badger.
good and evil, right?
Sure, I'll answer one question after this, but I gotta run after this.
And that is Doubting Thomas. Sorry,
I'm gonna
that is
mute y'all.
Doubting Thomas.
The host
everything,
is talking.
everything I
Do
was
it,
gonna
Terry.
say.
Mute him.
Respect the host.
I will.
Mute 'em.
I'll kick you off and go to bed. I worked all week, guys. Come on. Okay, so
yeah, in terms of figuring out what is good and what is evil, we kind of have to watch ourselves.
Can you hear me? I'm having internet issues.
I heard someone.
I can hear you.
That's
You
Thomas.
you
That's
always
Thomas?
have internet
Okay,
issues.
Thomas,
Sorry,
that's
but
the
Terry was
second
talking.
time. That is
Sorry.
the second time
Sorry.
you've interrupted when I
Terry,
talk.
Terry, can I
Stop
make a bad
interrupting
joke?
Terry, you guys. Come on now.
It's
No,
so
I'm-
rude.
Please,
I
Terry,
let
can
y'all
I,
come on here and
Terry,
y'all.
Harry, just mute
Terry,
them.
can I make a bad joke,
I
please?
know, but like it's a lot.
I
I
would
have
have
to
muted
like
them a
scroll
long
on
time
my
ago.
laptop, you know, and they gotta make me do all this extra work when you can just respect me.
No, I'm not. I'm
Jeez,
asking your permission. I'm asking your
my
permission, Terry.
shopkeeper. Shut
Hey.
up, Wilder.
That
Shut up.
time you interrupted me. To be fair.
You just keep talking. Why can't you just let me come out and finish my point?
Put everybody backstage, Terry. And
What? How do I put everyone backstage?
Click on the news. Just shut up while she's talking.
I know it's not, I shouldn't have to put you all backstage. If I've said it, like let me finish my point, and I'll tell you when you can talk. Have some self-control. Like it's the most like it's one of the first like things about figuring out love. Don't you guys love me? Don't you want to be loving towards me on my channel? He took his ass off. Okay, let me just finish my point. When we're trying to figure out and discern good and evil, we have to look at ourselves and we have to look at other people and like judge whether what's happening is leading to the path of life or the path of death, right? So that's why prostitution is wrong.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Okay.
Can you
Y'all
repeat
can
that?
go.
Harry,
No, can you repeat that, please?
did he say, can you repeat that? Oh my no.
Y'all can. I'm gonna clip it. I'll clip it.
Why is prostitution wrong? Sorry, I missed that. Because we all need to worship God, and God says it's wrong.
No.
What did
Hell
you say?
no.
Leslie,
Hell no.
can you repeat it, please? I
I
missed it.
answered the question. Somebody else can answer it or not.
What a mess.
But
Again,
don't ask
please.
me again.
We were all quiet waiting for Terry to talk. She says her piece, and the first thing you say is, can you repeat it? Where were you?
I was looking at the side chat. I wasn't paying attention, but it was only like 10.
I was
15
trying to
seconds.
ask
Well,
Badger a
damn,
question.
like,
It shouldn't be that. I'm just saying it shouldn't be that difficult to repeat it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, so she won't be doing that. Is that Kale Samogi? Ain't no way that's Kale.
That's me.
Kale Samogi, let's go.
How's it going?
dang, we're getting full here. See me.
I'm about to hop out, so whoever wanted to ask me a question,
Oh yeah,
Terry,
sorry.
Terry, I think the
Let's
Discord
start
is
you.
rating. I think the Discord is rating a stream right now. That's what I think's
It
happening.
was me. It was me.
Nice. Thanks, guys. Shout out to the Discord. I'm not on my Discord much. I'm
Right
sorry.
on.
I miss you guys at
So
Discord. We have some
Badger,
stuff there.
Bless
if I may,
Discord.
You're a
I've
traitor.
heard you.
is this D. Thomas
Yeah,
talking?
yeah.
Okay.
Wait, he
Go
black.
ahead.
Are you black? He black?
Blessed are you,
Yeah, I'm
Discord.
black. He black.
all right, guys. Badger has to get up early in the morning, and D.
Yeah, I
Thomas
got to be up in 5 hours to be killing
and
bugs again.
D. Thomas has a little bit lag on his internet, so yeah.
Blessed are you, Trump supporters.
Ooh.
Hey,
I
Badger.
would like to ask Badger, since I've heard him comment 3 or 4 times on this stream about the direction that society is heading.
Yeah.
And you claim that if you're a devout Christian, you have a more solid marriage. Is that a possibility? And I would say it is a possibility. But why are you so worried about the rest of society? Why can't you take care of your marriage the way you want to take care of it, raise your kids the way you want to raise them in that society?
Because my kids will have to deal with other people's kids one day.
Right. So you're basically a control freak. You want to live in a
No.
society. You want to live in a society that follows all the rules that you think are best. And that's not what society is.
No, I never said that. I'm just tired of society basically being anti-family for some reason.
That's what I'm getting at. If society is anti-family and you claim to have some sort of strong moral high ground or strong moral personal
I don't think I'm
family
better than
values,
anyone.
then what is it that you want?
I want to see the messaging at large, the propaganda in my country, to stop telling women it's the end of the world if they decide to stay home and have kids and to raise a family and for people to have that kind of life.
Isn't that for the women? Isn't that for the women to decide? Shouldn't a woman be able to decide whether she wants to have a career or to have kids?
But the problem is women are more heavily impacted by what society at large tries to incentivize. So if you're always talking about, well, it's you know, you're just not going to have a satisfactory life if you don't have a career and this and that, and they discount how satisfying it is to have children and to have a family, then that's the direction that a lot of women are going to go.
It almost sounds to me like you're saying women can't think for themselves.
I never said that. I said women are influenced by the propaganda in society.
Women are more influenced, more easily influenced. Yeah.
Yeah. By messaging, all advertising almost is aimed towards women because they're more impressionable.
Yeah, we're the
Yeah, they
ones
spend
who
the money.
consume.
Yeah, well, not all advertising, but yeah, I mean,
Most of it.
traditionally, women have been the ones to do the shopping for the family. So yeah, that's why it's geared towards them.
Welcome,
Yeah.
Nate. Hey, I just want to. Oh.
So maybe if we
Hi.
take that messaging and put it in a good direction.
Oh my gosh, you guys can finally hear me, I think, right?
I'll let you. I won't talk.
I've been waiting so long to speak that I wrote it down. Okay, I wrote it down. I have it written down.
Hey, can you mute for a
My
second?
ears are fucking bleeding. I can hear you so much. My ears are bleeding. Stop it. Fucking hell.
Thank you.
Fuck me.
That was bad.
Yeah, Seasal, it's a mess.
If anything was demonic, that was.
Yeah. But before I hop off,
you guys should be quiet, because it's her show and stuff. Right?
Sure. Well, I'm hopping off anyway.
Dang, Matthew, that language.
He's right though.
Let's always want to recruit.
Did Seasal get kicked or did she leave?
It is so true.
Seasal left.
They do.
Led.
Yeah. They do.
Why?
What
I
up,
don't know.
though?
She has
Harmony and on the panel. Yes.
What's up, Harmony?
Hello.
You just gonna be an
testing.
H?
1, 2, 3.
You're gonna have to turn your mic up. Go to your settings.
You're a little
Okay,
quiet.
Turn your camera on.
I'm on my PC. I don't have a webcam on my PC. I'm hearing an echo.
Oh, ready?
Why did Seasal
All
leave?
PCs have cameras.
Do you guys know why Seasal left, or she just randomly left?
She does that.
Kids. Or are you talking about Latin AI and Callie?
Yep, she's.
How's
The
your mic,
Hispanic
girl?
that was just talking on the mic was not Seasal.
Is this better?
Yeah, that's way better.
Yeah, you sound better, Harmony.
We can hear you better.
Am I too loud now?
All right.
Hey.
Seasal
Am
is
I
way
still
too loud.
echoing?
Yeah,
Do I sound like I'm still inside the cave?
It's better, but you're still way too loud.
But I already put on my cancellation.
No. You know, you still way too loud.
I closed all the other tabs. Am I still echoing?
No.
Three.
No, you're not echoing. You just
Okay, you're okay. I just wonder what you're gonna, what you're gonna do.
You're just speaking right.
Me?
Echo.
You're wondering what I'm going to do? Are you talking to me, Terry? Who are you talking
Yeah.
to? Listen, stop. I was waiting
You
so
know
long.
I'm
I wrote
right. You
everything
know
I
I'm
wanted to
right. You
say.
know you get crazy sometimes.
Okay, look. I wrote everything I wanted to say down, okay? And I wanted to address Wild Heart. Earlier, you guys couldn't hear me at all. So
Okay,
anyways.
you got something to
So
say to Wild Heart.
do you think that people that rely on cess work are happy, satisfied, feel financially secure? What about when they get old and become undesirable? Society needs moral people to function decently, right? And yeah, whoever said porn should be illegal, I think that would be a good idea. What about a pyramid scheme? You know, like what if you are hanging out
Exactly what? No, stop talking. Stop talking. Stop talking. What is your question?
Stop talking. It's my question. No, hold on.
She has to put you in the back.
So okay, so if he was at a basketball park, right? And I would be worried about any minor children talking to him and inviting them into his house, because then how do I know that he's not going to try to cess work them up too and introduce them to the lifestyle, right? And then so that's like a pyramid scheme, you know? Like I don't think that any minor children should be around these cess workers, right? And what are morals? Morals are a set of beliefs and values that guide an individual's understanding of right and wrong behavior. They are the standard by which individuals judge their own actions and those of others. Morals often relate to societal expectations and norms, influencing how people behave and interact with one another. Morals influence behavior and play a huge part in shaping an individual's actions, decisions, influencing their choices. So like, is he going to choose to hang out with 12-year-olds at the park and then invite them to hang out at home and introduce them to this lifestyle? Is he going to talk to them at the park and they're going to be like, hey, Wild Heart, what do you do for a living? He's going to be, I'm a cool cess worker, you know? You know, where does the age limit cut off for the cess work too?
Why did you put so much thought
Very
in?
young too. That's the other thing. Like, you know.
Wait, what are we talking about though? Like, should it be illegal?
Shit.
You don't
Should
need
sex work be
sex.
illegal?
So hold on. A male sex worker going into a house with 12-year-olds and recruiting them.
Yeah, where's the parent?
Do you think that wouldn't happen? Do you think that wouldn't happen?
Hell no. I mean, maybe if the parents are
It could definitely happen, right? Because there are a lot of kids that don't even know who their parents are. They're in foster care system. We already know the foster care system is a broken system, right?
Yeah, they
We
have
already
that
know
in
that
England.
we already know that families are broken. A lot of parents are on drugs, not watching their children, not taking them to church.
Christians are supposed to take care of the orphans.
Oh,
Well, they do.
Are we really doing this?
Well, I mean, taking them to church is there's pedos in the church, man.
Yes.
It's not real common, but they're there.
That there are parents that are not
Right, but
taking care of their children
appeal
and
to the
teaching
minority.
them morals.
The exception to the rule here.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, how many pastors end up coming out as like porn addicts and alcoholics that you don't know about until way
Look,
later?
if the parents are watching
Everybody's
their children
facing
properly,
spiritual warfare.
overseeing their children, no pastor's going to touch those children, especially if there's a father around. You know, the best repellent for a choma getting to your child is having a strong father around. That's like, you know, you better just, know that just by looking at daddy, that daddy's going to beat your booty if you touch their children.
You just can't say booty.
I just want to say,
doesn't have the same impact.
He asked Wild Heart a myriad of questions, and he didn't even get to answer them.
No, I was just typing.
Blessed are you, Matinee.
So if I can just reply, I was just going to type in the side chat. How do I get put backstage for someone else asking me a question? I didn't even get a chance to respond, and I never said anything.
Her, she wasn't done, and you needed to listen No,
But I
talk
need
for a minute, because people keep saying things to you, and you're like looking at the chat, or you're looking at this or whatever. You're not listening. You're not
No.
active listening. So you gotta be put backstage when people respond to you sometimes, because you just keep going like, but. Wait.
What I'm saying is,
Be
if I don't,
patient.
what I'm saying is,
we don't get to you.
what I'm saying is, if I don't understand it, I don't know what a cess worker is. If I don't understand that, then the rest of the 10-minute question is irrelevant.
What do you think it is?
A cess worker, someone
What
works
do you
in
think
cess,
it is? What have we been talking about?
cleaning like cess tanks, like waste tanks. A cess worker.
Oh boy.
Don't say sex.
Sex.
Cess.
Just because it's 9
No,
o'clock.
cess.
Why can't we say sex?
You
Sex?
said cess.
I'm just
Prostitute.
but
I don't know what a cess worker is.
she doesn't want to say it, so sometimes people will say S word, or they'll say cess, or
Well,
they'll
that's
say
ridiculous.
something like
And
X.
I say sus because like that's how Jesse Peterson says sus.
Oh, they're imitating Jesse Lee Peterson.
What's wrong with the word sex? That's ridiculous.
He's just being funny.
Yeah, we've been saying fuck and everything else, and
Yeah. Wow. What's wrong with you?
I mean, hey, I'll mind the rules. I don't care, but I'm not gonna.
Question: which is more accurate and true?
Well, we've got to get to this wild card question.
Is this D talking?
Yes, I'm sure 10 minutes ago someone was started asking me a question. I don't know what's going on since, but yeah.
So,
Wait,
okay.
you cannot Z me then Wild Heart.
Which is more accurate and true? The gossip panel on women's magazines about men and how to attract men and how to be attractive, or like what
Well,
the
you know
Bible
what?
says about
Can
women?
I just
Which is more accurate and
can
true?
answer my question? Does he think that people that are sus are happy?
What?
Are
Why
they
next
sus?
Wild Hard? What would make
But
him a Christian?
do they feel at least secure? And what about when they get old and become undesirable? What do they do for money then?
Then they get another job. Not a problem.
But they can't. They've spent their whole life working in a way that is unsustainable. They don't know how to live normally. Past a certain point in a person's life, it's very hard for them to change careers, if you know what I'm saying.
Nobody can read.
And also too, all these.
Just let me know when I can answer the question. Any question, just let me know when I can.
Discipline around money when you're a hoe.
I'm saying it's like any other job. If you stop doing one job, you can retrain to do another job.
Well, okay, past a certain point, okay. No, it's not that simple. And then these women become burdens on society because they're all burnt out and they're crazy because they've been doing something that's detrimental to their spirit.
Okay, but Terry, what do you do with them?
Give me
Then?
a break.
What do you?
Acting like you don't know what whores are like and what they end up like. Acting like you don't know how those women end up. Acting like you don't know that they're fucked up. Give me a break.
Yeah.
Okay. I got a question.
I got a question. What I'm saying.
Sorry, Terry.
Let Terry talk. You guys shut up. Let Terry talk.
Let me be real. It's
I forgot you were
a
trolling.
whole mess. And if you have your eyes open, you'll see it. And if you want to keep your eyes closed about it, that's on you. That's your spirit. You got to live with yourself.
Depends how good looking she is. Yeah.
Okay.
Are we talking about whether women should do sex work or not?
Fuck's it. Why even bother to talk on panel full of fucking men? You like my thoughts.
I can't answer that question, honey. If you're in that position, I'm not the one to ask.
No, but is that what this discussion is based on? Is whether women should do sex work or not, or
every single time I talk, someone talks. Can I ask a question, please?
Oh yeah, Chase, it's your turn.
Kale, Smokey. Jimmy, can I answer Kale's question really quick of why I brought that up?
About the 15th time
earlier, Wild Heart was.
Every time I
just
talk,
want to tell you why I brought it up.
Every single
I
time.
just want to tell you why. I just want to tell you why I brought it up because he's asking a question.
Whatever.
Gosh,
Okay.
it's because Wild Heart was talking about it earlier of
I
why
don't
should it
fucking care.
why should it be illegal or something?
Oh, so you're
Legal
discussing whether it should be
prostitution, right?
legal.
Legal prostitution. Legal prostitution is disgusting. No one wants legal
So
prostitution.
you guys are discussing whether it should be legal or not to do
Of
OnlyFans and
course
stuff.
they can, but most of them don't repent. That's the problem, Cecil.
Well,
In
hey,
a world
Terry.
where it's
Terry,
okay,
can I
most of
say?
the women
Fuck my
repent
life.
from prostitution.
Terry, can I say a sentence without being interrupted? About 15 minutes ago, someone asked me a question. I think they were trying to repeat that question, but with so many Americans in the room, no one can finish a sentence because you're all ignorant, arrogant, loudmouth folks.
Ignorant?
Yeah.
That's a good way of getting your way, Wildheart.
Not all Americans, just more, like 99.999.
Awesome. Right. We love it. We love it.
Brother, you
Hey,
live
Terry, I have a question, and I've been trying to ask this for like the last
You're just
15
proving
minutes.
my point, by the way. You're just proving my point. Someone had a question for
Okay,
me.
hold up.
Okay.
Who's that? Is it
So
Hillary's?
let me ask you something. I just have a serious question.
No.
If you've got all these broken people, right? These people that did this sex work and did a bunch of drugs and had too much sex, and what do you do with them? You just throw them to the side and tell them they're bad all the time and just avoid them like the plague? Or are you supposed to help them or what?
No, of course not.
So are we going to ask different questions
I
to
mean,
each
you have
other?
to, like,
for the next
there's
15
a
minutes,
balance.
and then get back to the first
No.
question. No, we're just going to talk for 15 minutes and get back to the first question.
Hey, okay, Wildheart, you can talk after me. I'm just saying it's a balance. Like,
Yeah.
you have
He
to,
asked a different question. I want to
rightly in the
know.
situation.
Sorry. I want to know the original question that they asked. If
Mm-hmm.
every time some other American comes in with a different question, we're never going to get anywhere. Do you know what I mean? Someone asked me a question about 10, 15 minutes ago, and then it
Well, do you
devolved.
want to answer it?
Man, you've asked like 20 questions.
If I can hear the question again, I will. It was 15 minutes ago now.
Does anyone remember what question they wanted Wildheart to answer?
Well, it was last. He had a series of questions. It was almost a monologue, and then Wildheart was backstage. He came back, tried to answer.
Yeah.
So.
That's a good point, actually.
What
He
a
wants
mess.
to know. Okay, let me paraphrase it. I'll paraphrase it. Okay.
Yeah.
And if I'm wrong, correct me, Latne. But she's saying that she doesn't want to have a world where her young children or children in general or people who are underage are around and exposed to people that are doing prostitution, male and female. But she gave the example of a male, like let's say you were involved in it and some kids came around you that were younger and you were showing them how you made money and you were telling them and enticing them with all these different scenarios about how much money they could make for doing this or that. You know, she doesn't want those kind of people around the community because that would.
But those are predators. Those are
No, can I answer before another American butts in? Can I answer that? Right.
Yeah, so she was going off in that way just to see. Let me finish because you interrupted, but let me just finish. So yeah, if you respond, like, you know, if you understand why somebody might be uncomfortable with that in their community.
I understand the question. Can I respond?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's your go.
Okay. Right. If you are a prostitute and a parent, teaching your children how you make money is just bad parenting. You can be a prostitute without telling your children that you're a prostitute. And certainly don't teach them and don't show them what you do. That's just bad parenting. That's not an argument against prostitution. It's an argument against being a shit parent.
Well, you, as a parent, you have to like give your kids some level of freedom as well if they're going to become independent.
Doesn't mean you have to tell them how to be a prostitute.
They go down to the, you know, parlor, wherever kids go. Sephora. I don't know.
You can take me if you want. It's a stupid argument.
No, it's really
it's illegal.
Really, this speaks to like a lot of women's interest in this, especially or people with children.
Are you saying that all prostitutes tell their children to be prostitutes? Are you saying that all prostitutes tell their children and show their children how to be prostitutes? That's
no, I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all. Nobody said that.
That's what it sounded like.
But I have to say, you know, if a woman's if a woman's mother is in prostitution, it's very likely she will end up in prostitution.
Why?
It's
I'm
very
going to be
common.
Irish.
Hey, I
I
got a
know.
niece who's like that. That is very
I'm not
true.
Irish.
I'm
And-
just
and
saying, I've
also,
seen
too,
it over.
but I
It's
mean,
you hear people's stories.
You should be able to teach your kids once a kid hits pre-puberty and puberty age. The majority of kids can sense when something's off. I mean, you're not going to have like a porn producer walk up into your house and be like, "Hey, kids, you want to do some porn and make money?" They're not. They're going to be like, "Fuck you, man. I'm not doing that."
Well, they can
Right,
sense
you have to
when
let your
something's
kids
up.
out of your home at
Sorry,
times.
sorry for language. I'm just.
But nobody disagrees with not letting your kids talk to prostitutes about prostitution, right? Nobody disagrees with that.
Well, no, but
Okay.
what I'm saying is you don't always control who your kids are exposed to.
No, I disagree with that. Don't teach
As
kids
well, once
about
they're
prostitution.
teenagers, they go somewhere with their friends. You let them go to a movie.
And Terry, I did mention that there
cream parlor
are a
on their
lot of
ice
children.
I think I've gone insane, literally.
Yeah, there's
What?
also a lot of children that do not have parents.
Prostitutes. Yeah, I do. I've got a bit of a problem with it. Yeah, I don't think you should teach kids how to be prostitutes. Is that just
I don't
me?
think, but nobody does. So why are we? Nobody does. So who cares?
Because I was going.
If there's somebody in the neighborhood who does it and everybody's okay with it, then the kids are going to think it's okay, and they're going to be more likely to be converted.
Not necessarily.
Who's telling them it's okay? I'm sure there are plenty of people saying it's horrible.
It's a ridiculous argument against prostitution. It just is. I'm sorry.
I was saying that going back to.
Excuse me. These
It is.
places
Same
where
argument you used for
prostitution
alcohol
are
and
legal. We see how it happens, and the more normalized it is, the more likely people are to get involved in it. So I just don't think that it's a good idea to be like.
I've got another point.
You know, Terry. Wait, Terry. What did you say? You don't think it's a good idea? What?
Americans in the room. I did have another point, but I forgot there were fucking American like me fuckers in the room. You fucking ignorant pricks.
Wait, Terry, the British guy cut you off. What were you saying? You don't think it's what?
Sorry, I cut Terry off. Fuck
He's
off.
British.
You fucking American trick.
I
Terry,
would stop talking for a minute. What do you
Walmart,
think?
are you drinking again, Walmart?
No, I'm just annoyed with fucking loud-mouth American pricks that never shut the fuck
Are
up.
you British, Wild Hearts?
Yes. I'm a polite English gent.
He's from Manchester, guys, just like Morrissey. My hero.
Manchester.
Manchester.
Is that in England?
Yeah, in England. That's the birthplace of the Industrial Revolution, guys.
Yeah, it's right next to Rome. Manchester, Rome. Liverpool.
Oh.
We know where.
Luckily,
where
that went all around the world and not just one little island.
You're in that like UK Britain place, Great Britain.
Like UK Britain.
You're in the northern part of England,
Yeah, the UK
under
Britain.
Scotland.
Yeah, under Scotland.
I have an idea where you're at.
Yeah.
I haven't been to Manchester, but one day I hope to.
Look what Zenny says.
What did Zenny say? Oh, UK is gay as America first.
UK gay. Well, yeah. Well,
Okay, so let me ask real quick.
That's perfect. Zenny. And again, they fucking interrupt me. You like my fucking shut the fuck up.
Walmart, chill.
Well,
Walmart.
Wildheart, part of it is your
There's no reason to be angry.
connection.
I'm
Yeah,
not-
because I saw you moving slow, and then all of a sudden you sped up really fast. So I think it's
Do what I do, man. Just hush and sit back and watch, because you're
I'm
not.
not actually angry. I'm not actually angry. I just think it's funny. Because I do believe that you are all, not all. I do believe that some, probably most of you
I had
are
like
like
5 points.
American folks that interrupt me when I'm in the middle of a sentence.
Calm
I
down.
do believe that you are loudmouth American folks, most of you.
God, you are such.
That interrupt me in the middle. Interrupt me in the middle. Interrupt me in the.
Yes.
Interrupt me in the middle of a
Go on.
sentence. I was going to comment on a comment in the side chat that went 10 minutes ago because you American fuckers can't shut the fuck up, you ignorant pricks.
No.
Perhaps you better find a more productive
You
medium
got
for
a
yourself.
license for
Because
that
if
anger
this
management?
makes you react like this, it's not going to be good for your health.
Terry, I love your reaction, Terry. You're like, whoa.
I'm not actually angry. I'm not actually angry. I just think it's funny to point out how reading American. Yeah, I love it.
No, we love you. It's just there's so many
What
of
did
us.
we
We want to
do?
talk about what we want to talk about, so it accidentally happens,
Man,
What did we do? We did no wrong.
Yeah.
Hey,
No.
dude, don't blame me. I'm just sitting here. I'm trying to point
I'm not actually angry.
Latina AI a long time ago that I couldn't get in to make the comment about. Then I wanted to say something about the legal prostitution. I would think I was in my truck at the liquor store earlier, and you were saying something about prostitution should be legal.
You're right. You're in your pickup truck at the liquor store.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
trying to
you
get
can
cigars. I wouldn't get the liquor. I was trying to get cigars, man.
You couldn't make it up. You couldn't write this shit.
Yeah, my truck
So
is
you're in your
badass.
pickup truck at the liquor store. Go on, carry on.
My truck is badass. You want to see it? It's right out there.
You shared.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
not to prove my point, but fucking hell.
I love
Careful, don't make that truck a god.
Oh my God. Okay, guys. I have something to share in a minute. You wrap it up because Jamie just sent me something that he wants me to share.
Can I?
I just want to say that
I guess I can't.
Al Capone, when he was arrested, he had a letter that he wrote. Go and look up the letter that he wrote. See what he really thought about himself as he was being arrested in a big gun shootout. That he thought of himself as a
Can you
good
summarize
person.
it for us?
And
That's it. I'm done. He thought of himself as a good person. We all
do you drink
we
Yeah, most
all
people
think of
do.
ourselves as good people. So we
Yeah,
should
and we're
examine
not.
ourselves.
Exactly. Amen.
Yeah.
We have not
So
not heard
Chase
much.
Chase wanted to say something too.
Yeah, I was going to ask Wildheart what he thought if prostitution should be legal, or he's just saying he likes paying for
No.
hook.
No, it is legal in the UK. Prostitution is
Is
legal, and I think it should be. Yeah.
They're trying to destroy you from the inside out.
I don't
Why?
think. I mean, making it.
I mean, that's a statement, but if you could give reasons why that statement is true, that would be nice. You're just saying what you believe without giving any reasons why you
Yeah,
believe it.
but you normalize it then and see. Look, that prostitution.
What's wrong with normalizing it?
Prostitution being legal is probably part of the reason why the Rotherham scandal even happened, because it was able to be slipped under the table. How many of those girls you think went through that cycle, or they claimed they were legal and they weren't really?
I don't know what's going on.
Rotherham.
But Terry, can I explain? First, you've got to point out why prostitution is immoral before you say that normalizing it is wrong. If it's not immoral, then normalizing it wouldn't be wrong. Explain why prostitution is immoral.
Oh, we already did that. Now we're gonna watch this video.
No, you didn't explain
Well,
it.
you aren't a very good listener, so
I was listening. You changed topics. You let 15
No, I'm gonna put you backstage.
Never answer. No one ever answered the question. Why is prostitution immoral?
Okay, well that's how you feel, and I accept how you feel.
I can tell you used to be liberal, Terry.
It's very simple.
Some people have made a couple of points.
Wait, no, we gotta watch this video, guys. It's only a minute. Okay, then we can get back to things. But let's have a little levity. So Jamie said that Wildheart reminds him of this guy. I've never seen this video, so
Swear.
You aren't absolutely. That's why you're on the naughty list.
I will swear. Trust me.
Well, that's why you're on the naughty list because you're being naughty right now. So you're gonna be on the naughty list if you keep talking like that.
No, because Father Christmas is not being very nice to me.
Because you're being naughty, so you're on the naughty list.
No, I'm not. I'm on the good list, actually.
You're not because you ain't being good.
I am on the good list. If you keep saying that word again and again and again, I'm not on naughty list.
Father Christmas rang me last night when I was at work and said, "You better tell Jackson to start being a good boy, or he's going to stay on the naughty list and he won't get no presents for Christmas." That's what he said to me. So you got to start being a good boy.
Then I'll do an uppercut to him.
No, you won't do. No, what?
Punch him. Punch his beard off.
You're just silly, man.
Hey, trust me, I'm not on bad list.
You're on the naughty list, mate.
No, I'm not.
Well, then be a good boy, then.
Dang. Was that manipulative? Was that child abuse?
That's hilarious.
I think it was, yeah.
That's amazing.
It was funny, but was it child abuse?
Yes. He gaslit
man.
the kid, and now the kid's not going to believe him when he says something in the future.
I'm kind of, I don't know. I have mixed feelings about that, but I can see why it reminds him of Wild Heart.
Nah, it'll make the kid more.
Can you explain to me why it reminds him of Wild Heart? There was someone telling a kid about something. What's that got to do with me?
He was telling the kid that he was on the naughty list.
Yeah.
And so he has to be really, really good.
And he's not.
Terry, do you think it?
Sorry, no,
let me finish.
No,
Terry,
it's Linnea and Kelly's turn, Wild Heart. You've
fucking
already
Americans.
turn. Let her go first. She's a
Right.
girl.
Terry, I wanted to know what you think about it.
Yeah, I went first and she interrupted me. That's the fucking point.
Oh my god, man, chill, dude.
But I'm just saying, you've been speaking more, and it's like her turn.
I've been speaking like 5 words into a sentence, and then some American couple will always fucking interrupt me.
Well,
why you keep saying American?
Terry, I just want to know what you think.
Because it's always fucking Americans.
Well, you're on an American
You're
like
surrounded by
YouTube
it.
channel.
You're the only one here that's not American. What do you expect?
I mean, it's kind of nice to hear, that we still have such a good reputation around the world,
No, everyone thinks you're cunts. Every country except America thinks you're all cunts.
Yeah, they hate us.
Like,
we love it. We love it.
Most Americans who've never been outside America doesn't change the fact that the rest
I've
of the
been to
world
several countries.
are all white fuckers.
I've been to
I
Spain. They
wouldn't say
seem to
I'm
love
well
America.
traveled, but I've been out of America.
I'm well traveled. They love America.
Okay,
Who
yeah,
loves America?
I'm always received well by people when I go abroad.
Which countries love America?
Well,
We
all
don't
of
care.
you love our money. You love our protection.
No,
Our cars,
Yeah, you love our guns. That we
our
protect
guns, our
from all the
cars.
other ones that want to swallow you up because you're not powerful anymore. But we are.
Most civilized countries don't have gun laws like you do. That's why we don't have mass shootings.
Yeah,
Why are they all coming over here then?
Oh, it's
That's
a
the culture of
your
that.
mass stabbing.
And
It's funny. It's weird. It's weird. I know it's counterintuitive, but less guns, less mass shootings. Less guns, less mass shootings. It's weird. It's weird how that works. You fucking idiots.
Hey, you guys have riots and people get stabbed and there's hooligans and there's chavs and there's like skanks.
Yeah.
Come on.
There is skanks.
And there's like
There is
racial tension, acting like your country's all perfect or something.
I never said that. I said there's less gun deaths because
come
there's less
on, you
guns.
guys don't have a good reputation either.
Every time there's a shooting in the
Fucking
school,
hate England, by the
every
way.
time there's a shooting in the school in America, you're saying what we need is more guns. In order to stop these school shootings, what we need is more guns to stop these school shootings, you fucking idiots.
No, man, we need the teachers to have guns now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. What we need to stop the school shootings is for all the pupils and all the fucking teachers to have guns. That'll sort it out, you fucking idiots.
Damn straight. Heavily armed school in the U.S.
You know what? I think, honestly, I don't know what the right answer is. But I will say,
There's several answers that can solve the problem.
Clip the nuts
I
off the
understand that
CIA.
sentiment.
But Wildheart, you're a man, Wildheart, and you don't want to carry a gun?
No.
Yeah.
But you're a grown man. Like, what if you're with your woman and some shit goes down?
We haven't been paying attention. He had to fire a woman.
Yeah, you don't want to protect with your guns.
Sorry, are you asking him about
You want to protect your woman?
What if you're sitting in your house and some people break in or something?
You fucking maniac! You're a fucking shooter. You fucking maniac.
No, but what if you're in your house and some random people break in? Like, what are you gonna do? There's like 3 of them.
All right, let me answer. Your first question was, if my
And the
girlfriend...
black
Oh.
I didn't finish the fucking sentence, you ignorant cunt! I'm not really. That's funny.
Albert, Zenny had something to say to you. Zenny is
You're
also
looking
not
good.
American, so shout out to Zenny for sticking up for his American brothers and sisters. He
But
said
it's not-
Wildheart wouldn't talk to an American like that in person. He'd
I
get
would.
pushed back worse than that hairline.
Yeah, no, even if I got shot, I would tell them I'd get straight to their face. That they're
Do you want to
immune.
respond to Zenny's comment?
They probably light you on fire.
Yeah,
They
that's
go to the New York subway, they light you on fire.
Yeah, they did shoot me and light me on fire. I still tell
No,
them
but-
what I mean.
No,
But
my
I-
question
but-
for Wildheart is this. My question is, this is what is it Christian way to look at the Bible before this situation happens where a kid has a gun in a school and you have to handle it, and it's an intense situation, and there's people's lives at risk. So would it be Christian to look at the Bible and think, okay, it says to live by the sword is to die by the sword. So
You deliberately
I mean,
try and stop
that's
it.
the rules.
What is the question? Bible, kids, guns. What's the question? I didn't understand any of it.
Should you do protect yourself if the kid raises the gun, because you look at the Bible and it says to live by the sword is to die by the sword. It says that.
So if a kid raises a gun, the Bible says live by the sword, die by the sword. Doing guns, what's that?
And that's what the kid's doing, right?
Hey,
Yeah, no, thank you. You totally disproved my point that all
Wildheart, let
Americans
me-
are fucking stupid as
Wildheart, I know you're upset
fucking idiot.
because
Cash
you know,
money shit over there.
I'm
there's
just taking the
obviously
piss.
some kind of like communication
I'm
issue
not-
we're having. So
I'm
like,
not upset, I'm just taking the piss.
vibe is off, but Gregatron said all the good people are here and all the bad people like us.
Yeah.
Amen.
Amen. Hallelujah. Yeah, I'm not actually angry. I'm just taking the piss.
Yeah.
But I'm taking the piss in a way that is true. It's what I believe.
Well, I mean, that's the thing
You're
about
obviously
taking
not filled with the
piss.
Holy
It's
Spirit.
usually true, and that's why you shouldn't do it.
I should. Why should I do it?
Or you should be careful about it because you could hurt someone's feelings.
Oh, heaven.
Why are you
Oh, yeah, like I give a fuck about hurting people's feelings.
I don't like to hurt people's feelings. Even when I'm nasty, I hope that
I've
it's
never done that.
But Wildheart, do you like being the government's bitch?
Why am I the bitch? The government pays me like £1,000 a month, and I do fuck all. How am I the government's bitch? You fucking American.
And you love that.
Oh, hey, Jamie, you want to talk about something biblical?
You like
Somebody
being
said
taken
if
care
you
of by
live
a
by the
mommy?
sword, you die by the sword. There's different interpretations of that, but I would
And
argue
then,
that. Hold on.
Sorry.
So you can own a weapon without living by it. So I think it's more like saying like those who live violent lifestyles die of violent lifestyles. That's my interpretation.
That's not a bad interpretation.
That's a real
because they all carried swords, and he didn't tell them not to carry swords. But it's when they pulled them out to use them violently in inappropriate times is when he said, "Hey, put that away."
Yeah, people that are always up to fight and like go angry, you know, they get angry immediately. Like
To be
So it's like defensive violence, not offensive violence. You're not causing problems, but if problems get brought to you, you can defend yourself. Yeah, that's
walk softly and carry a big stick is probably okay with Jesus.
Yep.
Zen like a motherfucker.
Oh, that's a good question. Zenny wants to. Are you comfortable answering this question?
I'm comfortable answering that. I don't think I'll get the opportunity to answer it, but I'm comfortable answering it.
Okay, everybody, shush. Wildheart's talking.
It hasn't happened yet, but I'll
Wildheart, can you give a signal when you're done talking? Like maybe raise your hand when you're done talking.
yeah, she spoke to me. She's asking me, are you comfortable answering the question? And she spoke to me while I'm saying, I'm She's just winding me up on purpose.
It's not intentional.
Answering this question. Well, no, stop there. Don't speak. Shut up. Are you comfortable answering this question? Well, you shut up while that. Fucking hell. Do you know what I mean?
Okay, well, I'm
Stop
sorry.
complaining and answer
Would
the
you like to
question.
answer the question? You don't have to.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
What's the question? Why does Wildlife get £1,000 a month for being a bum? I'm not a bum. I'm a mental.
I think he gets more than that.
I'm not. Can I answer the question?
Okay, I think he's asking why
Can I
are
answer
you
the question?
like disabled or something.
Yeah, I'm mentally disabled. I can't work. I'm
okay.
recovering alcoholic. That is why I get £1,000. To answer your question,
Did
I'm
you
not.
say you're mentally disabled?
Hey,
Mentally
Walmart, don't identify with the alcoholic.
recovering alcoholic.
Man, insane. So you get 1,000 pounds for being an
Be in the
alcoholic.
world, Wild Heart, not of it. Okay.
So why do you
much of that
think you
money
know how
goes
to fix society when your own life is so messed up, but you're gonna fix everyone else's lives?
I'm not trying to fix
I know.
everyone's
I need to watch myself. You're right, Cal.
No, I'm saying to Wolf guy, Wild Heart.
But I mean, that's something we all need to do, right?
Well, my life's not out of control. I'm not like.
Sorry, people want to get on. Hey, JOJ. Hey, C-Sal. And hey to Latin and Callie. We are full.
But you know what I'm saying though, guys. Like if your own life is, if you can't even run your own life, how are you gonna run everyone else's lives too, and like fix the issues going on in the world?
I'm not trying to. I've never tried to.
Because atheists know everything. Because atheists know everything. Wildheart knows everything. He's smarter than everybody here.
Harry is moderator.
He's smarter than everybody
Don't get me
here.
started
He's smarter
on
than
the.
everyone here.
Don't get me started on the history of the earth. Don't get me started on it.
Terry,
Well,
can you
asshole,
tell me who
man.
the bad guys are on here? And tell me which ones are against Americans?
Ask the Holy Spirit.
Christianity, please.
Ask the Holy Spirit.
I know Wildheart's the atheist, and who else is an atheist up here?
I'm happy, proud atheist here.
Okay.
Clearly, your word. There's 8 people talking to me.
Shut up, Wildheart. Shut up. Cállate. Cállate. Cállate.
Okay. So I want us to answer Latin and Callie's question. I'll just go from me to just down. So we'll go to Chase and then Kale and then from and then okay. I'll just call on you guys. How about that? So okay, for me, I you know me. I'm a Christian. Brojo, your turn.
Agnostic.
Okay, thank you. And Hillary's emails, how do you identify?
With pantheistic leanings.
Yeah, I guess.
So close.
I mean, I'm a deist, but I definitely have Christian and Buddhist leanings.
Okay, so that means you believe in a God,
Right.
but not necessarily like what I believe when I believe in God.
Yeah, I am more Martian. I'm.
Okay, what about Chase in Texas?
I'm Christian. I
Okay.
have it. I don't have a. I'm not the Bible thumper. I'm not Baptist. I don't do any of that stuff. I've explored a lot of that.
Well, I'm a Baptist. Don't knock it till you try it.
Well, what's okay? I mean, shit. I mean, I I guess I just say I'm a Christian, non-denominational. I don't get off to televangelism. I think that's gay, and Catholicism, that's gay. Kind of interested in Orthodox. That looks kind of cool.
No, that's gay too. Come on, Kale.
Is it
your
gay?
turn.
How's it gay? Why is it gay?
Huh?
Hey, you make it yes or no.
About your spiritual or religious beliefs. What are they?
Chess piece.
I don't have any.
Oh, right on. Good for you. Okay, you cannot
He's a
see
filthy
me.
heathen.
Please, Terry, can I
T-Cell thinks I'm a Satanist, so you could go with that one.
Down.
Okay, Wild Heart. What are your spiritual religious beliefs?
He's a homosexual.
It was too hard.
He loves men.
And I couldn't finish
He has 2 loves. He has 2 loves in his life. It's men and alcohol. It's men and alcohol. He loves men and he loves alcohol. And when he gets his paycheck, prostitutes.
You
I'm
know,
not okay, now,
for a Christian, you sound very judgmental. I can't lie.
guys, I just want to say, guys, like, I know it's funny to roast, but like, you'll get a turn in a second, okay? So like, I'm calling on Wild Heart, then I'm gonna JOJ, then you, then Latin and Kelly. So if you know, just wait.
Hey, I can't. No, I can't. Wild Heart has insulted Americans one too many times. One too many times. And I shall not. I shall not allow him to speak. I am going full Abraham Lincoln on his ass.
No, I'm getting
No,
Abraham
no,
Lincoln was
no,
full.
no,
I don't
no,
think Abraham
no,
Lincoln was full.
no, 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 no. Filthy redcoat, filthy redcoat, filthy redcoats. You're a filthy redcoat, bruh. You're a filthy redcoat. You're a loser.
Okay, so you said you're agnostic, Wild Heart?
Yeah. 2 words.
Okay. Anything else you would like to add to that? Do you have any leanings? Like some of the people describe having leanings.
He needs a budget for clothes. He always wears the same old T-shirt. Let's do a GoFundMe. Poor bastard.
Hey, you know, Wild Heart, all the money you're saving on alcohol and prostitutes, you know, you could buy new clothes with that. And then you'd look spiffy, and then you'd feel better.
My answer is 2 words. Agnostic atheist. Thank fuck for that. That's it. Carry on.
You're an agnostic atheist.
That doesn't make sense, man. You can't be.
I don't really understand, but okay. So you're on the side of evil. Okay, JOJ, your turn. How do you identify?
I don't have imaginary friends.
Okay.
No, I don't have.
Spiritual beliefs?
No, I don't have any spiritual beliefs of any kind. No. Well, no. I mean, you know, there's cosmic beliefs and stuff, but yeah, I'm not religious.
What is a cosmic belief?
Well, it's just working on you can find a lot of, you know, people say spirituality and they talk about like profound connections and stuff, but with science and stuff, you can find some really cool shit. Like, for example, we know that the stars and the matter that makes up this universe now all, you know, came from bigger stars, which came from bigger stars. Long story short, we are physically stardust. I think that's pretty cosmic and beautiful. You know, that's we are the universe experience in itself.
Yeah, everything's made out of the same stuff.
Yeah, it's all made out of the same stuff. The planet came from, you know, from bits that came from somewhere else. You can't create or, you know, do anything with matter. You can just change it, and we just change.
You don't have to answer this, but Char Baby he's got gaydar, or he thinks he does.
No, I definitely not gay. Although it's really weird when people are like, "Hey, where do you put your penis?" I'm like, in my missus. I don't know about you guys, but
okay, but he's not.
Put that shit in your pocket, boy.
Do you identify as British, as a Welshman? How do you identify with that? Can I ask before?
That's a good question, and thank you for asking. I'm Welsh.
Because I know
I'm
British
Celtic.
is like an identity that's kind of like complicated.
Yeah, I don't really get a choice in it, so I'm technically British, but I am Welsh. I'm a Welshman. I'm a staunch. I'm not nationalist, but I'm a staunch patriot. I love my country, and I'm definitely not English. All right, don't put me and Wildheart in the same category, okay? He's English, and we're not like that.
Yeah,
So,
he's
so
not.
as a Welshman, do you prefer boy or girl sheep?
Hey. What we do is we fill them full of jizz and then we sell them to stupid Americans.
Okay, guys.
I'm only bringing the same energy. Much love and peace.
Just real quick before we go, can I ask you something? Aren't the Welsh like the rednecks of, or am I?
Yes, yes, very much.
No. The Welsh are the Welsh. You're thinking of the Aryan Gay Brother Club. They're the weird hicks of society everywhere. To be honest with you, all those weird Aryan clubbing brothers.
Okay.
Whoa.
I don't know shit.
Oh man, Chase, people
I've seen
read
that.
you quick, don't they? Those who know, huh?
I guess.
No, I was just being
What is
honest.
wrong with an Aryan club of Aryan people who want to be white? What's wrong with that, man?
What's
I mean,
wrong with a white
I don't know. Are they
supremacist
dope
group who
dealers?
like to talk about white supremacy and be superior? I don't know, probably because you're the thick hicks of the fucking world, bro. And I don't mean Americans. I mean, I mean the Aryan Brotherhood people. I don't mean Americans in general. I'm not going to generalize like that. Just the folks that gather in their own little groups with their own little people, talking about how they're better than everyone else. We're superior. You seem superior. You misspelled sexist. That's fine.
Yeah,
So,
Aaron,
I mean, I don't know. Personally, I think if a race wants to be uphold itself, that's nothing wrong with that. I'm not. I'm
Wait, 1 second. As somebody who is a white man, you're not upholding my race. You're just insulating yourself. You fucking
JOJ, can I ask you?
Okay.
Can I
Okay,
ask you?
before we get into this, can I was Latney and Callie's turn. I wanted to ask her about her spiritual and religious beliefs because everybody else got to go. And Cecil, I think she made her views known when she left after the.
Oh yeah, I'm American leaning and Christian leaning.
Okay, cool.
American leaning.
Christian
That's
leaning
good.
adjacent and American.
So Latney and
Also,
Callie,
I have a question. Go ahead, Terry. Go.
Yeah, how do you feel about the Constitution?
Oh, I love the Constitution, and I think as public servants, anybody who is in government office, any government employee, I think most of them seem really retarded, like more than me. They don't even know like what a constitution is anymore. And I think that we need to take away their jobs and close down those businesses, close down those buildings that are like castles that are empty. Nobody's even going inside of them. If you go inside and try to do like a records request, they will tell you, oh, do it online. Well, if we have to do everything online, then you don't need an office building anymore. We can just do everything online. The computer can take your job over.
Let's see if we can get. I can't get the camera over there. Really.
I guess I'll go. I'm ex-liberal. Ex-liberal.
Oh, you're ex-liberal. What does that mean?
Nice.
So you were liberal, but
Just
you're not.
what I thought was
now?
true
Fuck up
was that
liberalism?
people did whatever they want. Just people did whatever they want. But
Can I ask JOJ a question, or are we still doing the question thing for everyone?
Terry, I just want to say good night to everybody. Thank you very much.
Oh,
Good night,
oh
Terry.
yeah. Have a good night. Thanks for popping in.
Cheers, brother.
Late, it's late.
I would wild heart to know that if Americans are such cunts, why are some English people and other Europeans coming to the United States? I wish they'd keep their dirty, stinky, white asses there.
I mean,
I want to smell people like you, Wild Heart.
You do realize that you are from Europe. You're not ethnically American. If we tested your DNA, it wouldn't come back America. It would come back European. You're talking about your own ancestors. If you want to slate Wildheart, slate Wildheart. But if you're going to go all Europeans, you've got to remember that you are a European.
No, I'm talking about the ones that love America. The Europeans that know that Europe suck and that America is better and know what
What Europeans say that? What European? No, I'm all for it. I think that I want to clear it. I think that Wildheart was wrong for generalizing against Americans in the same way that it's wrong for you to generalize against your own people, your own ancestors.
Yeah.
You don't know my DNA, motherfucker. What's wrong with you?
Your country's about 4 people old. If we go back 4 or 5 people, you're suddenly British again. Like it's a weird thing to be like, those guys and these guys. We're all the same guys.
You're
Spanish.
You're European, and you're saying all Europeans are idiots, and you are a European. You are calling yourself a fucking idiot.
Okay, guys. Okay, Chase. You had something to say? Did you have something to say too, Kale?
I'm good.
I wanted to ask JOJ, like, does he believe that race?
This guy.
There's like no difference between the races or something, like, other than the physical appearance.
Yeah, absolutely. Otherwise, that's what's called eugenics. When you start to see
Yeah.
differences medically within people like that, that's actually eugenic line of thinking. It's a disproven notion that's been dispelled loads of times. I know that physically we're all pretty much identical. There's some superficial differences, but I'm well travelled. I've been to most nations. I've been to a lot of places. I can tell you that people are just people. They're all the same. And everywhere, you know, you get people that are insular, you get people that want to stick with their own, but you know, that's just part of being people. You find people that are like
So
that
what
everywhere.
about the JOJ? You said it's been disproven, but there's studies that show that like the average black IQ and the average Asian IQ, there's a vast difference, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so that comes from like socio and economic policies and things like that. So if you look at redlining and things in America, for example, where you see black people pushed into poorer areas with lack of economic growth, lack of education opportunities.
They hate those poor areas, dude.
No, you know when slavery ended. You know when slavery ended, they had redlining as a right, okay, Chase, you're gonna have to let the grown-ups talk for a second. But so there's a thing called redlining that happened massively in America where they were when it came to should I change it to what should I change it to? Let's slate our ancestors. What we're talking, Ellie?
Social justice warrior, because they were doing redlining, and if anybody was doing anything like redlining, it was communist. And when I say for the Europeans,
No. It was fascism. It's basic. Okay, so
yeah, I don't want
communism is community based.
Well,
I'm gonna have to correct you there, Latin and Kelly. Communism is community based. Communism isn't about separation. So, okay, so I'm just going to clarify what you said. You're saying if anyone was redlining, yeah, it was the white American government at the time. That's a real thing. I don't mean to be so hard on it, Terry.
Yeah,
it's just,
no, if
it's
anybody
basic,
was
basic,
doing it,
it's
it's
basic history.
communist fascist, like somebody like Hillary Clinton, you know?
So
Yeah,
are you a
I'm not a big
communist,
fan of.
DOJ?
Yay!
No, not at all. No. I'm an economic socialist. I do believe that we should be distributing the wealth quicker and easier. So, for example, no. There's a significant difference between communism and socialism.
Let's get something, JJ. I know you're talking sensibly like a normal person. But there are dogs in the room. Let's focus on what's important. I know you're making total sense.
They call
But JOJ, there's a person in the chat.
To be fair, 1 second, sorry. To be fair, Terry, are you not aware of the difference of socialism and communism? Do you think that they're both the same thing?
What?
Marx used both words interchangeably.
They go hand in hand, socialism and communism.
So the people
But you'd be talking about. I'm so sorry. There's lots of people all at once. What are you saying, Terry? Sorry, there was loads of people all talking at the same time. I was just. What was it you were saying?
I don't know. We kind of switching topics now. I wanted to talk about race, but if you guys want to switch topics, that's fine.
Well, no, it's all intertwined, Kale.
Talk about race. I don't care.
So if he's a socialist and if he like believes certain things, like it makes sense.
Yeah. So when you look at socialism, all it means is when you go into a factory and you produce, let's say you make an iPhone, instead of Steve Jobs or whoever getting all of the money, the people that physically made the phone get a better wage. That's literally bottom line of it. It's just that's it. It's just ending the CEOs.
No, under socialism, you do the work and the government gets your pay, and then they decide how much of that you're allowed to get.
No, that's literally not the definition of socialism. If you can read the definition of socialism, so the definition is an economic system where the means of I'm just about to read out the definition of socialism because you appear to be confused. It's an economic system.
Yeah.
They're regulated by the community.
Yeah.
And so what you do is you go, okay then. So when you go into a factory, instead when the factory makes millions, instead of giving it all to one person that owns the factory, everyone gets lots.
Yeah. We got a piece of the pie. It's
So,
where
so
the work
JOJ, how can they delegate how can they delegate
funneled to the bureaucracy
Slavery.
divvies it out.
Yeah, if you want to see socialism in action, look at a cotton plantation in the American South. That is pure socialism.
That is literally not socialism. That's authoritarianism under the guise of socialism. It's not socialism by definition. So again, Hillary's emails. I do believe that you've misunderstood the definition of socialism. Do you reckon you could define what socialism means, Hillary?
Yeah, the problem is
You
there's too
can't
many
have
people
a
talking, so I
libertarian
can't hear most of what
socialist
you're saying.
world. It falls apart. You have to have
Anyway, I would
authoritarian
love to address this point
socialism or
since
it
he
won't
asked me in
work.
particular.
People don't have
Yeah,
enough
if that's
discipline.
okay, I would just a general thing though. It's
Yeah,
if you could define what socialism is and not your own
Yeah,
interpretation of it.
yeah. Marx,
I know
you
about
used the.
socialism. I used to be a
Oh
socialist.
Lord, Terry, your internet's messing up, and you keep talking over us.
Oh, I'm sorry. I get excited. But no, I was saying I used to be a
Oh, your
socialist.
video's glitching too.
And yeah, it's glitching. Can you guys
It
hear me?
did.
Press one in the chat.
We're hearing you fine, but every once in a while your video glitches, and so that's why I think
Oh
you're not
yeah,
hearing
well,
us talking.
sometimes that'll happen.
Not gonna talk communism.
But I'm just saying, yeah, okay. So I used to be all in. I was like a communist. So I know about socialism. I get excited when it comes up because I
Okay,
remember.
but yeah, I would more
in
than
my
happy to find
reincarnation.
socialism.
Yeah.
Marx used the term socialism and communism interchangeably. However, since then, socialism is usually a government means of production, but private ownership of property, whereas communism is everything owned by the government. You don't even own property. You are
Yeah,
property.
own nothing and be happy would be the sort of pull quote that you get from communism, isn't it? Whereas socialism, you do have the private sector, you have private property, markets, and capitalism, but you have a strong community control
You don't
over
have
major
capitalism.
industries like healthcare and education. So, for example, what would be a good idea is if you look at private sectors in America that would be
I don't think that
nationalized.
you understand what capitalism is. If you think this capitalism exists under socialism, you're just wrong.
It's so allow me to explain. So capitalism absolutely works under socialism because you can have private property markets
I'm
and
not
all
denying
that.
that.
There's the only
I don't
thing that
think you're
changes.
understanding
Well,
my objection.
allow me to finish, and you might understand it
But
better.
you're not
The only
addressing. You're not addressing my objection. Yeah,
I'm
I
about
agree.
to. I'm about to.
Capitalism
If you
does
let me
work
finish, I would have the next thing I'm about to say is addressing that. So if you'd allow me to finish. So the only difference between a full capitalist society and a full and a socialist society is literally how much money the worker makes. Other than that, it's exactly the same. It is capitalism. You have an open market, a free market. You have competitors, a private sector, and everything else.
That's a
Also,
proprietary.
Marxism isn't just socialism. That's one economic.
Can I ask
That's just
JOJ
one form of
a
that.
question? Can I just ask JOJ a question? So JOJ, if you were a king of a country or president or whatever, and you made it socialist, would you give people the freedom to start their own company and hire workers for even $1?
No, it would be so if you set up a company, you must. If you set up a company that earns, I'm just answering the question that was asked of me. Sorry, I mean I know it sounds like I'm talking a lot, but that's because everyone keeps asking me a question. But yeah, to answer what you're saying though, the way it would work is if you go out, you got a whole system of private sector and everything. You set up a company, perhaps you sell, I don't know, pre-rolled fucking joints or something, and you're selling them off. You can have a private company. You can hire all the people you want. However, you're not as an individual. Whoever's making the joints, rolling and doing all the hard work, they get most of the money. Whoever puts the capital in that, they just get their capital return.
No, I understand what socialism is. I'm asking you, if you were the president of this socialist country, would you allow somebody to start a company and hire a worker for $1? Let's say, even though they make $1 billion a year, the company makes $1 billion a year, but they only pay the workers $1. Would you allow that in your country?
Well, no, obviously not. No, I mean that isn't allowed in most countries.
So what you're saying is that you want to control. You don't want people to have freedom, is what you're saying.
When I say people should get more money, you equate that to less freedom. How did you make that?
No. Look, I agree that some people should make more money. All I'm saying is that you would not allow.
You're not free to pay people less. You're not free to take advantage of people.
But wait, JOJ, hold on. So these are two consenting adults, right? The one adult started a company, and the other adult consented to $1 an hour.
Kale.
So why not allow them to do that?
They won't be able to. They won't be able to survive. They would die within a week. How would they feed
Yeah, but if
themselves?
let's say they're in prison, that might be a good wage.
No, but hold on, Terry. Just before we muddy the waters,
That is a good point. That prison and working and stuff.
No.
I think that prisoners should be contributing more to society in that manner.
But just hold on, JOJ. Yeah, I understand that you can't. I understand you can't survive off $1 an hour. But if that's what an adult wants to do, and the other adult that started that company, who are you to tell them no, you can't do that? Who are you?
If you can find me one consenting adult that doesn't want to earn enough money, that wants to die within a week off of $1 a day, then I'll be able to give you, and I'll be able to tell them personally, you need help and this is wrong. People are taking advantage of you, and that is wrong. We have law. It's like saying, it's my right to murder someone. I should be free to kill someone. You're not taking people's freedoms away by putting in certain laws and things like that. I mean, don't get me wrong. There is a whole line about, there's a whole argument to be made there. But these things are about protecting people. And if there is the odd one,
but hold on. That's a false equivalency, because when someone is murdered, that person did not give their consent to be killed. Right?
That's not true. There have been many times where people have been consented to be killed. It's still murder, bro. If I say to you, please kill me, bro.
So hold on. So if I as an adult ask my friend to kill me, you would want to prevent us from doing that.
No, the law already prevents that from happening.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you, not the law. I'm asking you.
Yes, of course. Yes, of course. I would say to somebody that is absolutely ridiculous to allow someone to kill somebody based on a temporary feeling, based on things. But it's my freedom.
Why can't you allow grown adults to be ridiculous?
Why can't I allow grown adults to kill each other? If I don't know, because we need a healthy, happy, productive workforce. We need labour force. We need people that are contributing to society. We don't need dead people everywhere.
This is
it
just
costs
like
money.
the conversation we had about prostitution earlier. But hey, I just want to interject because Argolinus's comment I thought was really insightful. Smart people need to take care of the stupid ones.
Yeah.
Well, no. I think you can mean that when there's socialism and communism, people are forced to take care of the stupid ones and lazy ones.
Sorry, Terry.
But that's what we gotta do now. That's just reality.
Please, can I just point
out? That is literally reality. For example, there are people who will sit there I'm just going to go ahead and say it based on the things you've said tonight. I don't differentiate it between the people that need taking care of and the people that, you know what I mean? Like, I don't see why you're putting yourself in I'm the mother of everybody, I'm taking care of all of them. I think, to be honest with you, it kind of sounds like you might be in that category.
Sorry,
yeah.
Bro,
you can go.
Find smart, because you're not smart enough to make your way around anywhere. If you were to try on any street in a bad neighborhood, you'd get your ass whipped so badly. And you're not.
What's really funny about that is, Skinhead, is the fact that I've travelled most of the globe. Where have you ever? Chase.
Who the fuck are you talking?
You know, I've got such an intolerance for fucking bigots and Aryan Brotherhood, fucking lightning bolters.
This is like the least racist guy here. No,
Are you sure? I challenge that. I challenge that with one second. I can prove that he's racist and affiliated with. He's also put are you aware that he's put hate speech in your comments already in this chat as we've been talking, Terry? He's already been putting lightning bolts and stuff, which is the Nazi Aryan Brotherhood group, right? You're familiar with the Nazi Aryan Brotherhood group. He's been putting their symbols. One second, Marley. 1 second. I want to make this just dead clear. He's been putting the Aryan Brotherhood's lightning bolts, the hate symbol, the legally prescribed hate symbol, in your chat. That is a racist. It's like posting swastika. It's the same fucking thing.
JOJ, hold on. Do you recognize that you're a grown man who cares? Who is?
Your little white brothers about how you're in the club.
Terry, let me just say something to JOJ. Do you realize you're a grown man who's upset about another man's beliefs? or opinions.
No. See, the way
You realize that?
phrase that sounds really silly, doesn't it? A grown man would, but what I'm actually is just another dude who's righteously standing up to bigots. That's all. People that get in the Aryan Brotherhood group and then put hate speech in the comments and stuff like that. Like, it's just weird.
Can I just ask?
So, if you're not aware, Terry, do you know what that do you know what the two lightning bolts represents?
Oh my God!
The Nazi Aryan Brother. It's the Nazi Aryan Brotherhood group. It's the two lightning bolts. They were also seen on the SS uniform stuff, which is why they adopted it.
Using my chat. You've been using my show and my chat to recruit or signal to your
No. I've been here now. I've been
white friends about how you're in the club and you're hanging out here.
So basically, in terms of legality, that is exactly the same as a swastika. He's posting hate symbols.
Why do you care? Why do you care?
I want to ask Chase if that's what he was doing. Is that what you were doing, though, Chase, with the lightning bolts? Are you signaling to your little white friends?
What, me? I got a buddy that does, an AC buddy he'll send a message and he'll say white power right after the message.
But
you don't say white power, you just put the symbols.
No, he's got the symbols tatted on him.
So the symbol itself comes from the SS, which was Hitler's elite paramilitary group.
Yeah.
So the lightning bolts themselves.
Guess what, JOJ? It doesn't matter, JOJ, because in the United States, you have a right to be a white supremacist if you want to be.
Yeah, you guys make that point a lot, but there is discrimination laws in America. Almost like they're actually worse than the UK. You guys have this weird thing. You don't have free speech, and you pretend like you do. You really don't. You just live in an area where it's not that much enforced sometimes.
Yeah, I know. That's why you're on an American channel.
You know what? I think
criticizing
Would you, JOJ, would you like to imprison people who say certain words? Would you like to do that?
No, not for just words alone, but incitement to violence, hate speech, things like that, I do believe they have real world harms, and we've seen it in my country, for example. A politician lied about the ethnic origin of a mass stabber. He stabbed a bunch of kids, so he lied about where they came from, and then that caused significant harm and death. People were setting fire to hotels, riots erupted, all because of misinformation. It was a complete lie. Hate speech. It was just this guy's from this place. And
Brits are so pathetic that they can't control their own emotions, and they have to go setting fire because someone gives out a bad.
Yeah, because famously America has never had any riots or any problems with people going out and doing stuff. It's not just a Brit thing; it's a human thing. It's human nature. We don't need to make it British or American. It's just humans do that stuff. People like Chase get louder and they go and do stuff.
No, but that wasn't my point. You totally missed my point. It isn't about what the channel is doing. You're saying has to be absolute. I'll just go ahead and keep talking like four other people are. It's no problem because I've been being quiet the whole
I'm
time.
just trying to talk. I want to ask a question because I'm trying to understand, like, if somebody riots or a group of people riot because of something you said, are you responsible for that?
Yeah, so the way it works is if you tell, so
is that true?
so you can, so the way it works is it's incitement to riot and it's incitement to violence and stuff. When you're calling for action and when you're saying to people, look, this guy did this, we need to go and do something about it, and then a bunch of people go off and do that stuff, you've caused that incident. It wouldn't have happened if you didn't say it. If you didn't make up that. So, for example, if Nigel Farage, allow me to finish, because I have a good example and it relates to exactly what. If you allow me to finish, relating to exactly what we were talking about, those riots in the UK, they wouldn't have happened had a couple of key influential people not made up. You can't let me finish a sentence, can you? So
you're just going to filibuster. You're just going to filibuster forever because no one's ever allowed to talk or say anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. Right? No, nobody's talking over. I'm not talking over you. You interrupted me.
Go ahead.
How you been playing the high ground like you're not the rude one here? Like you didn't just interrupt me. So as I was saying,
never shut up and let me say anything.
No, do you know why? Because somebody, Terry asked me a question, and I'm trying to answer, but you love the sound of your voice so much, you're like, I have to talk over it.
No.
Sorry, Terry, I can't answer you. I can't answer what you're saying.
I'm not just asking that of you though. So if anybody wants to, answer that
it's
or not,
nonsensical.
like.
Oh, sorry. It's just you did start it with
Right,
JOJ, so I was
did.
just trying to
Right,
answer.
yeah, of
It's just
course.
normal etiquette to not
Yeah,
ever go.
but you're the one that wants to lock everybody up and send them to the gulag, so that's cool. But
And
anyway,
at which
your
Hillary, Hillary,
initial
at
claim
which
was
point,
that if
at
someone
which
gives out
point did I say
bad
that?
information, therefore
At
they're
which point
criminally
did I say that?
liable for other people's actions. That makes no
You are,
sense. If
you
I
are.
make a
If you
mistake
incite,
and
that is
say
a
something,
crime in your country. It's a crime to incite
no,
violence in
it's
your
not.
country.
It's not a crime in
Yes,
our
it is.
country.
Do you want me to read you out the
You're
law?
an idiot. I don't want to.
Do you
I
want me
don't
to
want to
read you
lower
out your own
myself
law?
to name
If you want me
calling, but
to, I
you're
can.
saying some
Well,
very
I would
stupid
rather that
things.
not happen.
Okay, so what do
You
you
have
think?
no clue.
Well, JOJ,
So
there's a
incitement
difference.
to
There's a
imminent lawless action, speech that is likely
bro.
to. Yeah.
Okay,
So
I'm not asking.
JOJ, you're
Can I
I'm
stop
just
talking
for
the
a
whole
second?
one
time.
second. Look, I've got 4 or 5 different people all asking me questions specifically, and I'm left to return. So it sounds like I'm talking a lot, but if you ask somebody else a question, then they'd have a chance, and I wouldn't be doing it. So I'm just responding. And I do want to clarify.
The problem is you're
Allow
not
me to
getting
finish. I
anything. You
do
go
want
on
to
forever.
clarify that
Yeah,
incitement to
make it
imminent lawlessness action
succinct.
is a crime in America based on the Brandenburg versus
Okay, then
Ohio
you're
ruling of
lying. Okay, I'm going to
1969.
stop you right there because
No.
this is the lie I was trying to stop you from making earlier. You said that if a
Incitement to imminent
politician,
lawless action
you
is a
won't shut
crime
the
in
fuck
America.
up. Shut up.
Okay,
Shut up.
I understand, JOJ.
No.
Yeah,
And you know what? The
and
more
You won't
frustrated you
let
get, the
anybody
more I'm
else
going to
make their
talk, dude.
point. You just want to talk over me. Shut up,
And
Jay.
if you're gonna
Learn
get
some
more
moderation.
and more
Shut
wound up,
up.
how about you take it
Shut
down a step
up.
and I might let you speak.
Shut
I
up.
will.
You're not going to take me
No,
down anywhere because
I'm
you
not
keep
gonna.
lying.
Now I'm just gonna
You say
keep on
your
bulldozing
question.
through, and
Carrie,
I'm
please
not
put him
gonna stop.
backstage.
No.
Carrie, please put him
I have to
backstage
step
because he
in
won't
and
let me
moderate.
talk.
I have to step in and moderate here. Okay.
All this.
JOJ, finish your point. Hillary's emails, then Wild Heart.
Yeah, thank you very much, Terry. So, incitement to imminent lawlessness is a crime in America. Speech that is likely to incite imminent violence or illegal acts from Brandenburg versus Ohio rule in 1969. So that statement means that to communicate serious incitement to commit violence against a specific individual or a group is actionable under the law. It is a crime in America too. It's just, but the news tends to focus on that one little aspect of the United States. The only thing that gets piped out of the UK is these right-wing groups that go, oh my God, people are going to jail for saying words. And that wasn't ever the case. It was about inciting hatred, which is the same laws you have in your country. Happy to give way.
I sure hope we don't have those.
Well, okay, Hillary's emails. Please
I've never seen them.
respond.
Yeah, I'd love to make the point, and this is what I tried to say like 30 minutes ago. You're double speaking. Your claim was that someone mistook someone's ethnicity or some other demographic, and that caused all these people to go down, burning down hotels and rioting. And now you're saying incitement to violence. If I say that somebody's eyes are blue and they were really green, I'm not inciting imminent violence. You can't make a claim and then just totally go crazy. And I really wish you quit your filibustering because we don't need to hear your same explanation 5 or 7 times. Say it once, get your point across, and then shut up and listen.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I didn't say that though. I didn't say that. You've
Yeah,
made
that
that
is
up.
what
I
you
didn't
said.
say that.
You said if somebody makes a mistake of fact,
No, I
that's
said
a
no. I
crime in
didn't say that.
America.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. You've lied. You're a liar. You made that up. What I
No,
actually
that is
said.
what that is the whole point.
Would you
You
like me
said
to
that
go
if
back and
somebody
play it
gives
to
out
you?
bad information, that they're
No, I
criminally
didn't. I
responsible
didn't
for
say
other
that. I
people's
didn't say
actions.
those words. I didn't say
It
those words.
doesn't
What I
matter. It
actually
doesn't
said.
matter. I
It does
paraphrased.
because you've
I
started your
didn't
whole
pull it.
argument on
You're
it, and it's
lying
not
because
true.
you're claiming that I've quoted you.
Oh,
I never
man.
claimed to quote you.
Okay, guys, you're getting put backstage for a moment because I did say Wild Heart could go, and he's been like, he had his hand up for God's sake.
Yeah, I was actually interested in that conversation. What I was going to say is, at the moment, I'm agreeing with JLJ and not Hillary's. JLJ is making a factual point. It is about hate crimes. If like you're in front of a crowd and you tell the crowd to go out and kill Jewish people, and the crowd goes out and kills Jewish people, you are responsible for that because you caused it. And I think that's a law in America as well. I don't know where I like Hillary's, by the way. I'm not being biased because I like one or the other. I'm just, as far as I understand it, at the moment, Hillary is saying something about race and
Well, I don't think, yeah. Okay.
But
Did
the
you have
moment,
any other point to make about
no,
it?
that's it. That's it.
Okay, I'm gonna bring the other guys back in. Sorry, they were just talking, back and forth one another. It was kind of griping. I don't know. Oh, Hillary's dropped off. Did he?
Yeah, I was quiet.
Well, I'm gonna bring JOJ back. Thanks for hanging on and understanding.
No, I appreciate it, and I must apologise as well. I'm not normally this thing. What it is I just want to clarify again. When a bunch of people are constantly going, well, let me ask you this, let me ask you that, and so I'm answering, and then it sounds like I'm talking all the time. But I'm just everybody keeps directing stuff at me. That's all it is.
You're a
If it wasn't
fascinating
directed at me,
guy,
I wouldn't.
JOJ.
I appreciate it, Terry. And do you know what? Like I say, I really don't want to, I'd love to come on and talk about happy, fun, fluffy stuff as well. I'm up for a laugh too. I'm really not all heavy political stuff. And, it's just that when people willfully misinterpret or put words in your mouth, I do have a bit of a thing for that where I'm like, no, hang on a minute. Truth matters.
Yeah.
So, JLJ, can I just
So
say,
you and Mom are both socialists. Okay.
JLJ, can I just say, welcome to my world for the last 20 years. Talking to
Wildy, I love you to pieces. Don't put me in the same demographic as you, all right? I'm not that bad.
I'm just saying, being talked over, like 10 people asking you questions, you never get to answer. Welcome to my world.
To be fair, it's a big, busy panel. There's a bunch of people on here. It is what it is. No judgment against anyone. I know it sounds like I am. I'm just asserting myself. That's all.
I want to let Latine in to speak because she's been patiently waiting. Go ahead, Latine.
You guys talk about hate speech, redlining, but then you guys are talking shit about Americans, motherfuckers. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, so redlining is a real thing, and I suggest you Google it. I don't think you understand what redlining means. And I think you associate it with something negative, and you're like, well, that can't be us. Maybe Google redlining in America and see what that
Were
comes
you
up with.
saying it was negative?
What, redlining? Oh, absolutely. When
I
they were
thought you were
reporting.
suggesting it was.
No, I was explaining when it was said before by Kyle. I think that's how you say your name. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh, yeah, that's Kyle Samogi, I think. Or am I mispronouncing it?
I don't care how people pronounce it.
How do
you? I'm curious though. How do you pronounce your name?
Kale.
Kale. Okay, cool. I was Kyle.
Yeah,
I'm an idiot.
Leafy green vegetable.
One more question. I want to know, how hard did the teachers in elementary, junior high, and high school have to beat you to convince you that the United States is a racist country and blah, 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 all this other bullshit you've been spewing?
So I didn't say America is a racist country, and if you can find me where I said that once, then I will give you that. So not only is redlining a real thing, like I said it was before, and you pretended it wasn't, but also I didn't say the thing that you said I said.
Hey, Chase. No,
Yeah,
Chase, he's been quiet for a while. Let him go in, and then you can talk, and then JOJ.
Yeah, I just want to know, where are you seeing these laws where you can't put SS bolts? That's called freedom of speech. I mean, if it's this is the deal, man. Freedom of speech is supposed to be like this. If you're allowed to say something, and I'm allowed to be offended. That's how that works. So
yes, offense.
Yeah. Well, if I run
This is
up to
so
like a
great.
black
We got
person,
the Nazis and the socialists talking to one another.
and Nazis
Sorry,
were
go ahead,
socialists. They were
No, they weren't. They hid under the guise of socialism because it was a popular idea. Everyone was like, yeah, let's pay us more. And then they went, no, fascism.
Fascism is not socialism.
Distinctly opposite.
Terry, please.
Would you apply your same standard to the BLM riots and stuff like that?
Thank you. That's what I
Yeah, absolutely. I think that I do often. I hear what people say when they said that the riot is language of the unheard, but I don't think that anything is achieved by smashing your own place up. I think that effort could have been better put of going and protesting outside of Congress, outside of White House. I don't know the other political institutions off the top of my head, but yeah, I believe that I don't agree with smashing shit up at all.
No, but that's not what I asked. Would you apply the same standard? So, like, with the people, the leaders of BLM.
Yes. I said yes, and then yes. The answer was yes.
So what you're saying is that you would hold the leaders of BLM responsible. They should be charged for inciting violence. You would agree with that?
I honestly, I would say that whoever organized that fucking riot should go to fucking prison. I agree with that 100%. And if the book falls at the organizer of the BLM protest, so be it. I don't have a special preference either way. Jail, gone.
Okay, I think let's let Wildheart go and then Chase and then Latney. Does that sound good?
Yeah, thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay, yeah, Wildheart. Then okay, what do you want to say? You had your
Yeah,
hand up.
I know I did, but that was 5
you
minutes
forget?
ago. I can't remember what I was going to say now. Carry on.
Well, how do you feel, Wildheart?
What were they talking about again?
Just in general, you don't have to even respond to them. You can just do your own thing. It's
No,
your
I had
turn.
a point about 5 minutes ago.
Just put, what do you want to get out to the masses? What do you want to tell the world right now?
Stop being stupid.
How?
If you can. I mean, I know it's not possible for most people.
Okay, Chase, your turn.
I guess I don't know. I kind of got relaxed for a minute there.
Okay, this is deep because I didn't know you were putting your white power symbols in my chat. Now I'm gonna see it and I'm gonna know.
Yeah, no.
I was blissfully unaware, but I ate of the fruit of the tree of knowledge, and now I know stuff.
Yeah, and I know they're gonna hurt a lot of feelings. I saw all the black people just dropping dead as soon as those bolts hit the chat. Those poor black people were dropping.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
You know what? He Black's not up here
Sorry,
anymore.
black people.
Maybe you did you take He Black out?
I
You
think.
dropped your bolts
I hope
and
he's
you
not
dropped off
dead.
the panel.
He Black, are you okay? Oh wait.
You are a token black guy, He Black.
Why would I care?
What I find really interesting about Chase is the fact that when you take your Aryan Brotherhood ideology, you know full well you're not blonde hair and blue eyes. You're a lower class. You're a lower class of human in the eyes of the people that you worship. That ideology. Well, one second. I just want to throw it out there that is.
They're always like, "Oh, are you Irish?" And they're like, "You dirty little Irish thing." You're not
I know,
like,
right? The Aryans.
Irish
I'm like, what the heck?
Dirty
You don't
redneck.
accept me? I'm Irish. I'm
Yeah,
white. I'm
you're
whiter
voicing
than
on the totem
they're
pole
all
of
like
all the white.
orange and freckly and like dark.
Sorry,
And I got
please.
this beautiful pale white skin.
Beautiful pale
It's
white.
funny because even the word Aryan is an Indo-Iranian language from thousands of years
You know
ago.
what? The
It's
Aryans
like
are
they
actually
pull
from Mars,
all
guys.
of the
They're
best
not
bits from
human.
us.
Did you know
They
that?
pull. Sorry, say that again, Terry.
The Aryans are actually from Mars. They're not even actually of this world.
No, exactly. Originally,
World, and they have the audacity to come down here and be like, "We're the real whites, not you." And I'm like, "Okay."
well, that's it. But the word Aryan is linguistically a cultural term. But yeah, the word Aryan is linguistically a cultural term that comes from Indo-Iranian languages thousands of years ago. Even the name of like white is right isn't even white.
Really, I didn't know that.
From Aries, which means Mars, guys. Open up your eyes, sheeple. Open up your third eye. You'll see. Aries means Mars.
Judge Joe Brown told us that the real Aryans were the East Indians. They're the ones with the caste system
No,
and all.
that's just liberal propaganda. The Aryans are white from Mars. They effed up their world because they're all angry and warlike, and then they come down here and terraforming the world. They took our beautiful black brothers and put them to work building stuff with their strong black muscles.
Yeah,
exactly that, Terry.
Under their
Pyramids
foot.
and
Yes.
Like you're white as
Yeah.
fuck. You know,
Do you know what-
we
do you know what I find-
can, you know,
Do you know what I find really, really funny? The funniest thing about Jesus' beliefs is the fact that he goes, "Oh, I'm Christian," knowing full well that Jesus was a flipping brown Palestinian man.
Well,
how do you reconcile that? How do you worship a brown Palestinian dude and be part of an Aryan Brotherhood?
Jesus Palestinian. He wasn't Palestinian.
Where was he born?
He was
And
an
where is that country called?
He was a Jew. It was called Judea.
Oh, drop the bomb.
He was not Palestinian. He was a Judean.
and he was an Israelite. He was
Terry.
not a
Let's have a look at it. So
That's who
either
my
way,
the king of the
Palestinian.
Jews, baby. It's
Terry.
my
Yeah,
I'm
Judea
sorry.
is obviously,
Oh,
yeah,
baby,
no,
all the way.
I totally agree with you,
100%.
Terry. I love the correction. I appreciate it. And yeah, Nazareth is obviously Judea. It wasn't Palestine at the time. You're right. So he was he was a brown Judean man, Middle Eastern. How do you reconcile that, Chase?
How do you know he was brown? How do you know he was
Because
brown?
the Bible says that his feet were the color of brass, his hair was like wool. It describes his ethnicity quite well.
No. Hold on. The Bible says, hold on. The Bible says his hair was white like wool, and then it also says his eyes were a blaze of fire. Do you think his eyes were a blaze of fire?
Do you think that white people born in Judea at the time had feet the color of brass? Now, I'm mistaken me if I'm wrong, but isn't the color of brass not white?
Hold on. No human being has eyes of fire, right? So that verse is obviously talking about either his spiritual body or it's a representation of something. It's not his physical appearance.
But it did depict the color of his skin by saying that it was the color of brass, and it described his hair.
It said his tongue was as sharp as a sword. Like, you think his tongue was a triangle shape or something? No.
If it said that his tongue was the color of a sword, that'd be weird. But you could use for when it says that his feet and that were the color of. That's not an exaggeration. That's just a description.
That's right.
And if you look at all of the people born in that area at the time, overwhelming majority of them weren't white. Ethnically and racially, I completely agree with you. It's what it's called now. It's what the territory is called now. But I completely concede to that.
Can I just say before I let Wildheart speak that Jesus died for everyone, even the Aryans that came from Mars and tried to take over everything? You know what? Even them, Jesus, his blood covers their sin too. And through death and resurrection and our trust and faith in him, we all can become brothers and sisters through him, and we can overcome the world. Amen.
And hey,
okay, Wildheart, it's your turn.
No, can I just say amen and hallelujah?
I just want to say this real quick.
It's Wildheart's turn. Then you can go, Kale. Then JOJ.
He finished. He said, "Oh, I just wanted to say amen," and then Kale spoke.
Okay, sorry.
I just wanted to say that the likelihood that one of the 5 descriptions of his appearance being a literal definition is very unlikely, right? And then the second thing is there are white-looking Jews. For instance, Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is 100%.
I love Ben Shapiro.
Ben Shapiro is 100% Jewish. He did the DNA test thing. He's 100% Jewish, but most people, when they see him, they see a white man. They think he's a white guy, right?
Isn't he Ashkenazi Jewish? He's Ashkenazi Jewish, isn't he?
No, he's not. He's Sephardic.
He's Sephardic, yeah.
Is he
His wife
Sephardic?
though. He bragged about
There
it.
you go.
And then he said, my kids are half-breeds. And I was like, whoa, that's pretty extreme. Okay, sorry. Latin AI and Callie, it's your turn. I'm sorry I skipped over you. Girl, have the floor.
Well, I was just going to say that I don't think the United States is racist, really, and I don't think there's enough white people in the whole entire world. And I think there's too many, not enough whites in the world, basically. and I think that white people need to start making babies again.
Ben Shapiro's family are Ashkenazi Jew. His family came from Central or Eastern European. He's not 100% Jewish like that. He is.
No, he is.
He said it's. I'm looking at his families now. His family has a background of Ashkenazi Jewish, which means that their ancestors came from Central or Eastern Europe. That is Ben Shapiro.
But he did, bro.
Because of his skin color.
Are you saying he lied when he showed his ancestry results? Are you saying he lied?
I'm saying you've misinterpreted it. I'm saying that he is 100% Jewish, but also not Hebrew Jewish.
Also 100% haughty. Okay, let's move on.
There's a different kind of Jew than a Hebrew Jew.
Wild
Yes.
Heart,
So, for example, Kale, you could convert to Judaism now and you'd be a Jew, but you wouldn't be Hebrew ethnically.
Well, I don't think Ancestry.com determines your religion. I think it determines your genetics, but that could just be me.
Exactly. So he is 100% Jewish, which is right. His family are 100% Jewish, but his family is Ashkenazi, which means European.
Oh, cool name, Chase Eintai House. Is that some German, isn't it?
A house. Yeah, I should have put some dots over the A.
I don't speak any German really. Wild
I don't
Heart, it's your
either.
turn. Go ahead, Wild Heart. You have the floor.
I just want to say thank you, Terry, very much. I've not laughed so much in years. About 3 hours, basically stupid Americans and things like that.
Yeah, we're funny, aren't we? Yeah. See,
Yeah.
you like us. We're entertaining in
Yeah,
America.
I just want to thank you. Yeah, it's been...
Hey, but you know
Look at
what? Some
that.
people
Look at
just
that.
want y'all that not everybody up here is American.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are nice tacos.
Yeah.
Nice.
Dirty. Dirty
Yeah.
barbacoa tacos.
Yeah, dirty.
The fucking Aryan Brotherhood guy eating tacos.
Fuck yeah.
What, you know,
I want to make this. I want to make this one point.
with his own
Mexicans and white boys roll together in prison.
I want to make this one point. It's really funny. The Aryan Brotherhood, they wear clothes made in China. They sit in houses made by foreign workers. They sit on a couch that they bought from Japan, drinking beer that they got from Germany, and they love how white is right. It's like, come on, man. Your entire identity is built up of other cultures. You're literally
Yeah, you're right
a
about that.
mashup of them, and it's a
away
beautiful thing.
But
It's a beautiful thing.
you're not talking about ABT, AC, and AB and Peckerwoods, man. You're talking about literal neo-Nazis. You're not talking about what I'm talking about.
Literal neo-Nazis.
Yeah.
You're talking about like the LARPers. You're
Sorry
talking
if I
about the
confused you with the real
LARPers.
Nazis when you started putting Nazi symbols
No,
in the
no, man. When I was in the last time I was locked up, I was in a unit. Stop screaming. I was in a unit called Beto. Okay, my cellie was ABT. He was Aryan. He was Aryan.
Stop
Never
screaming,
mind.
you fucking fuck. Let's stop screaming again,
Oh,
you
man,
fuck
never
idiot.
mind.
Wild
Fuck
Heart.
off.
You win.
Stop. Speaking over Chase. It's
You
his
win.
turn. Chase is explaining how he identifies, why he identifies with his whiteness.
It's just a thing. It's just a thing. Look, dude, it's nothing. No one that I know, none of us, aside from some of the people who are still active, do they even go to meetings? No one really does that shit. No one. I don't know what y'all do in England if y'all sit and cosplay Nazis. No one here does that. No one.
Okay, but do you understand
and
why
even
I
if
can swear?
even if
You
he was
literally
a
put, but
literal
one second, just 1 second, Kale. I'm so sorry. I will let you finish now, but allow me to do this 1 second. So when you're saying like you're trying to distance yourself from Nazis, why are you putting Nazi Thunderbolt in the fucking chat and like using Nazi symbology
Fun,
whilst
because it's
pretending
funny.
that you're
It's
not a Nazi?
trollish. It's
Yeah,
nothing.
no, I'm gonna do it.
Well,
The
so
devil's
I just want to say
I've
this.
seen you do
Even
it before, Chase. I've seen you do it before. Just randomly, you'll just drop
Good.
lightning bolts in there.
Good.
I've
It's
seen
funny.
you do it, and then you go, "Oh, I'm not a Nazi. I just use all the Nazi
I'm not a
paraphernalia.
Nazi.
I just sound like one.
You know
I
what
just joined the
Nazis?
Aryan
You know what
group."
Nazis would do to someone who was a felon and had sold drugs in their lifetime? They would probably kill me.
So
They didn't
why
put
do
up
you
with
use
dope.
their
They didn't put up with
symbology?
meth.
Oh, what up?
They didn't put up with this stuff. I'm not a Nazi. I don't want to be a Nazi. Period.
Yeah,
But
you
you're
know
in the
what? In
Aryan
America,
fucking Brotherhood posting Nazi symbols, bro. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and my brother-in-law is too, and a lot of my friends are. What's your point?
Oh,
None of us
some
are
of my friends are
racist.
Nazis.
None
I'm
of
not
us.
a Nazi. We're not Nazis. We just post Nazi stuff.
No,
Okay,
no,
well, if
no,
it makes you feel,
no,
hey man, if it makes you feel any better, the Mexicans.
Sorry to interrupt and be annoying, but this is the only way I get to finish. Shut the fuck up.
I gotta take a piss, man.
Yeah, fuck off. Right, so he was saying that his family is Nazi and all of his friends are Nazis, but he's not racist. How the fuck does that work?
he didn't say he was a Nazi. He said he was in the because he was in prison.
Oh, everybody knows he's Nazi.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Stop interrupting. Let me explain.
Okay.
Let me explain. You're being ignorant. You call other people ignorant, but you're ignorant. We're
We're
all a bit ignorant. But I'm trying to explain and you're interrupting. You're not listening. Okay, he was in the Slammer a few times, and he had to network with other white people because in America, in the Slammer, I don't know how it works in the UK, but here, a lot of people get racial. And so if you're in prison, you kind of have to stick to your own kind of it. So he gets affiliated with these people. Once they get out of prison, they stay in contact if they help each other, you know, like with networking, improving each other's life. It's a like thing that they're involved in, but it's not necessarily because they don't like other races.
Right.
But he is very openly, he has said a couple of things that are like that.
But I've known Chase. Let me just say this in chat for a number of years. I know about his like life and experiences, and he doesn't seem like he thinks like a Nazi like you're describing. He associates with lots of different kinds of people. So I don't know.
Can I counter that with the very real and objective fact that if it was just a networking thing and he's made some friends, why is he posting Nazi symbols now in a chat that's completely irrelevant to it?
He said he was.
He can if he wants to. He's an American.
Last time I was around here, he did the same thing, but I didn't even say anything. That's how I knew, because I saw the lightning bolts and I thought, what's that about? That's an Aryan Brotherhood thing. And then he started to say, and then he was on the channel and he started to be like, well, me and the Aryan, you know, me and my Aryan sister, we do this, and me and my Aryan brother, we do that. And then I was like, see, I've come to that conclusion based on the available evidence. He's posting Nazi propaganda, he's posting the symbols, and then he subscribes to the ideology, but then he's afraid of it when he goes, no, I'm not that. Dude, you literally are. That's what Aryan Brotherhoods are. And if you're just networking, why are you doing it on Terry's? Is Terry, are you a staunch white nationalist? Exactly. That's my point. He's obviously.
JOJ, what is the definition of a Nazi?
I don't know. Like, I'm not going to kick somebody off if they're respectful, if they have like different opinions.
What JOJ, what is a Nazi? Like, what is that?
So there's two definitions of it. There's the traditional referring to the member of the Nationalist Social German Party's worker, or the NSDAP. That's the first one with the historical context. But then there's neo-Nazism, or as we just call it Nazism, which is the same ideologies, the same fascist race superiority ideologies, being pushed through the people in the other groups. So it's been taken from the Germans and over to that. So there's two of them.
But what makes someone a Nazi? Because I do personally believe that whites are superior, you know. So am I a Nazi?
Yeah, at the very least, you're a white supremacist, which would fall you under the range of a neo-Nazi, yes.
So what would I have to do to become...
Supremacy.
Wait, what do I... Hold on, Terry. Wait, hold on, Terry. I just want to ask, because I'm a white supremacist, what would I need to do now to become a Nazi?
No, that's it. See, it's one of those things that isn't subjective, and people don't get to choose whether they are or they aren't. It's about your ideological belief. So if you believe genuinely that you are of the superior race and that your race is better than everybody else's, you are a neo-Nazi by default. You don't just choose to be you don't just wake up and go, today I'm a Nazi. You either are or you aren't. It's not subjective. It's quite an objective thing that is easily defined with criteria that you either meet or you don't.
Well, so isn't that interesting that I don't know what Chase in Texas would say, but if you asked him, do you believe whites are superior? He would probably say no, right? But you call him a Nazi because of the symbols and stuff he posts. But yeah. I will literally, you didn't even think I'm a Nazi, but I would literally say I think they're superior. Isn't that interesting?
It is interesting. It's called nuance, and the reason is if you admire Adolf Hitler and Nazi ideology, that makes you a Nazi. If you believe that you're a white supremacist, that's a Nazi. If you're often expressing hate against Jews, immigrants, people of color, LGBT, the whole rainbow, if you're constantly doing that, then that would also make you a Nazi. It's got a clear definition, lots of things, but there is a nuance to it. You could be just a white nationalist, but gay. Do you know what I mean?
But what if you're just ignorant, like you just live around whites and you just kind of like you see the poor black people and you're like, oh well, the whites seem to be smarter than the blacks. I think they're superior. Are you a Nazi?
Yeah, the reason is because there are plenty of people who live in those situations. And if you, like right now, we have the internet and we both have all of the same information available to us. If your conclusion, after looking at all this information that's out there, if your conclusion is that they're just stupid and you're smarter because of your skin color, then that makes you a Nazi, that makes you an idiot. If you're willfully ignoring all of the information out there, it's not about, you can't just, no one's insular. Everyone has access to the internet. If you live in a tribe somewhere, like a white tribe, sure, you just, that's otherism. You're living in a tribe, that's, no one can blame you for that. But if you subscribe to the ideologies, that makes you a Nazi.
But why would you care if I am a Nazi or white supremacist? Why would you care?
Because the real world harms and effects that has. So I honestly don't care per se. So if you're at home and you're a Nazi, like right now, you haven't turned around and been like, I fucking hate everyone in this, that, and the other, because that it furthers division between people. It makes society for us all to live in harder to be in. And as a member of society, civilized society, I'd like to challenge that stuff to be able to show that there is the other side of it. Also, it helps to show inclusion rather than exclusion.
Well, I include colored people. I include colored people in my life. I have more like non-white friends than white ones, so I'm not excluding
You tell them
anybody.
that you think they're more stupid than you based on their skin.
Yeah,
dude, that's like open racism.
You know what's funny too is they know it. They know that I'm
Hey,
just
Donkey
like
Dick is here.
they know it. They
Hi,
already know
Donkey
it.
Dick.
What's up, Terry?
It's nice to see you. How have you been?
Hi, Donkey.
Been all right.
What do you think about like white supremacy? Are you an Aryan brother or are you like a commie?
Are those the only
Or
two
somewhere in
choices?
between? No, you can be anywhere in between the
Oh,
spectrum.
okay.
Where do you fall
Nice.
on the commie Nazi spectrum?
Not on that spectrum.
Wait,
I'm on a
no, wait,
different.
wait, you're
I'm
the
on a
one.
different spectrum.
Wait, no, don't. No, never mind. I know you. No, this guy's a total Nazi. I'm going to tell on you. When we were in Discord and you were talking with me about like the Jews, yeah. That was you, right?
No, that must have been someone else.
Oh, damn. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought that was you. I love the Jews, though. I'm Team Israel.
That ain't me.
Oh.
Okay, so you think I'm a
Never
Nazi
mind.
because I like Trump and I think Trump's team is doing an awesome job?
No, and that's a very strange question. What prompted that question? Because I didn't say any of those. So far, everything that you've said, when you've summarized what I'm thinking,
Is it just
so
me,
far
or
left
does this
mark.
dude's
It doesn't
audio
matter why I'm
fucking
asking
terrible?
questions. Just move on.
Oh wait, JOJ, I forgot to tell you something. I actually think that the Jews are superior to the whites, and then like whites are second place. Am I still a Nazi?
Yeah, honestly, yeah. So the way it works is, it's if your ideological beliefs promote racist, xenophobic, or fascism, if it falls in line with those ideologies, then you are a Nazi, a neo-Nazi. That's literally the definition. If you're struggling, rather than asking me the questions, you have the internet.
Hey, R2D2, can you hold up?
But am
R2D2,
I
can you
still-
hold up and fix your mic?
Am I still
Bro,
a white
it sounds
supremacist?
like yours is inside your mouth. Out of everybody on the panel, you're the least one to tell me about the mic. There's nothing I can do about it.
Am I still a white
JOJ, all you have to
supremacist
do-
though?
Fix your
Well,
mic.
no, you wouldn't be.
I'm just
You
trying to
wouldn't be a
give
white supremacist if you hold another race that isn't your own above you.
JOJ, exit
But still a
and
Nazi.
come back in. Maybe your audio might be better.
Okay, so thank you very much for that lovely insight, Latin and Callie. So the way it works is it's just a shit mic. That's it. It's that shit. I take the echo cancellation off and it sounds perfect and pristine, but then there's a big fucking echo. And because at the rate we all talk over each other, that ain't gonna work either. And you can clearly understand what I'm saying. At best, it's a mild inconvenience.
Okay.
So I suggest maybe grow up.
It's more than mild.
Okay, JOJ. So do you like Trump's team? Do you like where the direction the United States is going in?
I'm not American. I don't really have I don't know is the answer. I don't know. I don't live in America. I don't know what it's like there. Most of the time, I've got an idea through the news and things, but I wouldn't know. I don't live under him.
It's so rad here. You'd love it.
Honestly, yeah, I'd want to. Yeah, I'd love to. I'd love to go to America. Unfortunately, as much as I'm preaching about being a nice person and doing all that stuff, I did have a very checkered past, and I'm not allowed to come to America. I'm one of those guys.
You're a
You're a Nazi,
Well, look,
not
I
allowed to
know
come to America.
people from the UK, but they love the United States. They hate their country. They know that their
No,
socialism,
no.
their
That's
communism
not true.
sucks.
Stop generalizing and talking for my entire people.
Said
That
I
isn't true.
know
Most of us.
UK people. I said I know some UK people. I'm talking about the people that I
And
know.
then
They love the United
you
States and
finished
they
it up
hate
with
their
the
shitty country.
generalization.
Okay, they hate their shitty country. They said their country shitty. All right, that they wish they could come to the United States is what I'm saying.
Oh, okay, then I'll counter that with I know many Americans, and they all want to come to the UK because the America is looking a bit fucking funky at the moment. Economically, people are struggling to survive.
They would never survive in the UK. Like very few Americans could really cut it or rough it like that, you know?
Do you know what? I've got quite a lot of American and Canadian friends. Weirdly, yeah, a lot of Canadians in Wales as well for some reason. It's seems to be like a little sort of hub for them.
Well, that's because socialism doesn't work. And I live in Canada.
Right,
and it's
okay.
very
You're misunderstanding again. We've already been through it, and yet you go, well, the Canadians are because socialism doesn't work. No, socialism means you get paid more. How are you not understanding that? What do you think socialism means? What's your interpretation? And then I'll calmly and quietly explain to you why you're wrong. Go on.
The social programs, paying a lot of taxes to help other people.
No, it's literally not that. So you don't pay as much tax. If anything, you'd end up probably paying less because more people would have work opportunities and more money, which means more GDP because people are spending more.
Well, how much income tax do you guys pay in the UK?
So it ranges from sort of like 12 to 20%. It can vary if you're
No,
on.
that's the first tax bracket. The first tax bracket. How much is that?
Can you rephrase that question? Sorry.
What is the income tax for the first tax bracket?
I'll be honest with you, I'm not an economist. I don't know that answer. I don't know what you mean by the income bracket.
You don't know? Wait, you don't know how much taxes come off your paycheck? What are you talking about?
No, I've just explained anywhere from 12 to 20%. When you said about income bracket, that's quite a specific. I don't think that you understand the words.
Okay, so 12 to 20%. And in America, what is it, guys? What is the income tax in America?
I don't know. I don't keep track of this stuff.
I know a lot of people are basically paying their 20%. And I don't know why we haven't done another rendition of 1776, you know?
Well, in Canada, you said we don't have higher taxes. Our taxes are 35%. We pay 35%. Almost half our paycheck gets taken by the government.
That's a lot in
Yo,
Canada.
is it really like on the basic rate? It's 20% on the high rate in the
We
UK.
aren't good enough to be charging those kind of rates in Canada.
And you don't even get any free healthcare. Like, what are you paying it for? If it's not to pay for hospitals.
We do get free healthcare. Yeah, we do.
Okay, do you know what? This is
It's
a good
extremely
question.
shitty healthcare though because it's free, but we do get free healthcare.
So where is that exactly then? Because how does the insurance thing? I'm speaking in purely in European because we get free healthcare. Like all of it's free. Like every last bit of it's free. Like I don't understand how like insurance works.
In Canada, even a sex change is paid by the government.
It's not free if you're paying for it.
No, okay, I totally understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Can I just say this? America is in such a health crisis with the obesity rates and such. We can't afford to have a social system at this point. America needs to be made healthy before we can even talk about creating some kind of sustainable system, because otherwise it's just going to cost way too much. Why should other people have to subsidize other people's poor health choices?
I will admit, that is something for that, but it does improve productivity and create more GDP for everybody. So when you invest a little bit into healthcare, the workforce becomes healthier overall. And yes, there are drains on the system here and there through lifestyle choices. That can't be denied. That absolutely happens. People put themselves into very silly situations, and then they need a national health service to bail them out. Nobody's denying that. But overall, it does make your GDP go up and everything when you have a basic universal healthcare, because everybody's got access to healthcare. The workforce is healthier. People miss less sick days. People die less. People live longer. They work more.
I mean, in
You are a
Canada,
propagandist, Jay. It
in
sounds like
Canada,
you memorized a lot of shit from some books, and then you're telling us Americans about it. Like, do you
look,
think we really care about?
No, allow me. Okay, so I'm from a place that has free healthcare, so I know what it's like. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So it does do all. It's not propaganda. Why don't you research it? Why don't you look it up? Does having a national health service increase your productivity for your workforce because they're fitter and healthier?
But
And if you think about it with a
that in
logical brain,
America too. It's just not everybody uses it. Like most people have so we have different systems in America, but we have socialized healthcare in America. We have like Medicare and Medicaid. But not
this is the
everybody's
thing
on it.
where, this is where and I will admit, this is where my Britishness shows.
If you're in a bind, you can get on it real easy.
Yeah, so from my understanding, what happens with so how is it then we see, and this might be just be like you guys see one thing and we see another thing. Do you guys have like people selling their houses and shit to pay medical bills? Like I saw a woman give birth in America, and she had an itemized bill of what the insurance would cover and what it wouldn't, and she was paying unbelievable amounts of money just to give birth to a baby. Like it's all free here. Like I don't understand. Am I wrong in thinking that people
but
go
a lot
broke
of people
with
go
health
private
insurance?
in the UK because it's not that good.
It's a potluck. Yeah, absolutely. It depends where you live. The trouble with government funded projects is they'd like to fund themselves first.
Yeah, I watched this show called Peep Show, and there's this character, she got pregnant and she was going to give birth, right? And she was telling her baby daddy, because they were married, but they got annulment, but then stupidly after they annulled their marriage, they did it, and then she got pregnant.
Peep Show was awesome, isn't it?
Yeah. So anyway, she's telling her baby daddy or ex-husband, however you want, or whatever he is, this guy, right? She's telling him how she's wants to go private because she just doesn't think it would be good, to give birth in a public, or in the national one, and for her own comfort and safety and all that. She wanted to go private, so he's going to have to come up with half the money to pay it.
Yeah, so I think that when it comes to the sort of private healthcare and things like that, you've got to remember as well that Peep Show is a comedy show, and it does exaggerate, a lot of talking points.
Yeah, but I know I also saw it on Absolutely Fabulous too, which is also a comedy.
Another comedy program. Oh my God, though! Congratulations on your British comedy tastes, like Ab Fab and flipping Peep Show and stuff. That's really cool. I didn't think any of you guys would be into that stuff.
I watch all the British comedy. I know it.
That's really cool. Yeah, I know. I think you probably know more about British comedy than I do. I'm a proper American comedy buff. To be fair, I love the stand-up scene.
Yeah, you should see me know more about Manchester-based music than Wildheart. He gets so ticked.
Well, you definitely beat me on that. I've know nothing about Manchester really.
But I don't know much Welsh stuff. I know about the Manic Street Preachers, and I know about there was a movie I watched called Twin Town.
What's Twin Town? That is. Do you know what? Right, for a long time, my life wasn't that dissimilar. As horrible as that sounds, to Twin Towns. Yeah, really cool. It's a really good movie. Yeah, I never thought I'd be chanting American about Twin Towns. That's really surreal. That's I thought it was a really niche Welsh thing with a tiny country with 3 million people.
No. What else do I know about Wales? I was friends with a Welsh lady. She was crazy. I don't know if that's something to do with Wales. Oh wait, you know what else I know about Wales? What else do I know? Okay, Richard Burton was Welsh too.
Yeah.
The actor guy. Yeah, he was Welsh. I know about the coal mines they got in Wales. And
did have, yeah.
The romanticism of the caves, and I know about Swansea. And what else do I know about?
Yeah, that's cool.
Wait, I had a friend on the internet when I was back on LiveJournal. I actually met him on DeadJournal before because he had to pay to get on LiveJournal. I was a broke teenager. So I made friends with this guy in Wales. And we were like internet friends for a long time, but I lost contact with him. And I sometimes think about him because we were like, I don't know. He was just this cool guy. Shout out to Chris.
Goldie
Wherever
looking
you
shade in the chat as well. Fuck it
Do
out.
you know any
This is
guys
our-
named Chris in Wales?
Hey, yeah, we all know. I know Chris. Yeah, I know him really
Maybe
well.
maybe around the age of, he's a few years older than me. I don't know. I wonder about him. Oh yeah, Goldie
you know
looking
what?
chain. That's right. Maggot was on Big Brother. That's right. Goldie looking chain.
Yeah, Goldie looking chain singing about soap bar and shit like that, which is British for Rocky, which is British for hash. But yeah, no. Do you know it's weird because I go on English channels and then they're all like they know fuck all about Wales and we're literally next door.
Yeah, isn't that amazing? You could like meet somebody around the world that knows more. I don't know. I probably know more about Wales. I feel like I'm being stupid. Anybody else know about Wales?
Do they have a language?
I know that
Yeah, we do.
they got their own language, Welsh.
I would
And do most-
military
do most-
at what, Wales or what
It's
country was it again?
Wales.
I'm so
Terry,
sorry.
what country?
Wales is Great
Yeah,
Britain.
Wales is. Yes.
Right.
Wales is so
Ireland.
insignificant that nobody even knows anything about Wales.
Well,
I
we
know
did
about
build
Wales.
your
I saw
country for you.
Bridgetown. I know about Wales.
Yeah,
know
I mean,
about Wales.
also, you know that the UK is made up of 4 kingdoms, and those kingdoms made the colonies, which made you. So we made America, which is actually, you know, as far as things go.
No.
Harry, the prince back with Meghan. We want to
You know who else made America?
stupid Harry,
Russia,
Meghan.
France.
Yeah, absolutely. The Dutch,
Spain.
all the European countries, everybody had a stake in that, including the Welsh, including everybody else.
The
Yeah.
white man.
The white man
Shout out
came
to the
and
white
killed everybody.
Shout
took
out to the
over.
white man.
They didn't kill everybody
You
on
know,
Yeah,
we don't
They're
want
white.
Meghan Markle here anymore.
The brown folks
Meghan
are
Markle
sore
wearing
losers.
pants.
Like we won the game, we took over all the countries. We're the winner. Just stop being a sore loser.
this, but they couldn't help it a lot of the time. The people
If
were
I pro- Joe,
if it
Joe,
was on purpose, it was like two-sided. It's not like the brown man was innocent. They was like
No.
reneging on
Yeah, yes, I'm so sorry because the
No.
brown man in America, they came to Europe and took everybody
Joe,
else's land.
JOJ, I promise you
Dude,
right now.
stop with that shit, man.
JOJ, hold on. JOJ, if the Native Americans had the brains and the technology to do what the white man did, they would have done it
Yes.
10 times over.
Hell
Well,
yes. They were very
interestingly,
Very
if you look at other cultures that do have similar technological advances during those days that focus their culture around peace and things. So, for example, the Indian
Like
Empire
who?
was
No.
massive.
Like who?
For example, the Indian Empire was massive, so culturally and technologically advanced in ways we didn't understand. And then when the British Empire got to India, we went, you know what? We've got a gun. They might be more advanced in almost every other way.
Why didn't they
have a
build
big
guns
kingdom.
then?
No,
Because
wait,
there was
the
civilization of peace. They didn't anticipate warring.
was a good thing.
India was a civilization of peace. Wow.
Those people were wicked,
Oh my
man.
God, man.
They
That's
would make
amazing.
widows throw
No, they
themselves.
weren't colonialists.
Let me finish.
Sorry.
They would make women throw themselves on their husbands' fires while they were still alive because they were such a burden to society. Those people were godless. They worshiped demons. And the white man coming with the Christian faith to convert the heathens in India was a good thing.
Yeah, except you do realize that at the time the white man was engaging in inter-family relations. Incest was rife. That's how most marriages and property were passed. They also
and no other culture did that. Hold on. No other culture was inbred. And you're telling me that all cultures around the world were highly advanced, and the white man was in awe of their cultural advancement and their no
inbreeding. Get fucking real, man.
Okay,
Shit.
so
What are
nobody
you
said that, and
reading?
if you stop talking for just a second, you might understand a bit more. So what I was trying to say was that while we're
Okay.
comparing them, we would go, "Oh, they're savages." In the same way that they were
They
these
were.
godless heathens, we also were committing to things like incest and classism, where we were destroying paupers and peasants in the same way they did with the class system. It was exactly the same. So we weren't
What's your
this
point?
righteous holy group that went over there. We went over there and enforced their caste system for them, and decided, you know what, this is a brilliant idea, and we can use it to divide people. And then we did that. All cultures have that sort of thing within them. They all have a hierarchy of people within them, whether it's based on money, when you were born, or whatever, which all equates to the same thing. So it wasn't that we went there and like made them better, because it isn't a Christian nation. So we can't say, oh, we gave them Christianity and they did really well. It's one of the many religions that are there, and these people do fine. In fact,
Yeah,
I'd
they
say
still
that
No,
do
they
fine.
don't. In India, they still shit in the street. They're so bad about shitting in the street.
it's
I know,
almost as though somebody went there before and robbed all of the materials and used it for
Bullshit.
their own empire.
Bullshit. You're reading, I don't know what
That's
you're
what the
reading, man, but you're not reading real.
It's
You
called
just have,
history, you fucking idiot.
rioted
Oh my God, how are you that
It's
stupid?
called history, you fucking idiot.
Where do you think the British Empire got its wealth from if they didn't steal it from everybody else? Which is why these countries are now in a
you
state
just
where
hate
all
your
their
own
resources
country. You
plundered.
really hate your own country, don't you?
No, I'm a patriot. I
I
love
mean, you're
my
going
country. I'm just
out of your
honest about
way
the empire.
to slander the name of your own country. You're the
No,
British
not
was so bad. We
not my
took
country.
everything. We don't have anything because we had to steal everything, and we were inbred, and they were just marvelous. That's what you're telling us.
No, I'm saying that we were all roughly sort of similar, and that your idea of white is right ideology
Oh,
proves nothing
fuck
more than you're a
off,
fucking
man.
idiot.
Hey, I didn't say white is right. I just said the white won. I didn't say they were right.
I wasn't talking to you, but it's
No one
essentially the same thing.
is in favor. No one is in favor of oppressing other societies. No one's in favor of enslaving and mistreating Africans. No one's in favor of any of this stuff. What's your problem?
Oh, nothing. I was just merely explaining, because we were talking, it was in conversation. The conversation, if you follow conversation, what we were talking about, and we ended up talking
Well, I
about
don't do that
empire,
very well,
and
man.
then
I hear the parts I want to hear and pick it apart.
in the chat.
I'll tell you what, Chase, it fucking shows, mate. It shows that you don't listen. It
Good.
shows that you just sit there and willfully carry things out and go, do you know what? I like this. I don't understand that, which is most things. I'm just going to pick this and throw some lightning bolts in there, but I'm not a Nazi, but here's some Nazi symbols. Grow the fuck up.
Yeah,
Hellfire
yeah.
and fire. If you're going to do it, if you're going to be a Nazi, do it, bro. Say it with your chest, you little bitch.
I don't care.
But JOJ,
No.
I think that without you should just go full commie, you know?
No, I don't agree with communism. I don't agree with communism. I still believe in capitalist, socialist blend, socialism all the way.
Oh, I see. So you're like,
Socialism for the win. Yes.
Just socialism. I like the way that things are. I like the way that the things are set up now, but I would like for people to be paid more, that earn all the money rather than CEOs. That's literally it. That's the only thing I'd change.
oh, you want to take more money out of the hands of the hardest working people?
And give it to the Muslim.
No, what I said was the opposite of that. I want to put more money. I want to put more money in the hands of the worker. That's literally what I'm saying. I want to put more money in the hands of the poorest people, so that their quality of life comes up. Everybody else lives fine. Jobs are good.
Sometimes Donald Trump does that for us. He gives us a little stimmy, you know? He'll be like, here you guys go. Here's a little puppy, daddy.
A little
What's up,
stimmy.
Wildheart? Okay, I'm sorry. It's Wildheart's turn. He's been waiting patiently. What's up, Wildheart?
I forget again.
Well, you got the floor.
God damn it, Wildheart.
Just speak what's in your heart. Just go. Go for it.
What were they talking
Come on,
about?
Wildy.
I know Chase. Chase is the Russian or Mexican. I know Chase is the Russian or Mexican or French accent. I would like to know what accent he was attempting. Well,
What? My British accent?
Oh, British? Is that what you
What was wrong with my British accent? What was wrong with my British accent? You were trying. He was trying to tell me that all of England is rubbish.
because they stole from the poor Indians that were far more advanced than you because you are inbreeding.
Oh, you fucked that right up.
It's weird. It's weird that
I mean, have a little pride,
I said
dude.
words that were similar to that, and then you mushed it around your own little brain and turned it into that. It's weird. You've got this like it's
you
a little
just,
Nazi
man,
killer.
have you shut up since you
Words-
got on here? You just
little
talking
Nazi killer, words go into his
the
ears,
whole
and the
time.
Nazi stuff falls out.
Got him.
Okay, man.
Man, we just
Nazi,
honestly, man, we
come up
just.
with something new.
I'm just an proud Aryan brother. Just pushing
Damn,
like the
well,
gods. I'm not
shit
a
happens.
Nazi because I'm too
Shit
scared to say it.
happens, man. Shit happens. What do you want me to do about
Shit
it?
happens, man. I'm just a little bitch, and I can't admit that I'm a Nazi, even though I use all of the ideology and symbols. I'm just a little bitch.
You're a UK cuck. I don't even know if you know what a Nazi
Strong
is.
language, man.
Hey, I can just say though that was a pretty good American accent that you did.
Wasn't bad. I mean, no, it wasn't too bad. I wouldn't run around calling people a bitch.
You've got to
though.
engage. The thing is, you've got to engage higher cognitive functions to do with their accents.
I don't need to engage higher
cognitive.
cognitive functions. I don't need to do that.
That's the
Not
amount.
everyone in the
It
world needs to
shows.
run around with a high IQ and high cognitive functions. Not everyone needs to do that, man.
Are you celebrating being thick as pig shit? You are literally thicker than an elephant foreskin, bro. I swear to God.
No, you're asking Americans to have a cognitive function.
If you had higher cognitive function, you'd get a better mic.
They don't seem to have a cognitive
Hey, Wildheart. Hey, Wildheart. You know what? Just because you're American doesn't mean you're smarter, or just because I'm American doesn't mean that you're smarter than me. Your Britishness does not make you smarter than anyone. I don't know why you lord it over people like that you're smarter or something as if that makes you right.
No, I'm
Just
just
'cause
saying.
some people have right doesn't make them right.
No, I'm
Yeah,
saying
that's Chase's sort of talk, Wilder. You better not.
Bro, shut the fuck up, man. You just run around calling people bitch all the time? You got no scars on your face from it?
Honestly, no. I've got a few scars from boxing and things like that. Yeah, it was quite good. It was fun.
What's wrong with
Okay.
being a woman's cool?
I mean, I don't usually call someone a bitch unless I mean it. I don't run around calling people a bitch. That's really not something grown men do typically.
I see. You misunderstood
I mean, unless you're
me.
playing video games with 15-year-old boys on the internet.
Chase. So the difference is, I absolutely meant it. You are a bitch.
Yeah. Look at your picture, man. You look at your picture. Look at your picture, bro. You look like a girl.
Oh, you fancy me? Is that what you said?
You look like a girl. You're gonna call me a bitch? You got a
An
picture up there
ugly
like
girl.
that?
An ugly girl, I
Yeah,
think
you look
is what
like
he
a gay
meant.
man, a legit gay man. Look at you.
Right, you see somebody that's
That is
cleaner
so
and well
feminine, dude.
and better
Look
presented
at you,
than
man.
you are.
Look at you. You look like a little. You look like a little femboy. You proud of that? Is that who you are?
One second. Is that how weird you are? You see somebody more cleaner than you, and you go, they must be gay because they wash. No, you're just dirty. There's a difference.
Shut the fuck up, man.
I don't think you don't have
Bro,
to
you
answer.
look like a homosexual. You talk like a homosexual. You run your little trap like a female. You're a female. Shut the fuck up.
If it looks like a cock, talks like a cock,
Shut the fuck up, all you Americans.
and walks like a
I'd rather
cock.
be a fucking gay than a fucking Nazi sympathising lame-mouth American fuckwit like you.
Hey, man, last time I checked, men don't run their mouths like that. You're like a girl. You run around just talking to everyone like a female, all happy and cheery, kissing everyone's ass because you want to be everyone's friend.
Fuck are you?
That kind of shows me that you've never spoken to a female.
Oh, you've never spoken to a female, huh?
Yeah, she says
Okay, man.
talks to me all the time in the chat.
You got me on that one. Ow.
And you talk to the other people in the chat too.
Oh, did you hear that? I thought I was on mute. Oh, sorry.
Do you know what's interesting? Only one of us on the panel is part of like a brotherhood. We're brothers and we do all this, but everyone else is gay, but not us. And I'm just going to randomly pick it up and
God, you're
act
so
like it's
stupid,
nothing to do
man.
with my own insecurities.
I'm so
That's
glad
literally
that
what
we're
you're
at
doing.
the point of the show where we get to call each other gay.
Okay,
I know,
Terry.
it's this weird thing where some people do it. It's like an insecure projection. Some people, when there's no call for it, and they randomly out of the blue go, "You're gay." I'm not gay. You are. I'm like, bro, no one was even thinking it till you said it. Now I'm starting to think that maybe you're a bit zesty.
Okay, well, I think it's common banter that guys do.
Is it?
No, it's a little bit more on the disrespect side. I mean, I don't play video games with 15-year-old boys on the internet. I don't call grown men a bitch. I don't even play around like that. If I'm going to call you a bitch, it's because I think you're a bitch. I'm not going to say you're a bitch in playful mode. That's not how anyone I know says anything.
Fuck. You're fucking made when I'm speaking, you bitch.
I'm not in playful mode, Jay.
Yeah,
I'm being genuine and sincere. You are a bitch.
Hey, okay, well, this is what
I get that fucker to stop,
no,
and then you
let me-
fucking start.
No, you can talk after me, Wildheart, but I just want to pull this in.
Not
'cause
you. I mean,
Nick
JLJ. You can't say
Yankee
his fucking
is
nose
a wise man. Okay, he's a wise older man. He has a lot of knowledge. Okay, and he says if you call men a bitch, you're calling them gay.
No, a bitch.
Pretty
no,
much.
It's a cultural difference.
Yeah,
so when you
that's
call
why
someone a
it's
bitch, no. Allow me. Yeah, so
okay,
that's wrong, Terry. That isn't. When I call someone a bitch, it means that they're wimpy and afraid. So when they're afraid to do things, we call them a bitch, and we get that from like female dogs that shake and cower.
They're calling them gay because they've been in
That
prison.
might be an American. That might be an American thing. When in the
A
UK,
guy in prison, like
yeah, I think it's an American thing to bitch be equated to that. What I mean is somebody that's too afraid. Basically, a good example of a bitch is a Nazi who's too afraid to call themselves a Nazi.
Do you know what a Nazi is?
All right, now I
then
feel
tell
like
me
you're
your
hitting on me, man.
interpretation of it.
Okay, Wildheart.
I'm not going back and forth with you. I gotta get down. I'm not doing this. I'm just gonna sit here. I'm gonna sit here and let you say whatever the fuck you want, man.
Oh, because you can.
I'm not about to jump in my phone and put hands on you or something. So I can't do shit.
JLJ, you almost as bad as the fucking Americans.
Hey, Wildheart. Let Wildheart
You
go,
weren't even
guys.
talking.
Wildheart.
I was replying to
I
someone
like
talking to
you.
me, Wildy.
I like you, but you never seem to shut the fuck up either.
Wildheart.
Do you know what? It'd be great if we could get on a panel and there isn't 6 people all directing stuff at me. So how about if everyone goes, "Oh, JJ, shut the fuck up. Stop fucking talking to me. Ask a question to someone else, you fucking retards." Everyone's like, "Oh, JJ, what do you think of this? Oh, JJ, what do you think of that?"
Quit
And then go,
spurging out.
I
Shut the
believe,
fuck
I
up.
can't believe that you told me what you thought. Well, then fucking don't ask me then. If people weren't addressing me, I wouldn't be addressing them back. I'd love to have a chat about fucking anything random.
Having a go at Chase a lot. You're kind of like.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Zero intolerance to the Aryan Brotherhood. Dirty Nazi scum. To the man.
Okay, well that's your opinion, but it's Wildheart's turn now. Wildheart, what do you have to say? Come on.
Fuck off. I don't care. Fuck off.
You were like holding your hand up all that time, and like freaking out and swearing and calling ignorance and the C word and all that, and you don't have anything to say?
No.
Well, you need to chill out, man. Like, if you're gonna act like that, why don't you just like when you get a chance, like hold it in and then speak all at once? It's like you get all angry.
No, if I hold my hand up for half an hour and everyone else speaks over me and doesn't let me get 2 fucking words out, what's the fucking point? I can hold my hand up for half an hour and then I forgot what I was gonna fucking say. You lame mate. You just talk. Everyone who talks for like 20 minutes at a fucking time.
You got a soapbox right now.
Maybe if you get like a little notepad, you could jot it down. When you then I'm just saying like.
Throw the lighter. Throw the lighter.
I did twice.
Throw the lighter.
Wildheart is amazing. When he was yelling, that was so funny.
You think so, Argolinus? Me as a pre-K teacher? Oh dear. What would I teach? What did kids learn in pre-K?
Coloring.
Yeah, coloring shapes.
Coloring and napping.
I guess I don't know, like yeah.
I liked kindergarten so much I took it 3 times.
Yeah, that's well done. Thanks for
I hated
admitting
kindergarten. It was the whole a special ed teacher. You think I could? I mean,
What's with the whole UK versus America thing?
There isn't. That is just Wildy. There's no UK versus American thing. But as the socialist, everyone was keen to ask me questions, and so it looks like it's just a British guy chatting to America. I just happen to be from the UK.
No, but I hear it a lot. Not even with you and stuff. Just like British people shitting on Americans, Americans shitting on the British. I'm just like, I don't understand.
It's just ego.
It's a cultural thing. It's like the British and the French and the Germans and the Dutch, and you know what I mean. It's just a thing. It is really silly.
What's wrong, Wildheart?
Throw something else. Nice.
Wildheart, you gotta let go of that anger. You gotta cast that demon out.
Let it go by throwing more stuff.
Jesus, I call upon you to move in the heart of Wildheart.
Wildheart, what the?
You
Right,
gotta
who
be
asked what?
just because you
Which
didn't
white Native American fuckwit asked me what? Sorry, there were three of you speaking at the same time. That's why everyone else in the world.
Yeah, Wildheart, ain't nobody asking you a
they
thing.
never shut the fuck up. They're all ignorant, arrogant motherfuckers. That's why we fucking hate you.
Who are you even talking about? Say it to their face. Who are you talking about right
I'm
now?
saying it to their faces. Well, the ones
What?
that got
There's
the comment.
me. Okay, who's the Americans on here? Me and Don, and neither of us have treated you that
Yeah.
way.
What, you've not overtaught me?
Well, that's not on purpose.
And to be fair as well.
Terry, come on.
Why are you so mad though? Like, have you been drinking today or something?
No, because it's annoying. I've been
Why
putting
are
up with
you so like upset about just random dumb people on the internet? You know?
Why are you upset at people interrupting you mid sentence while he interrupts me mid sentence? You thick motherfucker. Shut your fucking mouth, prick.
No, I just look, and maybe I'm
Hey,
wrong.
throw
but-
something else. Throw something else.
Look, maybe I'm wrong and stuff like that, but just you taking.
Why
it
are you
so
so angry
seriously.
about people interrupting your sentences?
Well, I didn't interrupt
Why are you so
anybody.
angry at people interrupting your sentences? Fucking motherfucker. Why are you so mad about it? Why? Answer me.
But you recognize you're not
Why are
being.
you so mad about people interrupting your fucking sentences, you motherfucker? Tell me why you're so fucking mad about it.
Is he talking into a mirror? I'm so
Do that
confused.
for 20 years. And then you'll be
talking to a mirror.
Aren't we all? Aren't we
Fucking
all?
asshole.
No, just chill. What the?
Just chill out and take your glasses off and throw them.
No,
Don't say that.
I'm blind with these.
Don't say that.
Yeah, I'll be able to.
Okay.
That's
you know
okay. You
what,
go pick them up and throw them again later.
guys, I'm gonna have
but
to
it's a
call it.
bit,
It's 11:30, and I gotta go to bed.
No, it's only 11:29.
Okay, I'll let
you,
it go.
I hear you. I've had an all nighter because of trouble sleeping, but I'm gonna shoot off to a fucking river, take my dogs out, and have fun. Wildy, grow up! It's a fucking panel show. Nobody's in the same room as anyone. Chill out, bro. We love you lots. Chill.
Yeah, we love you, but we love you more if you throw one more thing before the stream is over.
Just one more. Just one more.
Right. I've got Albus oil. You know the North.
Albus oil. Dust it.
Oh,
Dust it. Eat that fucker.
Just throw both of them. Do like a, you know how like, do like a grand finale. Throw a couple things.
Oh, we should do them. Which one? Both of them.
It's like 2 or 3 things. Let's go.
There you go. You got it out.
He's
There's
the
smile.
goat.
Look at that smile.
Wild Heart, the goat.
Fucking hell, I still won't let me fucking speak, you ignorant fox.
I like this dude.
Yeah, me too.
That's nothing. I burned survival last night. That's
Okay. What else you got to say?
I burned survival last night. Yeah,
Oh
so
yeah, Terry, I heard you got engaged. Congratulations.
Yes, I did. I did. Thank you.
I saw Jamie in the background and stuff like. Is he gonna move there or something?
Yeah, he moved to Portland. I don't know, a while ago.
Where did he move from?
Idaho.
Is that like a long way?
Yeah, it was a ways, but since we were gonna get married and we wanted to have a wedding and stuff, he decided to move out here just so he could get more steady work and like.
What are you thinking for your wedding? Are you going to go traditional Christian, or is it going to be a touch of alternative, or what are you thinking?
It'll be pretty traditional, yeah.
Terry,
Nice.
are you going to have a white wedding?
Yeah.
Only whites allowed.
Not like that song, though. Not like
The
that song.
thunderbolts on your dress. I'm so sorry.
I'm saying, are you being genuine when you say you're going to have a white wedding? You know what I mean? You know what a white
Walter,
wedding
I
means.
don't like. Are you like being suggestive about my like purity or something?
Yeah, promiscuity. Yeah. I'm just
Okay.
asking.
I didn't even clock what that's what.
Well, because of the little dance he did, and then I think the song
Well, I
"White
missed the do the dance again.
who like is getting married like real quick because she's pregnant or something.
No, I'm just asking if you're going to have a white wedding.
Oh, congratulations!
And do you think that's like why?
When's your due date?
I'm not pregnant, guys. Stop it.
Oh,
Walter's just being inappropriate.
I'm not. I'm just asking you if you're having a white wedding.
Yes, Walter, I
Yes.
will get a white
You
dress.
will get a
I'll
white
wear my
wedding.
white dress to my wedding like I
Is
deserve.
that not lying though? Do you know what I mean? Is that not like practical lying if you have a white wedding?
Why would that be lying?
You know what a white wedding means?
Not exactly.
I don't think you want to go down this road, Terry.
Yeah, he
I don't
sounds very
think I
dark and
did-
ominous.
I think you're like I think you're being filthy or something.
No, I'm saying a white wedding is traditionally when the woman hasn't had sex. I think if
Well,
you
that's
had a
none of
white
your
wedding,
business what I do or what I have done or what I don't do
No,
or anything like
saying-
that. You couldn't go there with me.
I'm guessing it might be
And you
disingenuous.
crossed that line a number of times.
Yeah.
And I've told you like what I have to say about it. So I don't know why you like
No, it's fine.
yeah.
It's like the gay thing. We're all grown ups. We don't need to know who's put what where. It's a silly thing.
It's just rude. Okay. So Kale, do you have any closing remarks?
Not really. Just do the right thing. Don't get mad about other people's opinions. You know.
Okay,
That's
yeah,
all I got to say.
I concur. What about you, Donkey Dick? What do you think?
I want Wildheart to throw one more thing since we went past
No.
11:30.
You said one. Two more.
JOJ needs to get a new mic or fix his current one.
I will. I promise. I'm getting
All
headphones
right.
and a mic. Everyone's. I hear
All
you.
right.
I hear what you're saying. I get you.
It's really hard to understand everything. Anyway, and then that's it. Oh, Latinay needs to fix her audio too.
Yeah, I thought she was still here, but she dropped off. That's right. Yeah. Okay, cool. JOJ, any closing remarks?
Cymru am beth, fyd with them in hoffi Nazis. And that's it. A bit of Welshness, a bit of Welsh culture.
Oh, cool. He spoke Welsh for us, guys. Oh, thank you for the super chat, Latin and Callie. She says JOJ.
No, just
stay the F away from minors. All
I
right.
hope she's not a
You guys
mother with a mind like that.
are getting removed now. Bye to everyone. Oh, Don, you were the last man standing. Congrats. All right, I'm kicking them out. Kicking them out. You guys gotta leave. It's over, guys. Kick. Have a good night or day wherever you are in the world. Kicking them out. It's all me now. It's all back to basics. Back to Terry Strange. All right, my closing remarks. What a night, huh, guys? I did 5 hours and 20 minutes. That's insane. I don't know. I probably could have been more productive during the stream. I don't know. But it was fun. We had some good conversations. The beginning of the stream, again, we were reading Pigs in the Parlor, and the chat voted to open up the panel. So this will probably be one of the longer streams of that thing. But I definitely think, we did see some stuff today, thinking about good and evil and, the demonic possession and oppression that people are under. And we saw some stuff, but I don't know. What do y'all think? Leave a comment if you're watching on catch up. Be sure to like the stream before you leave. And yeah, I guess that's it. And shout out to the people who sent super chats. You know what? I'll play you guys a song on the way out. Why not? Let me close the poll. Okay, the last poll I did was does white make right, which was kind of a jokey one. And 73% of the chat, which, you know, stated yes. 26% said no. Yeah, Adriana was here. Shout out to Adriana in the chat. Okay. You know what? Actually, I'm just going to end it. I don't even want to play any music, guys. Why bother? All right, peace out. Good night.